There comes a moment in every life when silence speaks louder than any words. When those you believed would stand by you forever suddenly disappear. When the hands that once lifted you now push you aside. When voices that felt so close fade into distance. And places that once gave comfort now feel empty. And you begin to ask yourself why. Why did they leave? Why did they change? Why did they betray me? Why did the very ones I loved most walk away right at the edge of my breakthrough? Let me speak a truth to you, one you must never forget. God removed them because your blessing was near. Hear me, my friend. This is not a loss. This is not rejection. This is divine protection. This is not abandonment. This is alignment. God knows what you don't know. God sees what you cannot see. And when the time comes for your elevation, for your anointing, for your breakthrough, God removes every weight that cannot fly with you. There are people who are only assigned to your struggle, not your success. They were meant to be part of your process, not your promise. And God in His wisdom and in His timing said, no more. You didn't lose them. They were pulled away, pulled by the hand of God, who said, this one is not fit for where I'm taking you. And yes, it hurt. Yes, it broke your heart. But don't mistake the pruning for punishment. God was not trying to destroy you. He was preparing you. He was making room. He was clearing the field. He was positioning you to receive a blessing so powerful that no impure hand could touch it. No jealous spirit could contaminate it, and no false friend could sabotage it. You see, many of us ask God for blessings, but we're not willing to let go of the baggage. We want the promise, but we don't want the pruning. But God knows the weight of His blessing, and before He pours it out, He cleans the cup. Before He builds the palace, He clears the ground. And that clearing, it doesn't always feel good, but it's necessary. Because some people were hiding their envy behind support. Some were smiling in your face while planning your fall. Some were close only because they were feeding off your weakness, not contributing to your strength. But when God is about to move in your life, really move, He begins to shake everything. He exposes motives. He unveils intentions. He causes conversations to shift and atmospheres to change. And suddenly those who once cheered for you begin to fade. Those who once praised you now criticized. Those who once called you family now call you a stranger. But don't cry over who left. Rejoice. Rejoice that God thought you worthy of elevation. Rejoice that your name reached heaven. Rejoice that God trusted you enough to say, I am about to bless you. But first, I must remove them. Some of you have been asking, why did they betray me after all I did for them? Hear me clearly. You didn't do wrong by loving them, but God did right by removing them. He saw what you couldn't. He heard what they said when you weren't around. He witnessed the hidden intentions, the silent jealousy, the quiet contempt they carried in their heart while they pretended to clap for you. And so God in His mercy stepped in because your blessing was too big, your calling too holy, your destiny too sacred to be surrounded by the wrong company. And let me say this, when God removes, He also replaces. When He takes away, He always brings better. But you must be willing to let go of what was to receive what is to come. Stop trying to resurrect relationships God buried. Stop trying to mend what God dismantled. Stop opening doors God closed. Because every person who left you created space for someone sent by God. Every voice that went silent made room for divine instruction. Every exit, every goodbye, every betrayal, it all had purpose. God never subtracts unless He's about to multiply. Sometimes the worst pain is not physical, but emotional. The betrayal of a friend, the abandonment of a loved one, the silence of someone who promised to always be there. And in those moments, the devil whispers, "You're not loved, you're not valued, you're alone." But hear this loud and clear, "Nee, you were never alone. God was with you through every tear, every sleepless night, every moment of confusion. And when they walked out, God walked in. When they said goodbye, God said, 'Now, watch what I'm about to do.'" You see, blessings require a certain atmosphere, a certain level of purity, a sanctified environment. God cannot bless you fully while you're surrounded by snakes. He cannot elevate you while you're attached to anchors. So, He cuts, He separates, He uproots, and we mourn the loss. But heaven celebrates the clearance because the blessing coming over your life is so massive, so undeniable, so heaven-ordained that only the right hearts can handle it. The God is about to open doors that no man can shut. He is about to release favor that generations before you never tasted. But first, He had to clean house. You thought it was a breakup. It was a breakthrough. You thought it was rejection. It was redirection. You thought you were being punished. No, beloved, you were being positioned. And God, in His perfect knowledge, said, "I must remove them before I release this." Because if they stayed, they would have tried to claim credit for your miracle. If they stayed, they would have sown seeds of doubt in your moment of faith. If they stayed, they would have clapped with one hand and cursed with the other. And God will not share His glory. When He blesses you, He makes sure everyone knows it was Him. Not them, not the crowd, not the helper, but Him. And so He clears the room. He empties the space so that when the blessing lands, no one can say, "I did that." Only God. But here's the challenge. Can you trust God when He subtracts? Can you praise Him when the circle gets smaller? Can you walk in faith when the road gets lonelier? Because that's where your power is. That's where the real shift happens. Not when you're surrounded by applause, but when you're alone in the quiet, trusting that God is still working, still speaking, still moving. And He is. Even when you don't feel it, even when the silence is deafening, God is orchestrating something unseen and unstoppable in your favor. There are moments when God will strip everything, friends, opportunities, plans, comforts, not to harm you, but to humble you, to remind you that your blessing is not in the hands of people, but in the hands of God alone. And once you realize that, once you grasp that God is your source, not people, then and only then are you ready for what He's about to release. You may be misunderstood, misjudged, misused, but you're not misplaced. You are in the center of God's will. And the pain you feel now will soon make sense. You will look back on this season and say, "Thank God they left. Thank God He removed them. Thank God I didn't settle." Because what God gave me is beyond anything I imagine. And I speak this into your spirit today. The blessing is coming. It is coming faster than you think. It is coming stronger than you expect. And when it comes, it will overtake you. But you must be ready. Don't look back. Don't chase what left. Don't beg for what God removed. Stand still, be faithful, and watch God work. There's a reason the wheat is separated from the chaff. A reason the gold is purified by fire. A reason the tree must be pruned to bear more fruit. God is preparing you for abundance. And anything or anyone not rooted in truth cannot come. God is not being cruel. He is being careful. Careful with your heart, careful with your destiny, careful with your future. Because the blessing He has for you is sacred, and sacred things require sanctified surroundings. So yes, it hurt. Yes, it confused you. But trust the hand behind the removal, because the same hand that closed the door will open a new one, a better one overflowing with purpose, peace, provision, and power. And when it opens, you will no longer question why they left. You will thank God that they did. You are not being punished. You are being protected. You are not being abandoned. You are being advanced. God has seen your tears. He has heard your prayers. And now He is acting, removing, replacing, restoring, releasing all so you can walk into what He ordained before you were even born. There is power in your pain. There is purpose in your loss. There is victory in your valley, and God is not done with you. What He's about to do will silence every doubter, humble every hater, and restore everything the enemy tried to steal. But He had to clean the stage before the performance. He had to empty the table before the feast. He had to remove them before you were blessed. Hold your head high, dry your tears, lift your hands, and give glory to the One who sees what you cannot. Trust the process. Trust the pruning. Trust the removal, because your blessing is closer than it's ever been. And the absence you feel now is the greatest evidence that God is working behind the scenes. When God removes someone, it's never by accident. He doesn't operate in confusion. He doesn't make mistakes. Every exit is calculated. Every detachment is directed. And every loss is laced with love. Because God knows what you need and what you don't. Who is for you and who is against you. And when your name is being written on blessings that eyes haven't seen and ears haven't heard, He ensures that no unclean spirit gets close. Now, as your spirit begins to awaken to this divine truth, let this echo deep within your soul. God's removals are a sign of your preparation, not your punishment. God does not tear away to harm. He removes to refine. He does not subtract to break you down. He subtracts to build you up in strength, in clarity, and in obedience. And when He sees that your heart has remained faithful, even in confusion, even in betrayal, even in silence, then He pours out what no eye has seen and no heart has imagined. There are seasons in life when you will walk through silence so thick it will feel like the heavens have closed. People you trusted will disappear. Connections you nurtured will wither. The applause will cease. And all that will remain is you and God. But let me tell you something. When it is only you and God, you have all you need. Because God alone is the source of strength, the wellspring of wisdom, the shield in battle, and the voice that never lies. Sometimes God removes people not because they were evil, but because they were limited. They could only walk with you to a certain altitude. They couldn't handle the spiritual pressure of your next level. The air gets thinner at the top, the calling gets heavier, the vision gets sharper, and the path becomes narrower. God removes them because the blessing requires isolation, the anointing demands consecration, and your next season will not tolerate lukewarm faith, divided loyalty, or shallow commitment. Do not think for a moment that God has forgotten you. That's the lie the enemy wants you to believe. The truth is, God is setting the stage in silence. He is working while you're weeping. He is building while you're breaking. He is lifting while you're learning. Because the blessing that is coming requires a level of character, discipline, and maturity that only solitude can produce. There is a sacredness and separation. God speaks clearest when the noise is gone. He trains you when the crowd is absent. He corrects you when there's no one to flatter you. And if you truly desire His blessing, you must embrace His process. If you want the crown, you must endure the crushing. If you want the overflow, you must first withstand the drought. Too many are trying to carry into their blessing the weight of relationships that are no longer part of God's will. But when God says it's over, it's over. Let them go. Do not resurrect what God buried. Do not romanticize what God removed. Some people were only sent for the storm, not for the harvest. They came to teach you, not stay with you. They were a chapter, not your conclusion. God is not only a builder, He is a protector. He removes access when there's a threat to your purpose. He closes doors when betrayal is hiding on the other side. He shuts down paths when deception waits ahead. And though we may question the timing, the truth is God sees the full picture. He knows what lies 5 steps ahead, while we only see the next footstep. So trust Him, not your emotions. Trust Him, not your attach. Trust Him, not your need for validation. Many blessings have been delayed, not because you weren't ready, but because you were still holding on to people who were unqualified to witness your miracle. And God in His mercy said, I must protect the integrity of this promise. I must separate you before I elevate you, because your blessing is not entertainment. It is divine equipment for your calling, and God cannot afford for it to be contaminated by unclean motives, fake smiles, or selfish ambition. You are not weak for letting go. You are wise. You are not cruel for creating distance. You are consecrated. When God speaks, obedience is the only right response. And when He removes, surrender is the only path to peace. Because resisting God's pruning will only prolong your wilderness. But submission brings you closer to your promised land. Think about this. Every great elevation in Scripture came after separation. The moment of testing always precedes the moment of triumph. The blessing never came without the cleansing. And that's what you're in right now. A cleansing, a clearing, a divine reset. And it's not punishment. It's preparation. God is saying, I am about to open doors you've never dreamed of. I am about to shift the atmosphere in your favor. But first, I must remove every soul that would poison the promise. Some of you are standing on the edge of your greatest breakthrough. You can feel it. The wind has changed. The season has shifted. The weight is lifting. But don't look for the old faces in your new season. Don't expect familiar voices to echo in this next chapter. God is doing a new thing with new people in a new way. And when He blesses you, and He will, those who left will wonder how you made it. Those who doubted you will witness your deliverance. Those who mocked your silence will be stunned by your success. But you won't need to explain. You won't need to justify. Your fruit will speak for itself. Your peace will testify. Your elevation will be your answer. Let your heart rest in this. God has not removed them to leave you empty. He has removed them to fill you with something far greater. Where there was betrayal, He will plant loyalty. Where there was manipulation, He will pour wisdom. Where there was heartbreak, He will sow joy. And where there was emptiness, He will overflow. But don't rush the process. Don't try to fill the gaps with your own plans. Wait. Wait in trust. Wait in hope. Wait in obedience. Because what God is about to place in your hands will make every sleepless night, every lonely tear, every silent prayer worth it. He is not a man that He should lie. And if He removes someone, it's because they could not carry the weight of the blessing you are about to receive. And now listen closely, because this truth must burn deep into your heart. God's removals are not the end of your story. They are the beginning of your release. When God removes someone from your life, it's not to wound you, it's to wake you up. Wake you up from depending on man more than on God. Wake you up from chasing approval that was never meant to sustain you. Wake you up to the reality that God alone is your sustainer, your provider, your defender, your companion, your protector, and your reward. There are seasons when God must isolate before He elevates, not to punish, but to purify. God is not interested in surface-level success. He's not moved by outward appearances. He is moved by the condition of the heart. So when God sees that your heart is about to be entangled with people or relationships that will distort your focus, He intervenes. He cuts ties to preserve your truth. He removes attachments that could compromise your soul. That's not cruelty. That is the highest form of mercy. God would rather see you cry for a moment than be destroyed forever. Some people were never meant to walk with you into the land of blessing. They were assigned to your journey to teach you, test you, or sharpen you, but not to stay. And when their role is complete, God removes them swiftly and without negotiation. Because where you are going, there is no room for divided loyalty, no room for emotional parasites, no space for spiritual leeches. God will not bless you with a heavy crown only to see it fall off under the weight of unworthy company. And when God clears a space, don't fill it with substitutes. Do not rush into new alliances to numb the ache of absence. Every space God clears is a sacred space. It is a space of purpose. Let Him fill it. Let Him order the replacement. Because when God chooses who walks with you, they will walk in alignment with your calling, not against it. They will water your spirit, not drain it. They will lift your arms, not bind your wings. Some of you are still wounded because you tried to drag people into seasons. They had no grace to survive. You carried them out of loyalty, but it cost you your peace. You kept them near out of history, but it robbed you of destiny. And God, who is rich in mercy, said enough. He saw you giving love where there was no honor, trust where there was no truth, time where there was no growth. And so He stepped in not to take from you, but to give you a future uncontaminated by counterfeit connections. It's time to see the removal not as a curse, but as a cleansing. God was cleaning your atmosphere. He was purging the surroundings. He was silencing every voice that whispered doubt when He was speaking faith. Because your next chapter demands clarity. And clarity cannot come with confusion walking beside you. Some of you are stepping into positions of influence, decisions of legacy, seasons of destiny, and God had to make sure that no double-minded person had access to the game. The truth is, not everyone can handle the blessing God is about to release over your life. They see your potential, but they don't honor your process. They want your oil, but they don't respect your altar. And God, being the righteous judge and the loving caretaker of your soul, knows how to separate the wheat from the chaff. Don't mourn what left. It couldn't stay. It wasn't built to endure the glory coming your way. You must understand your blessing is holy. It has been preserved, fought for, protected by God Himself. And it will only land in a life that is ready, obedient, and aligned. That's why the shaking had to come. That's why the separation felt so sudden. Because your destiny was on the line. And God is not casual with the destiny of those who trust Him. He uproots what you were too afraid to confront. He ends what you were too loyal to release. He tears down what you were too distracted to see was already falling apart. Let this be the moment where you stop looking backward and start praising forward. Stop replaying conversations and start reciting the promises of God. Stop mourning the exit and start preparing for the entrance. Because God is about to fill the space. The same space where betrayal lived, peace is about to reign. The same place where confusion once dwelled, wisdom is about to flow. The same emotional room where pain used to sit, joy will take up residence. You are not forsaken. You are being formed. You are not abandoned. You are being anointed. You are not broken. You are being built. This separation, this cutting away, this divine pruning, it was not by accident. It was urgent because the hour of your blessing is drawing close. You are nearer now than you have ever been. And when that door swings open, and it will, you will step through unburdened, free, clear-minded, with a heart no longer attached to what God never meant to remain. There comes a sacred turning point in every walk of faith where you realize the loss was never about what left. It was always about what God was preparing to release. When the pruning finally makes sense, not to your flesh but to your spirit. When your tears have ceased, your vision sharpens, and you suddenly see that what felt like breaking was actually shaping you for readiness. Ready for the doors that had been hidden from view, ready for the favor your character had not yet grown to carry, ready for a blessing so great that without God first removing the distractions, you would not have had the strength to hold it. This is not the moment to mourn those who left. This is not the season to doubt God's will. This is the moment to stand in faith and declare that every removal was ordered by the one who sees the end from the beginning. God, in His perfect understanding, does not guess. He decides. He does not hope. It happens. And when God makes a move, it is not to hurt you. It is to prepare the room where your next miracle will reside. You must understand the timing of God is perfect. Never late, never early. And when God says someone's season in your life is over, He doesn't consult your emotions. He doesn't wait for your approval. He doesn't ask if you're ready, because obedience is not about comfort. It's about trust. God removes what you think you need to make space for what you truly need. And oftentimes that sacred removal feels like abandonment. But in truth, it is divine acceleration. If God hadn't closed that door, you would still be knocking. If God hadn't severed that tie, you would still be entangled. If God hadn't removed their presence, you would still be mistaking proximity for purpose. But God steps in not just to rearrange your surroundings, but to align your spirit with what is holy, what is right, and what is true. God never removes without purpose. His silence is not absence. His stillness is not inactivity. Even when your world feels pause, God is always moving. The people who left didn't delay your destiny. They cleared the way for it. The betrayals that stung your heart didn't weaken your future. They protected it. Because not every battle is meant to be fought. Some are meant to be avoided. And God, in His mercy, will remove the fight before it ever reaches you. You may never know the conversations He shielded you from, the lies He exposed before they took root, the traps that were set but never triggered because God intervened. That's the kind of God you serve. Not just a God who provides, but a God who prevents. Not just a God who builds, but a God who blocks. God who will block your own plans because He sees how small they are compared to what He has designed. And sometimes in your prayers you cry out, Why didn't that relationship work? Why did that opportunity slip away? Why did that person I trusted betray me? But if you could only see with spiritual eyes, you would realize God was saying, I'm not letting this stand in the way of what's coming next. There are times when protection looks like pain, when God allows your heart to break so your pride can be dismantled, when He removes people who gave you comfort so that you learn to lean on Him entirely, not halfway, not when it's convenient, fully, constantly, desperately. Because your blessing doesn't come from man. It doesn't come from approval, connection, or applause. It comes from God alone. This is why God must purify your dependence. You cannot serve two sources. You cannot worship the blessing and the blesser. You cannot trust the vessel more than the one who fills it. So God strips everything that competes for His place in your heart. And yes, it feels lonely. Yes, it feels unfair. But it is holy, holy isolation that makes room for holy increase. Holy stillness that makes space for sacred instruction. God removes what was loud so you can finally hear His whisper. And what He is whispering now is this: what I have for you is not behind you. It is before you. What I am about to do will make you forget what you lost. I am not recycling your past. I am releasing your purpose. You are not empty. You are being positioned. You are not left behind. You are being moved to the front. And everything that looked like a loss is going to be the very soil where your increase begins to grow. Do not fear the emptiness. Emptiness is often the birthplace of greatness. When everything else is stripped away, that is when faith becomes real. That is when your voice begins to cry out, not from emotion, but from conviction. That is when you stop pretending and start depending. And God is not deaf to your dependence. He is not blind to your burden. He sees, He knows, and He will answer. The deeper the removal, the greater the revival. God is reviving your strength. He is renewing your spirit. He is resetting your direction. And when the blessing arrives, it will come with such force, such clarity, and such abundance that you will say, had they stayed, I would have missed this. Had I held on, I would have forfeited this. Had I resisted God's hand, I would have walked right past the very thing I was praying for. And hear this, what God is preparing is not just for you. It is also for those who will be blessed through you. Your obedience will overflow. Your healing will be a testimony. Your breakthrough will be a bridge for others to cross. That's why the purification had to be personal, because what's on you will affect what flows through you. And God doesn't want contaminated blessing. He wants pure rivers of purpose flowing from a heart that trusts Him fully. And now I say to you, stand still and see what God is doing. Even when it looks like everything is falling apart, do not measure the movement of God by the comfort of your current situation. God's hand is strongest when it seems the quietest. What looks like rejection is often redirection. What feels like abandonment is often advancement. And what appears as the loss of man is the gain of God. Because when God removes someone, it is not because your life is being diminished. It is because your purpose is being preserved. There is a sacredness to separation, a divine mystery in every detachment that God allows. We, in our limited understanding, often weep over what left us while heaven rejoices over what was lifted from us. We pray to hold on, and God in His mercy says no, because holding on would hinder and clinging would corrupt. God knows that not everyone who starts with you can finish with you. Some were scaffolding only meant to hold you up while you were being built. But once the structure is strong, the scaffolding must come down. You may not understand it yet. You may still be walking through the ashes of what was asking why it had to end this way. But I declare this to your soul. God is not a God of disorder. He is a God of alignment. And in His divine alignment, He shifts people like pieces on a board, not to harm you, but to position you for something far greater than you could have planned for yourself. Sometimes the greatest act of love from God is when He says, I love you too much to let them stay. Because if they stayed, they would weaken your resolve. If they stayed, they would distract your devotion. If they stayed, they would pull your heart away from what truly matters. So God steps in and He removes, not as a thief in the night, but as a master architect clearing the clutter to build something greater. Not all removals are losses. Some are upgrades disguised as heartbreak. God sees further than your eyes can see. He sees the end from the beginning. You may see a friend, God sees a betrayer. You may see a supporter, God sees a hidden enemy. You may see a partner, God sees a stumbling block. So when He says enough, when He says no more, you must trust His decision above your desire. Because the pain of temporary loss is nothing compared to the danger of long-term misalignment. You were created for divine purpose. You were not placed on this earth to fit into every room or to be accepted by every crowd. Some removals were necessary because they were draining your vision, diluting your calling, and distracting your spirit. God needed to separate you so He could strengthen you. He needed to isolate you so He could instruct you. He needed to take you into the wilderness so He could speak to you without interference. Many of you have been wondering why the circle got smaller, why the phone stopped ringing, why the people who once praised you have now grown cold. But I tell you today, it's because God is purifying your environment. The blessing He's about to release cannot survive in contaminated spaces. It cannot be shared with those who would mishandle it. It cannot be given where honor is absent. So God made the decision to clean the space before He filled it. There are some levels of peace, wisdom, and elevation that only come when you release your grip on what God already let go. The longer you hold on to expired people, the more you delay what is divinely assigned. You cannot pour fresh oil into an old wineskin, and you cannot carry the blessing of tomorrow while dragging the broken pieces of yesterday. Release it. Let it go. Trust the hand that removed them. You see, this is a season not just of healing, but of preparation for glory. What God has planned for your life is not average. It is not small. It is not ordinary. It is marked, purified, sanctified, and sealed for an appointed time. And anything that threatens to interfere with the weight of that blessing must be stripped away. That's why the separation felt sudden. That's why the change was abrupt, because God is not negotiating with your destiny. He is protecting it. You don't need to explain yourself to those who left. You don't need to beg for closure or chase after what fell apart. God has already spoken, and His word is final. When He removes, He redeems. When He subtracts, He multiplies. When He breaks, it is only to build better. You don't need to mourn what God has already replaced in the realm of the unseen. You just need to walk in faith until your eyes catch up with what your spirit already knows. This is holy ground. The silence you feel is not emptiness. It is preparation. The loneliness you sense is not rejection. It is sacred consecration. God is setting you apart, because the next doors that are about to open were not meant for the crowd. They were meant for you alone. And when you walk through them, you will not need validation. You will not need applause. You will only need the assurance that you followed God and not man. Let the removal mark a turning point. Not a place of pity, but a place of power. Not a pit, but a platform. Because God is lifting you out of every place that hindered you and into every place that was promised to you. And when you look back, it won't be with bitterness, but with praise, saying, if God had not removed them, I would have missed what was mine. There is still more to come. The blessing has not been delayed. It's being perfected. And when it arrives, it will not come with confusion. It will come with clarity. It will not arrive in fragments. It will arrive in fullness. But only when you are willing to stand in agreement with God's decision, even when it wounds your flesh because your spirit knows it was necessary. God removed them not because He wanted you to suffer, but because He wanted you to soar. And now you're finally ready to fly. And now, hear this. With all the weight your soul can carry, when God removes, it's never without a revelation waiting behind the veil. You may not understand it when the ties are severed, when the voices go silent, when the path gets lonelier, but that's the very soil where spiritual clarity begins to bloom. It's in the tearing that truth is revealed. It's in the letting go that vision is sharpened. And it is in the separation that God finally has your undivided attention. You were never meant to blend in with everyone. You were never assigned to please the masses. There is something specific, something sacred, something set apart on your life. And that calling carries a weight that not every person is equipped to walk beside. God is not interested in popularity. He is interested in purity. And when the crowd around you begins to shrink, don't panic. Don't beg them to stay. Don't grieve over what had to be removed, because God reduces before He releases. He cuts back so that fruit may multiply. He trims branches so strength may flow to the root. There is a cleansing that must take place before glory can settle, a sanctification of your surroundings, a pruning of your partnerships. Because God will not pour oil into a cracked vessel, He will not pour rivers into deserts you refuse to let go of, and He will not rain blessings on a foundation that still entertains distractions. Removal was never about who left you. It was always about who God is forming you to become. Let your spirit rise with this unshakable truth. What God removes, He replaces with something that matches your destiny, not your history. The people who walked with the old you may not have the capacity for the person God is turning you into. You're not going backward. You're being elevated. And elevation demands transformation. The same mind that clung to comfort will never hold the keys to the next door God is unlocking. So let God rewire your thinking. Let Him refine your prayers. Let Him reshape your priorities. His next move is not about where you've been. It's about where God is leading you. And that means some voices must go silent so you can hear the whisper of divine direction. Some doors must stay closed so that your eyes stop wandering. Some people must leave so that your heart returns fully to God and God alone. Because you can't receive your next assignment if you're still grieving your last attachment. The blessing that's coming is not ordinary. It's not familiar. It's not a recycled version of your past. It's fresh. It's divine. It's tailor-made for the soul that has been stretched, for the spirit that has been broken, for the heart that has remained faithful even when surrounded by loss. And God will not let this blessing be shared with those who doubted the process, disrespected your journey, or despised the gift He placed in you. He'll remove them because He is about to reveal what only faith can access. So don't be afraid of the empty spaces. God often does His greatest work in the gaps. The silence you feel is not abandonment. It is alignment. God is aligning your life with truth, with peace, with purpose. And sometimes the loudest move from God is the one He makes in secret. You won't always see the shift happening, but suddenly you'll wake up and realize the weight has lifted. The burden is gone and your heart is free. That is the power of divine removal. It frees you for what is holy. You must come to the place where you stop asking, "Why did they leave?" and start asking God, "What are you making room for?" Because it's not just about what was lost, it's about what's coming. And what's coming will not be small. It will not be subtle. It will not be stolen. It will arrive with evidence, with power, with unmistakable favor, but only a surrendered soul will be able to carry it. Let this moment awaken your discernment. Not every exit is a threat. Some exits are gifts. Some farewells are holy because God knows what you need better than you do. You may have been trying to save what God was trying to sever. You may have been holding on out of loyalty, out of history, out of fear. But God, in His love, pulled it away before it could poison what He planted inside you. You see, God doesn't just want to bless you. He wants to protect the blessing within you. And protection sometimes looks like subtraction. It sometimes comes in the form of isolation. It sometimes hurts before it heals. But in the end, you will look back and say, "God, I thank you. I thank you for every no. I thank you for every closed door. I thank you for every person you removed, because if you hadn't, I would have settled for less than what you prepared." You're not being punished. You're being purified. You're not being forgotten. You're being fortified. And this process, though painful, is perfect in the hands of the one who formed you. Trust the breaking. Trust the silence. Trust the exit. Because when God takes, He only does so to give what is better, what is fuller, what is eternal. This is a holy season, a season of divine shift, a season where your soul must choose to release the past and embrace the promise. Not with doubt, not with hesitation, but with bold, relentless trust. Because God has not brought you this far to leave you loved. He has not removed what you love to leave you with emptiness. He has cleared the way so that you can walk into what eyes have not seen, what ears have not heard, and what your heart is only beginning to believe. So now, stand firm. Let your heart rest. Let your soul breathe. Because the removal was not the end. It was the unveiling of your beginning. God, in His infinite wisdom, saw what you couldn't see, knew what you didn't know, and stepped in. Not to destroy you, but to deliver you. To deliver you from unseen harm, from silent sabotage, from hidden traps that your heart was too loyal to detect. This is not the season to mourn. This is the moment to rise. Rise with courage, rise with vision, rise with purpose. Every farewell is a reminder that God is still unfolding your story. Every door that shuts is proof that He is still leading your steps. Every night you've spent in solitude is evidence that He has never left your side. People may disappoint you, walk away without reason, or change without warning, but God's faithfulness does not waver. The very hand that took something away is the same hand that will bring restoration. The same voice that whispered, "Release them," is now declaring, "Prepare yourself, for what is coming will not be withheld, denied, or diminished." It will come in completeness, in peace, and in divine strength. When it does, you will see that every loss was His protection. Every silence was His preparation. Every goodbye was the mercy of God. So lift up your head, dry your tears, and let your spirit be renewed, because the next chapter is not defined by what slipped away. It is defined by what God is about to unveil. And when it is unveiled, you will finally understand why they could not stay. God removed them so His blessing could reach you now. Pause and rest, for God is moving on your behalf. You don't need to see it, touch it, or figure it out. You only need to believe. That heaviness in your chest, that prayer still waiting for an answer, that mountain standing unmoved, it is not the end. It isn't even the halfway point. It is the quiet moment right before the breakthrough. When your strength runs dry, when your plans unravel, when your spirit grows tired, that is the moment God begins to move in the unseen. Don't be deceived by silence. Don't be unsettled by delay. Don't confuse your pain with His absence. God has not turned away. God is not disciplining you. God is preparing and positioning you. Too often we take on burdens never meant for us. We wear ourselves out trying to fix what only God has the power to resolve. We step into battles armed with human effort, forgetting that God never called us to be the warrior, only the believer. We drain our energy striving to prove, to mend, to force outcomes. But hear this: after you've done all, prayed, obeyed, stood firm and trusted, God whispers, "Rest. Now I am at work." There is power in rest. Not the kind of rest that comes from comfort, but the sacred rest that comes from trust. The kind of rest that says, "Even though I walk through the valley of shadows, I will not be afraid, for God walks with me." The kind of rest that says, "Though the fig tree does not blossom, though there be no fruit on the vine, still I will wait, for God is faithful." This kind of rest is not sleep. It is not idleness. It is not surrender to defeat. It is spiritual confidence. It is knowing that the hand of God never trembles. It is knowing that while you are still, God is active. While you wait, God is at work. God is not intimidated by your enemies. God is not confused by your circumstances. God is not limited by your resources. And God is not late. Every season of delay is part of a holy strategy. Every closed door is protection. Every detour is divine instruction. If only you could see what God is arranging behind the scenes, you would stop worrying this very moment. If you knew what traps God has dismantled on your behalf, you would fall on your knees in worship. But because you can't see it yet, you grow restless. You feel like nothing's happening. You start questioning the timing, the process, even the promise. But hear me now, God is never inactive. You may be standing still, but God is not. When you sleep, God does not. When you weep, God collects every tear. When you feel forgotten, God is crafting the next chapter. You are not abandoned. You are not overlooked. You are in the hands of the Almighty. What more secure place could you possibly be? We are a people obsessed with outcomes. We want to know what's next, how it will happen, and when. But God is a God of process. And sometimes the greatest test is not the challenge. It's the waiting. It's the not knowing. It's the silence that demands faith. Resting while God works means releasing your need to control. It means surrendering your obsession with answers. It means choosing to trust even when everything in you screams for certainty. You see, real trust isn't proven when things are going your way. It's proven when nothing makes sense. It's forged in darkness, in confusion, in the wilderness. That's when God looks at you and says, "Now I see your faith." That's when the heavens open. Not because you fought harder, but because you rested deeper. When God works, He works completely. He doesn't patch things up. He rebuilds from the foundation. He doesn't answer your prayer halfway. He gives you more than you ask for, but He does it in His time, not yours. In His way, not yours. And your role is not to understand the how, but to stand firm in the who. Who is in charge? Who made the promise? Who never fails? The moment you rest is the moment God begins to move faster. But we fight that rest. We fight it because we think rest means giving up. But in the kingdom of God, rest is warfare. Rest is resistance against the panic of the world. Rest is a declaration that says, I trust God more than my logic. I trust God more than my bank account. I trust God more than the news. I trust God more than my own. Understand there is a sacred rhythm to life. And God moves according to divine timing. Not rushed, not delayed, perfect. And when God works, He works through ways you couldn't predict even if you tried. He will use people you never met. He will open doors you didn't knock on. He will create rivers in deserts, light in the deepest valley, and peace in the midst of your storm. But He'll do it while you rest. You may think resting is doing nothing, but it's not. Resting in God is an act of defiance against fear. It's standing still while chaos demands you move. It's saying, I will not panic. I will not break. I will not give up because my trust is not in the visible. My hope is not in the seen. My strength is not in the flesh. My confidence is in God. How many times have you prayed and then taken the problem back into your own hands? How many times have you surrendered your burden only to carry it again 5 minutes later today? Stop. Stop running. Stop calculating. Stop overthinking. Stop doubting. Rest now. Because God is doing what only God can do. When you rest, you give God room to work. You clear the clutter of your mind. You make space for divine solutions. When you rest, you're not giving up on the dream. You're giving God permission to build it His way. You're saying, God, I trust you more than the work of my own hands. And God honors that kind of faith, that silent, still unwavering belief in His plan. He sees you holding on when everything says let go. He sees you staying the course when quitting would be easier. He sees you worshiping through tears. That's what moves the heart of God. Not your perfection, but your perseverance. There are angels dispatched on your behalf right now. There are answers on the way. There are doors preparing to open. But you must be still. You must remain calm. You must resist the urge to manipulate the outcome. If you interfere with the process, you may delay the promise. But if you wait on God, you will see miracles unfold before your very eyes. When God works, He aligns everything. Not just the blessing, but your heart. Not just the breakthrough, but your mindset. Not just the provision, but your purpose. God is not just preparing it for you, He's preparing you for it. And sometimes the delay is not because the blessing isn't ready. It's because you aren't ready. And God loves you too much to give you something that will destroy you. So rest now. Rest because you've prayed. Rest because you've obeyed. Rest because God heard you. Rest because you are not alone. Rest because the storm is not your enemy. It's your training ground. Rest because the waiting is not empty, it's sacred. Rest because your future is already written. Rest because God is in control. The enemy wants you tired. He wants you anxious. He wants you to feel abandoned. But God says, "Come to me and I will give you rest." Not the rest of escape, but the rest of endurance. Not the rest of denial, but the rest of faith. The kind of rest that says, "I know who holds my future. I know who fights for me. I know who works all things together for my good." So lay down your fear, lay down your questions, lay down your timelines, lay down your worry, lay down your assumptions, lay down your urgency, and take up faith, take up trust, take up patience, take up expectation, take up hope. Because while you rest, God is moving mountains. While you rest, God is sending provision. While you rest, God is answering prayers you forgot you even prayed. You're not forgotten. You're not forsaken. You're not stuck. You're right where you need to be, in the arms of the Almighty, in the palm of His hand, under His watchful eye, covered by His mercy, surrounded by His grace, and guided by His wisdom. So rest now, rest fully, rest deeply, because when you open your eyes again, everything will have changed. You'll see that the pain had a purpose. The delay was divine. The silence was sacred. And the waiting was worth it. You'll realize that while you were still, God was moving heaven and earth for your good. You'll understand that when you stopped striving, God started building. When you stopped pushing, God started providing. When you stopped panicking, God started preparing. This is the season where God is working while you wait. So don't rush it. Don't fight it. Don't question it. Embrace it. Rest in it. Trust in it. Because God never sleeps, never stumbles, never slips. He is orchestrating, organizing, and overseeing every detail of your destiny. And His timing is flawless. When you place your trust in God and choose to rest, you're not stepping away from action. You're stepping into divine alignment. This is where power lives. This is where clarity forms. This is where the fire of purpose gets reignited. Too many of you are trying to carry what God already lifted. You pace the floor at night, not realizing that the courtroom of heaven has already ruled in your favor. Whether you panic over bills, over relationships, over sickness, not knowing that God has already gone before you and made a way where there was none. But here's the truth. If your heart is not still, you will miss the whisper of direction. You will miss the hand of God working through the quiet. There is a holy stillness that comes only from trusting God completely. That stillness is not passive, it's powerful. It doesn't mean you stop moving in obedience. It means you stop forcing what God has not released. It means you stop trying to open doors God has locked for your protection. It means you stop clinging to people God has removed from your life. That kind of rest is a spiritual declaration. I am not my own provider, not my own protector, not my own savior. God is all of that and more. Look around you. Everything in this world is shouting, hurry, strive, achieve. But the voice of God says, be still and know. Be still and know. Not guess, not assume, not wish. Know that God is in control. Know that every detail of your life is under divine supervision. Know that no tear you've shed is wasted. No sacrifice you've made is forgotten. And no pain you've endured is meaningless. God is not idle. God is intentional. You see, rest doesn't mean escape. It doesn't mean pretending the pain isn't real. It doesn't mean turning your back on the storm. It means standing in the storm with peace in your heart because you know who commands the wind. Rest means refusing to let the noise of your surroundings drown out the truth of God's promise. It means hearing a negative report and still saying, God is working. It means watching the clock tick without fear because God doesn't work by human deadline. Many people pray for breakthrough but never rest long enough to receive it. You want an answer, but your soul is too restless to hear it. You want a miracle, but you won't wait long enough to witness it. And God is saying, stop moving, stop worrying, stop fighting me. Rest, and let me show you what I can do. God does not need your anxiety. He does not require your panic to operate in power. What God desires is your surrender. Heart-deep, soul-anchored, fear-fying surrender. The kind of surrender that says, even if I don't see the path, I trust the hand that guides me. That is what brings peace in the middle of pressure. That is what brings strength when your own strength is gone. That is where rest becomes revelation. That is where faith begins to breathe. Don't confuse rest with complacency. Rest is a spiritual posture. It is you saying to the unseen world, I trust God more than I trust my senses. That's when everything changes. That's when the heavens begin to open. That's when provision meets preparation. Well, that's when the answer comes. Not because you figured it out, but because you rested in faith and allowed God to show Himself strong. And hear this, the greatest attacks often come right before the greatest breakthroughs. The weariness you feel isn't a sign that God has left. It's a sign that something is shifting in the spirit. The enemy cannot stop what God has ordained. So he tries to exhaust you into forfeiting it. But today you take your ground back through rest. You don't need to shout louder. You don't need to strive harder. You need to stand still and believe deeper. You need to wrap your soul in stillness and say, God, I am here and I trust you. I don't need all the answers. I just need to stay near to you. There is more happening in your life than what you can see. What looks like delay is actually divine design. What feels like emptiness is sacred preparation. God is not a God of chaos. He is not random. He is not surprised by your circumstances. Long before you felt the pressure, God crafted the solution. Long before you walked into the wilderness, God placed an oasis in the path. And long before the trial, God wrote your victory. So when your thoughts race, when fear tries to strangle your faith, when everything around you looks like it's falling apart, speak to your soul and say, rest. God is working. Not only is God working, He is working all things together for your good. Even the things that hurt, even the things that confused you, even the doors that shut and the people who left. Nothing escapes the reach of God. Not the betrayal, not the sickness, not the delay, not the failure, nothing. God can use broken pieces and make a masterpiece. God can take what the enemy meant for evil and turn it into your testimony. God can allow you to walk through fire and come out without a trace of smoke. But first, you must rest in that truth. Because when you rest, God reveals. When you rest, God realigns your perspective so that what once scared you now strengthens you. You can't build a future on anxiety. You can't hear divine direction in the noise of fear. You can't receive peace when your spirit is filled with panic. So lay it down, every worry, every plan, every deadline, every disappointment, and say, God, I give this to you. Say it with your lips. Say it with your actions. Say it with your silence. Let your rest be your offering. Let your stillness be your worship. Let your trust be your testimony. And watch what God does. Watch how doors open that you never expected. Watch how strength rises when you should have fainted. Watch how peace guards your heart when others collapse. Watch how God takes your rest and turns it into results. You may feel weak right now. You may feel forgotten. But weakness is the platform for God's strength. Emptiness is the vessel He fills. Confusion is the canvas He paints miracles on. And when you feel you have nothing left, that's when God says, now I can show you who I am. Resting in God is not defeat, it's deliverance. It's the choice to stop living by sight and start living by faith. It's the deep, sacred courage to say, God, I don't see the way, but I trust you to lead. I don't understand the delay, but I trust your plan. I don't feel strong, but I trust your strength. That is where miracles happen. That is where healing begins. That is where restoration is birthed. There are moments in your life when you feel like everything is falling apart. You look around and wonder, where is God in all of this? The silence feels heavy. The days feel longer. The nights echo with your questions. But do not be deceived by how things appear. God's silence is not absence. God's stillness is not neglect. God's delay is not denial. In fact, it is in the quietest moments that God often does His deepest work. You may not notice the shift beneath your feet, yet underneath it all, God is establishing deep roots of strength, flowing streams of wisdom, and unshakable foundations of purpose. A seed must first grow in hidden darkness before it ever pierces the surface. And so it is with you. God is under no obligation to reveal every detail of your path. He does not owe you a preview of each step before you take it. What He asks for is trust. Not half-hearted trust, not trust with conditions, but a surrendered trust that declares, even when I cannot see, I will walk in peace, because I know God is guiding me. That kind of faith delights the heart of God. That kind of rest attracts His favor. That kind of obedience opens the door to blessings you never dared to dream of. At times, God will strip away your own strength, not to break you, but to remind you that His power is always enough. Sometimes God allows you to feel the weight of waiting, so that your heart detaches from the world and anchors itself fully in Him. And when that happens, when your soul stops depending on the external and begins relying solely on the eternal, that is when peace flows. That is when clarity comes. That is when purpose ignites, not because your situation changed, but because your spirit aligned with God. You must learn to stop running from discomfort. Stop cursing the wilderness. Stop fearing the unknown, because it is in those places, those sacred, silent, often painful places, that God reveals who you are and what He has planned for you. You're not being punished, you're being purified. You're not being rejected, you're being redirected. You're not being overlooked, you're being overhauled. And God is doing it all while you wait, while you rest, while you surrender. Rest is not laziness, rest is warfare. Rest says to the enemy, I will not be moved by what I see. I will not be shaken by delay. I will not be deceived by fear. I will stand still and know that my God reigns. That kind of rest carries the sound of victory. That kind of rest is louder than shouting, stronger than striving, deeper than desperation. It is the unshakable, anchored belief that God's word is true, His plan is perfect, and His timing is never wrong. When God says He is working, He means every word. Not a single detail escapes His gaze. Not a single moment is wasted. What you call confusion, God calls construction. What you call delay, God calls development. And while you may feel like you're in a holding pattern, God is orchestrating a divine sequence of events that will unfold in perfect harmony. You are not stuck. You are not forgotten. You are being shaped. Rest now, not because you've done everything right, but because God's mercy covers you even when you fail. Rest now, not because the future is clear, but because the one who holds it is trustworthy. Rest now, not because you don't care, but because you care enough to let God take the lead. You are not created to carry burdens that only God can bear. You are not designed to figure it all out on your own. You were made to walk with God, to depend on Him, to rest in His promises even when the storm rages. And make no mistake, there will be storms. There will be moments when it seems like the wind is against you, the waves are too high, and the sky too dark. But even in that darkness, God is present. Even in the chaos, God is in control. Rest does not remove the storm. It changes how you face it. Rest allows you to walk through it without fear, knowing that God is with you. That even if the storm takes everything around you, it cannot take what God has placed within you. Some of you have been praying for change, but you're still clinging to old patterns. You've been crying out for breakthrough, but you refuse to release your grip on what's familiar. Let go. Let God handle what you cannot. Release the outcome. Release the need to be in control. Release the fear that if you rest, things will fall apart. Rest is not surrendering to defeat. It's surrendering to divine strength. When you rest in God, you are making room for miracles. Do not underestimate the value of hidden seasons. These are the seasons where God hides you, not to punish, but to prepare. Where He keeps you behind the scenes, not to forget you, but to strengthen you. He keeps you in waiting, not to waste your time, but to reveal His time. What you call delay is a divine detour around destruction. What you call loneliness is a sacred invitation to intimacy with God. What you call failure is simply the falling away of things that could not go with you into the next chapter of your life. But the moment you stop fighting the process is the moment you begin to see the hand of God more clearly. Your rest becomes revelation, your silence becomes strength, your patience becomes power. When you stop trying to force doors open, God opens them without effort. When you stop manipulating outcomes, God makes the path straight before you. When you stop panicking and start praying, God speaks peace into your chaos. So do not measure God's movement by your feelings. Do not mistake inactivity for ineffectiveness. God is not obligated to show you His methods. He is only asking you to trust His intentions, and His intentions are always good, always wise, always perfect. What you see as a pause, God sees as preparation. What you feel as pressure, God uses for purpose. And though your heart may be tired, your mind clouded, your body weak, your spirit, if anchored in God, can remain unshaken. Rest is not a break from faith. It is the proof of faith. It is saying, I believe God is moving even when I do not see it. I believe God is faithful even when I do not feel it. I believe God is faithful even when the evidence is lacking. This kind of rest defies logic. It confuses the world. It silences the accuser, because while others panic, you have peace. While others give up, you stand firm. While others run in every direction, you wait in stillness. That is the mark of someone who knows their God. Let the world chase answers. Let others chase status, control, applause, validation. But as for you, rest. Let them wonder why you are so calm in the storm. Let them ask how you are still smiling when all seems lost. And when they ask, you tell them, it's not because I have it all figured out. It's because God is working, and I trust Him more than I trust my circumstances. When your soul finally chooses to rest, truly rest in the presence and power of God, that is when your spiritual eyes begin to open. You begin to see that what you once thought was delay was actually divine design. What you thought was rejection was really protection. What you assume was the end was only the beginning of something far greater than you had planned. And all of it was being orchestrated by God while you wrestled, while you cried, while you questioned, while you waited. He was never far. He was never idle. He was never late. Resting in God is not a passive state. It is a posture of power. It means your heart is so rooted in trust that fear cannot take hold. It means your mind is so surrendered that overthinking has no room to grow. It means your spirit is so aligned with God that the noise of the world cannot shake your peace. Resting is not weakness, it is spiritual strength at its highest. Because anyone can fight, anyone can panic, anyone can try to take control. But it takes faith to be still. It takes courage to wait. It takes devotion to trust the unseen hand of God when all you have is a whisper of His promise. There is a deeper rest than physical sleep, and that rest only comes when you release the weight of your own will. As long as you are clinging to how you want things to go, how you think it should unfold, how you expect it to happen, you will be restless. But when you say, God, I release the outcome, you are stepping into divine rest. It is not a surrender to fate. It is an alignment with destiny. The destiny God already wrote for you before you took your first breath. There is a reason God calls His people to stillness before He moves. He does not rush transformation. He prepares it. He sets things in order. He examines the heart. He removes distractions. He breaks strongholds. And often the waiting is not because God is not ready. It is because you are being prepared. God is doing something inside you before He releases what is outside of you. The maturity you gain in waiting will be the wisdom you need when the door finally opens. So don't just wait. Grow while you wait. Strengthen while you rest. Listen while you are still. You may feel like nothing is changing, but rest assured, God is never still without purpose. Every moment of silence is filled with intention. God uses the quiet to mold your character. God uses the pause to test your patience. God uses the unanswered moments to deepen your dependence. And that is the kind of faith God honors. Not shallow belief, not conditional trust, but a deep, unwavering confidence that rests in His sovereignty even when life feels uncertain. Rest means letting go of timelines. Rest means refusing to compare your journey with anyone else's. Rest means no longer forcing the pieces to fit where God has said not yet. And when you rest in God, you give Him room to do what only He can do. You step back from the driver's seat and say, lead me, guide me, show me. And you mean it, not just with words, but with your silence, with your stillness, with your surrender. There is something sacred about waiting on God. It refines you, it breaks pride, it reveals what your faith is really made of. It exposes the noise you've mistaken for guidance. And when all else is stripped away, when your plans have failed, when your resources run dry, when your strength is gone, then you realize what has always been true. God alone is enough. That revelation is the beginning of real rest. Because when you know that God is enough, you stop striving to prove yourself. You stop panicking when the outcome is unclear. You stop living in fear of what might happen, and you start living in the peace of what God has promised. The greatest breakthroughs are often birthed from the greatest stillness. Not when you're shouting for attention, but when you're resting in quiet confidence. Not when you're striving to be seen, but when you're trusting that God sees you already. Not when you're forcing a door open, but when you're waiting for God to open the right one. Because a door you force open may bring temporary satisfaction, but it will lack divine stability. But a door God opens cannot be closed by man. It comes with His timing, His favor, His protection, and His provision. So trust in the wisdom of God. Trust that what He withholds for a reason. Trust that if something is not happening yet, there is something you cannot yet see. And perhaps, just perhaps, what's being worked out in the silence is greater than what you would have settled for in the noise. Rest not because your situation is easy, but because your God is mighty. Rest not because the answer is visible, but because the answer is in the hands of the one who sees the end from the beginning. There is a sacred authority that rises in the heart of a person who has truly learned to rest in God. That rest is not merely about stepping away from action, it is stepping into divine order. It is knowing that chaos does not control your destiny, God does. When your soul reaches that holy stillness, a fire begins to burn that no storm can put out. You no longer flinch at sudden bad news. You no longer stagger under pressure. You no longer chase after things that do not carry the seal of God. Instead, you walk with purpose, speak with wisdom, and live with peace, because you know your life is under the sovereign care of the Almighty. And what does it mean to live under that care? It means you stop looking for signs to feel safe. It means your faith is not based on feelings, but on the unshakable truth that God is always working, always watching, always guiding. You stop second-guessing every twist and turn, and you begin to realize that even when you cannot see it, God's hand is moving through every detail. He is in the slow moments. He is in the closed doors. He is in the waiting. He is even in the pain, because God wastes nothing. What you thought would break you is the very thing He will use to bless you. Let me tell you this with a voice of fire and conviction. When you rest in God, you take the position of spiritual maturity. That is not weakness, that is mastery. A child panics when things don't go their way. A child demands immediate answers. But the mature soul says, I may not understand this now, but I trust the one who does. And that, my friend, is the highest form of strength, when your peace does not depend on your situation, but stands firm in your revelation of who God is. Rest is not for the passive, it is for the powerful. It is for those who have walked through the fire and chosen to trust God anyway. It is for those who have heard 100 lies in their mind but still choose to believe the truth in their spirit. It is for those who have watched people walk away, opportunities disappear, plans fail, but have not let bitterness take root in their heart. It is for the ones who say, I don't need to prove anything because God is proving Himself through me every single day. And how does God prove Himself? Not always with thunder, not always with lightning, not always with dramatic miracles in the open. Sometimes He proves Himself in the quiet. In the way you survived what was meant to destroy you? In the peace that makes no sense to those watching? In the way your steps are ordered without you even knowing how? God proves Himself through your endurance, your resilience, your quiet obedience, your unseen prayers, your unwavering rest. There's a deep holiness in choosing rest when everything inside you wants to act out of fear. The world will tell you to hustle harder, move faster, fix it yourself. But God says, wait on me. I am building something in you first. And when you honor that, when you wait without complaining, when you rest without doubting, you become dangerous to the enemy. Because a person who trusts God cannot be manipulated by fear. A person who rests in God cannot be controlled by chaos. Do not underestimate the value of what you're going through right now. God is refining your vision. He is stretching your faith. He is stripping away false dependencies. He is removing idols you didn't even realize you had. He is making you into someone who no longer needs external validation because you've learned to rest in divine approval. He is growing your roots so deep that when the winds blow, you will not be moved. And understand this, not every delay is meant to frustrate you. Some delays are divine shields. What you thought you needed may have been a trap. What you begged for might have broken you. What you envied in someone else's life might have destroyed you had it come to you prematurely. But because you rested, because you did not force what was not sent by God, you are protected. You are preserved. You're in position. Let the world call it foolishness, but you call it faith. The same way a farmer does not dig up the seed every day to check its progress, so too must you trust that what God planted in you will come to pass. You don't have to understand the how. You don't have to control the when. You only have to rest in the who. Who is in charge? Who is your provider? Who sees all and knows all and never makes mistakes? So lift your eyes, wipe your tears, quiet your heart. Not because the problem disappeared, but because the problem no longer controls your peace. You have handed it over to the only one who knows the end from the beginning. You have released your will into the will of the one who cannot fail. And when you do that, truly do that, you will feel a peace that cannot be explained by logic or reason. It's a peace that says, come what may, I am held. I am guided, I am watched over. Some of you are in a season where you feel like nothing is changing. You pray, but the heavens feel silent. You move forward, but every door seems shut. You give your best, but no fruit appears. Listen to me now. This is not punishment. This is preparation. God is not ignoring you. He is refining you. He is teaching you to hear the quiet nudge, to move with the wind of wisdom, to discern the difference between noise and truth. If God allowed everything you wanted to come when you wanted it, you would be unprepared. You would be overwhelmed. You would mishandle the very thing He meant to bless you. So instead, He makes you wait. He says, rest. Let me shape your character before I elevate your calling. Let me build your faith before I bring the harvest. Let me clear the distractions before I reveal the next step. And when you've waited, when you've rested, when you've trusted even when it didn't make sense, then comes the breakthrough. Not the kind the world gives, not something fleeting or shallow, but a breakthrough that runs deep, a peace that lasts, a joy that's unshaken, a victory that glorifies God alone. Rest is not something you earn, it is a gift from God, but you must be willing to receive it. You must be willing to release the weight. You must be willing to say enough striving, enough stress, enough trying to do God's job for Him. He does not need your fear. He needs your faith. He does not need your control. He needs your surrender. So tonight, when your thoughts begin to race, when the questions come back, when doubt tries to grip your soul, you speak these words. God is working. I don't need to know how. I don't need to see when. I just need to trust who. That is rest. That is power. That is your calling. And if you can hold on to that, if you can root yourself in that kind of trust, nothing can stop what God has prepared for you. Because you will not be led by emotion. You will not be thrown off course by delay. You will not settle for what is easy when God is preparing what is eternal. You will walk with peace. You will speak with wisdom. You will wait with purpose. And you will rest not because the journey is over, but because the one guiding you is faithful. You will not be called upon to do the good work, but because the one guiding you is faithful. Rest now. Let your spirit find stillness in the truth that God is not done. Not with your life, not with your calling, not with your future. He is working even now in ways you cannot see, in places you do not know, behind doors you never expected. And when the time is right, He will reveal what He has been building all along. Until then, rest. God is working in your life. So now in the quiet of your soul, I call you to rise, not in the way the world teaches, but in the way God commands. Rise in faith, rise in trust, rise in rest. Look at your life with honest eyes. Look at the burdens you've been carrying, the fears that have wrapped themselves around your mind, the wounds you've tried to hide. And now ask yourself this: have I truly placed it all in God's hands? Or have I been holding on, trying to control what only God can redeem? This is your moment. Your moment to let go of every weight, every lie, every shadow of doubt that has kept your heart restless. Stop running from the silence. Stop fearing the stillness. For it is in that stillness that God whispers the loudest. It is in that silence that God does His deepest healing. And it is in that rest that your spirit will finally breathe. You were not created to walk alone. You were not created to fight every battle in your own strength. God has always been there in every tear you've cried behind closed doors. In every battle you didn't have the words to pray for. In every silent night where you questioned your worth, God was working. And He's still working. Not because you've done everything right, but because His mercy is greater than your mistake. His power is greater than your weakness. His wisdom is deeper than your confusion. Let this be the turning point where your heart returns fully to God. Let this be the hour where your soul no longer looks to the world for peace, but to God alone. Build your days on truth. Guard your thoughts with discipline. Align your steps with obedience. And above all, rest in the knowledge that God is not finished with you. The process is not proof of absence. It is the evidence of divine intention. The wait is not wasted. The pain is not pointless. The silence is not abandonment. You are being shaped for something greater, something eternal, something that glorifies God through every breath you take. So walk forward, not in anxiety, but in assurance. Lay your head down at night, not in fear, but in faith. Speak to your future, not with trembling lips, but with bold confidence. God is with me. God is guiding me. God is working in me. When the weight of each day feels unbearable, when the nights seem endless, when answers remain hidden and the path ahead is clouded, don't flee. Don't force it. Don't crumble beneath the load. Instead, pause. Be still. Draw a deep breath. Fix your eyes on the God you serve. The one who stretched out the heavens has never abandoned what He made. The one who split the sea and hushed the storm has never turned away from a weary cry. The author of your story has already penned the final chapter, and it is filled with goodness. So move forward not with trembling, but with courage, not with hesitation, but with clarity, not with fear, but with praise. Let your life reveal that to rest in God is not frailty, it is strength, it is faith, it is surrender. And it is the very place where triumph begins. Rest today, not because all is well, but because God is flawless and His hand is at work in your life, always faithfully, unfailingly, eternally. Why is it that the chosen often walk a lonely road? Why do those marked with God's anointing so frequently find themselves in silence instead of celebration, facing betrayal instead of loyalty, and enduring misunderstanding instead of support? Beloved, if you are hearing this and feel the heavy cloak of isolation upon your spirit, know this: it is not punishment, it is preparation. It is not rejection, it is redirection. God draws back the crowd so He can draw you closer to Himself. He calls His chosen vessels out of the noise so they might hear His whisper more clearly. You are not forsaken, you are being hidden. Hidden not because you lack worth, but because you are worth protecting by heaven's own hand. When God places His anointing on a life, He often surrounds it with stillness, not to cause your suffering, but to cultivate your growth. He wants you to learn to lean on Him and Him alone. And when you lean on God, you will find a strength that no friend could ever provide. You will find a peace that no company could replicate. You will find an identity not built on the validation of others, but on the unshakable truth that God knows you, God sees you, and God has called you. Chosen ones do not walk the easy road. They walk the narrow path carved not by popularity, but by purpose. Many will not understand your discipline. Many will not understand your silence. Many will not comprehend why you walk away when others run toward the spotlight. It is because you know something they do not. You know that God does not anoint the crowd. He anoints the called. And the called must be separated before they are elevated. Before God uses a person publicly, He shapes them privately. So do not weep over the friendships that walked away. Do not mourn the people who couldn't stay. If they left, it was because they were never part of your assignment. If they turned against you, it was because their hearts could not handle the light God placed within you. If you were chosen, you must understand that not everyone will recognize your value because your value is not visible. It is spiritual. The world sees with eyes of flesh, but God sees the heart. And those who are chosen are not validated by crowds. They are validated by God's silence and God's voice. When God separates you, it is because He is about to reveal something sacred within you. That loneliness you feel, it is not emptiness, it is space being made for divine downloads. That quietness around you, it is not absence. It is the presence of God drawing near. For when everyone leaves, God draws closer. When the world turns its back, God opens His arms. And what God builds in the wilderness, no man can destroy in the open. Solitude is the soil of strength. Separation is the school of the Spirit. When you have no one to lean on, you learn to lean fully on God. And let me tell you, those who walk alone with God are never truly alone. They are being accompanied by the one who made the stars. They are being mentored by the one who created wisdom. They are being loved by the one whose love does not fade, falter, or fail. Friends may leave. People may betray, but God remains. And when you have God, you lack nothing. The chosen ones have zero friends, not because they are unworthy, but because they are too costly. Not because they are broken, but because they are set apart. God does not allow everyone to access what He calls sacred. There is a sacredness to your soul that God is protecting. He is shielding you from connections that would corrupt your calling. He is guarding you from relationships that would distract from your purpose. He is keeping you alone, not to punish you, but to preserve the purity of your walk with Him. Some people were never meant to walk with you into the next season. Some friends were only assigned to a chapter, not the whole story. And when their time is up, you must let them go. Because the longer you hold on to what God is removing, the longer you delay what God is preparing. You see, the chosen must be tested. The chosen must be forged in fire. And fire does not burn in crowd, it burns in solitude. The greatest revelations come not in rooms filled with noise, but in caves filled with stillness. And God speaks clearest in the wilderness. He molds the chosen in the secret place. He shapes them when no one is watching. And when the time is right, He will reveal them. Not to make them famous, but to make Himself known through them. If you are chosen, prepare to be hidden. Prepare to be misunderstood. Prepare to walk alone. But do not be discouraged. For every tear you cry in secret, God bottles it up. For every night you spend in silence, God is near. For every betrayal you face, God is writing justice. God knows what they did. God knows who walked away. God knows how they laughed behind your back. But He also knows the greatness that lies ahead. And when the time is right, He will lift you, not by the hand of man, but by His own hand. And when God lifts, no man can bring down. Those ones walk alone because their ears are tuned to a different frequency. They don't crave gossip. They crave God's voice. They don't desire applause. They desire alignment. They don't chase attention. They chase assignment. And because of that, they often find themselves walking paths no one else dares to walk. They take stands others are too afraid to take. They carry burdens others are too weak to bear. But they do it with grace. They do it with humility because they know their strength comes from God, not from the approval of people. So if you find yourself in a season of isolation, don't fight it. Embrace it. It is God's way of preparing you for the elevation that is to come. The deeper the isolation, the higher the calling. The greater the pain, the heavier the anointing. And the more intense the warfare, the more powerful the purpose. You were not born to fit in. You were born to stand out. You were not called to be accepted. You were chosen to be set apart. And because you are set apart, not everyone will understand you. Not everyone will like you. Not everyone will stay. But that is not your concern. Your concern is obedience. Your concern is purity. Your concern is walking in the purpose God assigned to you before the foundations of the world. Let God be your friend. Let God be your comfort. Let God be your confidence. When everyone else is silent, let God speak. When the world turns against you, let God fight for you. When you feel unseen, let God remind you He sees you. He sees your heart. He sees your obedience. He sees your sacrifice. He sees how you still chose to love when others hated. He sees how you gave when others only took. He sees how you remained faithful when others walked away. And for every time you chose God over comfort, God over popularity, God over relationships, He is preparing a reward. Not just in the life to come, but even in this one. You will reap in joy what you sowed in tears. You will dance where you once crawled. You will be surrounded by favor where you once sat in loneliness. But don't rush it. Don't force friendships that God never approved. Don't entertain company that only drains your spirit. Don't allow loneliness to push you into compromise. Your worth is not measured by how many people surround you, but by how closely you walk with God. And those who walk closely with God often walk alone. But oh, what peace they carry, what wisdom they possess, what power flows through their quiet obedience. The chosen ones are God's secret weapons. They may look ordinary, but they carry extraordinary purpose. They may seem overlooked, but they are overseen by the Almighty. And when God says, "Now everything that was hidden will be revealed," the ones who were ignored will be honored. The ones who were mocked will be magnified, not because they fought for themselves, but because they trusted God to fight for them. And hear this truth deeply, for it will set your heart at ease. When God places a heavy anointing upon a person, He often removes every distraction around them so that their spirit can be fine-tuned to His divine instructions. You are not losing people. You are gaining clarity. You are not left behind. You are being carried by God's unseen hand. Isolation is not your enemy. It is the sacred womb in which destiny is born. And in this womb of separation, God nurtures courage, grows discernment, and strengthens the soul. When no one stands with you, it is because God is standing before you, behind you, beside you, and within you. Chosen ones do not belong to the noise of the world. They belong to the voice of God, and God's voice does not shout in crowds. It speaks in silence. That's why He pulls His chosen away from every voice that competes with His truth. He silences the familiar so you may grow familiar with the sacred. This separation is not rejection, it is refinement. And refinement is not gentle. It is fire. God's fire doesn't come to destroy, it comes to purify. The loneliness you feel, it's not loneliness. It's the fire of holiness, the sting of solitude. It's not emptiness. It's the burning of everything that cannot walk with you into your calling. People often say they want to be used by God, but few are willing to pay the price of being chosen. It costs everything. It costs comfort. It costs popularity. It costs relationships. And that cost is loneliness. But let me tell you, the price is worth it because what God gives in return is eternal. He gives vision that sees beyond the veil. He gives wisdom that cuts through lies. He gives authority that can shake the very gates of darkness. And all of this comes not in a crowd, but in the quiet. In the place where it's just you and God and no one else. This is why you feel out of place when you're surrounded by many. This is why small talk drains your spirit. This is why you sense deception in hearts that smile at you. Because your spirit is tuned to a higher frequency. You are not built for surface level connection. You are built for divine alignment. You cannot engage in gossip when your ears have been trained to hear God. You cannot blend in when you've been marked for something greater. You cannot pretend to be average when God has placed extraordinary weight on your shoulders. Chosen ones are not allowed to get comfortable in the crowd because they were never created to follow. They were created to lead. And leadership, true leadership under God's hand, is a lonely path. It means seeing what others cannot, hearing what others ignore, feeling burdens others shrug off, carrying vision that others mock, but do not let their laughter disturb your peace. Do not let their absence discourage your obedience. They laugh because they do not see what God has revealed to you. They leave because they do not hear what God has spoken to you. And God allows it because what He has planted in your soul must be protected from small minds, shallow hearts, and distracted spirits. Even your enemies are part of God's design. For God will often raise opposition to expose your strength. He will allow betrayal to test your loyalty, not to people, but to Him. He allows misunderstanding not to shame you, but to show you that your validation comes from Him alone. When people walk away, God is showing you who never belong. When doors shut, God is showing you the doors He will open. When voices go silent, God is preparing you to hear the only voice that matters. There is power in having no one but God. There is clarity in being stripped of noise. There is transformation in being broken in silence. And when God breaks you, it's not to ruin you. It's to rebuild you stronger, wiser, sharper, purer. And when that rebuilding is done, no enemy can dismantle you. When God builds you in the dark, He makes you unshakable in the light. You become the kind of soul that can walk through fire and not be burned, that can face storms and not be shaken, that can be betrayed and still forgive. Because your anchor is not in people, it is in God. Chosen ones have zero friends, not because they are unfriendly, but because they are too spiritually deep to dwell in shallow circles. Their loyalty is to truth, not to comfort. Their desire is for purpose, not popularity. Their energy is reserved for assignments, not attachments. And this confuses the world. People want your presence, but not your purity. They want your light, but not your standard. They want your strength, but not your silence. And when you choose solitude over conformity, they call you difficult. But that is the price of divine distinction. And let us not forget, God does not rush the preparation of His chosen. You may be hidden for years. You may be misunderstood for seasons. But it is all part of the blueprint, because what is being developed in you cannot be rushed. God is not building a moment, He is building a legacy of obedience, a legacy of resilience, a legacy of resilience, a legacy of resiliency and distractions. So if you feel like you are walking this road alone, know this: you are not lost. You are led. You are not abandoned. You are being advanced. You are not without. You are being filled, and what you are being filled with cannot be given by men. It can only come from God. The weight of your assignment is heavy because the purpose behind it is eternal, and only those who have learned to walk with God in secret can carry such weight in public. Every time you choose to remain silent when others slander you, you are being refined. Every time you walk away from a toxic connection, you are being strengthened. Every time you spend time in solitude seeking God's guidance rather than chasing man's approval, you are being elevated. And one day they will look back and wonder how you made it, how you endured, how you carried so much. And the answer will be simple: God. It was God who sustained you, God who covered you, God who kept your name clean while others tried to stain it, God who provided when no one offered, God who whispered hope when the world shouted defeat, God who fought battles you never even saw, God who opened doors no man could shut. And it was in the silence, in the stillness, in the solitude that God became everything. So stop looking for validation in people who are blind to your purpose. Stop yearning for company that does not carry the depth of your calling. Stop compromising your peace to keep others comfortable. You were not called to fit in. You were set apart to shine. And the only way to shine in the dark is to embrace the fire that God places within you. Walk forward with your head high. Walk forward even if no one walks beside you. Because the road of the chosen is not crowded, but it is covered by the hand of God. And that covering is better than any company. That protection is greater than any partnership. That presence is more powerful than any friendship. Let them wonder why you walk alone. Let them question your silence. Let them doubt your path. You don't owe them answers. You owe God your obedience. Here's the rewritten version. Giu nanguyen I ngia vakam ksutsnhong they joy kash dienjat jetronen moi mehon. Obedience in solitude is far greater than compromise dressed in applause. You may lack companions, but you carry a mission. You may stand without a circle, but you stand with truth. And truth, when guarded by the hand of God, outweighs 1,000 shallow connections. This is the path of the chosen, to endure testing in hidden places so they can be trusted on higher ground, to be emptied of distractions so they can be filled with calling, to lose false securities so they can be clothed in heavenly strength. God is not withholding from you. He is shaping you. And when His work is complete, what you carry will speak for itself. There comes a moment in the life of the chosen when the question shifts from why me to the realization it had to be me. For the burdens they bear, the battles they fight, and the solitude they endure, none of it is random. It is by design. It is heaven's orchestration. When God sets you apart, He separates you from the patterns of the crowd. He pulls you out of shallow waters and calls you into the deep. And in the deep, there is no noise, no distraction, no comfort. Only God. And only those who have walked in that deep place know what it feels like to be completely emptied of human dependence and filled with the power of God alone. Some of you wonder why your phone no longer rings, why you sit alone when others gather, why you can feel surrounded yet unseen. It is because your spirit has outgrown the level of your former circles. When God elevates your calling, He also elevates your separation. You cannot walk in high places while clinging to low attachments. You cannot carry divine purpose while entertaining carnal company. God removes what cannot go with you. And though it may hurt, it is mercy. The silence you feel around you is not rejection, it is sacred ground. And the chosen ones must learn to stand on that holy ground with reverence, with humility, and with unshakable focus. There is a depth to the chosen that the world cannot comprehend. They see your calm, but they don't see the storm you survive. They see your strength, but they don't know the nights you cried to God with no one to comfort you but His invisible presence. They see the fruit, but they have no idea the pruning process it took. And still, through every breaking, God was building something. Through every betrayal, God was proving something. As you, through every moment of silence, God was speaking something into your soul that no human could ever teach. Chosen ones are built in the unseen. They are strengthened in silence. And their reward is not the applause of people, but the approval of God. While others chase platform, they chase purity. While others seek attention, they seek alignment. And because of that, God trusts them with the assignments that no one else can carry. He hides them for a time, not to punish them, but to protect them from premature exposure. For anything exposed too soon becomes vulnerable to destruction. But what God hides, He sustains. And what He sustains, He will release in due season with unstoppable force. You may not have many to talk to, but you have much to say. Because when God is your teacher, wisdom flows like rivers. You may not have crowds cheering you on, but you have the heavens watching in silence as your obedience resounds louder than any voice. God does not need noise to confirm His hand on your life. His confirmation is internal. It's the peace that surpasses understanding. It's the strength that comes from nowhere. It's the clarity in confusion. It's the fire that burns in your bones when you know you're walking in purpose, even when you're walking alone. And oh, the chosen are not lonely because they lack love. They are lonely because they carry love that the world cannot yet recognize. They are not isolated because they are unloved. They are isolated because their love for God has become their ultimate priority. And anyone or anything that would hinder that love, that focus, that divine intimacy must be removed. This is not cruelty. This is covenant. God protects those who are in covenant with Him by cutting off anything that competes for their loyalty. Understand this clearly. When you walk with God, you will be misunderstood. Because your spirit moves by a code the world does not know. You walk away from drama, not because you're weak, but because peace is your companion. You ignore insults, not because you're afraid, but because your assignment is too important to be delayed by distractions. You sit alone in rooms filled with chaos because your soul craves what only God can provide. And in those moments when no one understands you, when no one includes you, when no one stands beside you, God surrounds you. You may look like one, but you stand with the strength of many because God is your backing. Chosen ones are often misunderstood, even by their own families. They are often the black sheep, the odd one, the one whose spirit feels heavy from a young age. They see the world differently. They sense deception quickly. They feel energies that others ignore because from the beginning, God marked them. And that mark is spiritual. That mark is unseen yet undeniable. That mark will draw attacks, but it will also draw favor. That mark will isolate you from what is familiar, but it will align you with what is eternal. You are not late. You are not behind. You are being developed. And the deeper the development, the longer the process. Do not compare your journey to those around you, for their assignment is not yours. Their crowd is not your confirmation. Let God set your pace. Let God be your calendar. Let God be your timeline. When it is your time, no one will be able to stop what God has ordained. And when it is not your time, no one will be able to force what God has concealed. So yes, chosen ones often have zero friends, not because they are not worthy of love, but because their love is reserved for sacred purposes, reserved for divine missions, reserved for purity, not popularity. They are warriors in the Spirit. They are watchmen in silence. They are vessels carrying fire in a world soaked in coldness. And fire does not settle where it is not welcomed. Fire does not blend in. It consumes. That is why many cannot stay around you, because your very presence convicts what they are unwilling to surrender. But do not dim your light to make others comfortable. Do not shrink to be more acceptable. God did not choose you to blend in. He chose you to be set apart, to carry truth, to walk in clarity, to confront darkness without fear, and to do it even when you're doing it alone. God walks with the one who dares to walk alone with Him, and He gives that person strength that no crowd can offer. You don't need 10 people to agree with your path. You need one voice, God's. And when He says go, you go. When He says wait, you wait. When He says speak, you speak. And even if no one listens, even if no one supports, even if no one stands, God stands with you. And He will show in due time that your isolation was not in vain, that your silence was not wasted, that your sacrifice was not forgotten. The ones who walk alone with God are the ones who shake the world in quiet ways. They don't need microphones. They carry authority in their whisper. They don't need crowds. They walk with conviction. And when they rise with power, not from people, but from the one who formed them in silence. And when the night grows darkest, when your heart aches from being misunderstood, overlooked, and forgotten by the very people you once trusted, remember this. It is in that sacred stillness that God whispers the loudest. He does not always speak when the room is filled. Sometimes God waits for the room to empty, for the clamor to quiet, for every familiar face to fade, just so your soul can finally tune in to Him alone. When you have nothing left but God, you will realize that God is more than enough. The chosen are trained in moments when no one is watching, no one is applauding, and no one is cheering. But God is present, measuring their faithfulness in the shadows. And oh, how different the chosen are. They cannot follow the crowd because they are guided by conviction. They cannot settle in compromise because they are stirred by divine standards. While others chase ease, the chosen are drawn to truth. Even if that truth isolates them, even if it costs them everything. Their loyalty is not swayed by comfort. It is anchored in a deeper covenant with God. And because they choose that higher road, they must walk it alone. But that loneliness is not emptiness. It is preparation. For God is forging warriors, not wanderers. He is crafting vessels of power, not puppets of popularity. People will question your quiet. They will misinterpret your solitude. They will say you are distant, cold, arrogant, when in truth you are simply set apart. You have outgrown small talk and surface connections. Because your spirit is in tune with eternal things, your eyes no longer crave what shines for a moment. They are fixed on what lasts forever. And that focus makes others uncomfortable, but it also makes you unstoppable. Because when God has your full attention, no distraction can derail you. No gossip can stain you. No betrayal can break you. You become immovable, not by your strength, but by the foundation God has built beneath your feet. Chosen ones carry burdens the world cannot see. They feel deeply. They sense danger before it strikes. They weep in silence while carrying smiles in public because their calling demands more than the world understands. And God allows it. He allows the pressing. He allows the pain. Because what He is producing in you is rare. It is precious. It cannot be rushed, cheapened, or polluted. That is why He isolates you not to deprive you, but to purify you. He strips away distractions so that the anointing He pours into you is not diluted by worldly noise. And in that purification, you learn who you truly are. You learn that your worth was never found in who accepted you. It was always rooted in who created you. God does not consult opinions before He calls. He does not need confirmation from others before He sets someone apart. When God chooses, He chooses with full knowledge of your weaknesses, your failures, your past, your pain. And still, He says, you not because you're perfect, but because you're willing to be molded, broken, reshaped, and refined. Willing to walk alone if it means walking with God. Willing to be rejected if it means remaining faithful. The chosen understand that every delay has purpose, that every closed door is God's protection, that every betrayal is a stepping stone. They do not crumble under rejection because they know rejection is redirection. They do not panic in silence because they have learned to hear God in the quiet. They are not afraid of solitude because they have tasted the sweetness of God's presence. And once you have encountered the reality of walking with God, no earthly relationship can replace that peace. Do not envy the ones who seem to have many friends, many admirers, and constant attention. For what looks like gain in the eyes of the world can often be a burden in the eyes of the Spirit. The chosen ones do not measure their lives by what they accumulate, but by how deeply they walk in obedience. And obedience, true obedience, often leads away from crowds and toward consecration. It leads away from applause and into anonymity. Because before God uses you to speak loudly, He teaches you to listen deeply. God knows that those who have walked through the fire of isolation will not be swayed by flattery. They will not be intoxicated by fame. They will not compromise under pressure. Why? Because they have been with God when no one else was there. They have been strengthened in valleys so they can stand on mountains without arrogance. They have been emptied so God could fill them with what cannot be bought or stolen. They have learned to walk without crutches, and now they walk in spiritual authority because their authority comes from God, not from man. Chosen ones are not bitter about their solitude. They are sharpened by it. They don't cry over closed doors. They praise God for them. They don't beg to belong. They understand that the more they grow, the less they fit into what used to feel comfortable, and that okay, because they are not here to be accepted. They are here to fulfill an assignment. And every tear, every betrayal, every long night was shaping them for that divine mission. So if you are walking through a season where no one seems to understand you, where friends have disappeared, where family misread you, where you feel like a stranger in rooms you once called home, know this: God is with you. He is not punishing you. He is positioning you. The solitude is sacred. The silence is holy. And what God is doing in you is preparing you for something far greater than what you left behind. There is a strength that only comes from walking with God alone. A clarity that only comes when you block out every other voice. A confidence that only arises when you've seen God make a way when no one else even cared to notice. And that strength will carry you. That clarity will guide you. That confidence will keep you when storms arise. For the one who walks with God may be alone in the eyes of the world, but they are never alone in reality. So do not curse the loneliness. Embrace it. Let it do its work. Let it strip you of every false dependency. Let it expose every idol. Let it cleanse your heart of every attachment that is not rooted in God. Because when the process is complete, you will emerge with something eternal. You will emerge with the kind of fire that can't be put out, with the kind of peace that passes all understanding, with the kind of focus that cannot be broken. The world may never understand the chosen, but God never intended them to be understood. He intended them to be effective. And effectiveness comes at the price of separation. It comes at the price of purity. It comes at the price of enduring the silence until the only voice you respond to is God's. And when that moment comes, when God says now, no force in heaven or earth can stop what is about to be released through you. You see, when God marks someone, He does not consult the opinions of people. He does not seek permission from the world to elevate you. He does not wait for approval from family, friends, or mentors. When God chooses a soul for a divine purpose, that soul becomes untouchable by man's opinions and unreachable by man's standards. God's hand becomes the seal. And where His seal rests, no force of darkness can prevail. That is why the chosen walk alone, not because they are rejected by man, but because they are accepted by God in a way too sacred for common company to understand. When you walk with God, you walk at a different pace. Others may run ahead, chasing titles and trophies while you stand still, waiting on God's command. Others may build quickly, gathering applause and validation, while you are hidden in the background, learning to build on unshakable foundations. It is not because you lack skill. It is because you are led by stillness. It is not because you are slow. It is because your steps are ordered by a higher rhythm. And those who are ordered by God cannot be rushed by pressure. They do not compromise speed for obedience. They know that timing in the spiritual realm is everything, and nothing fruitful grows outside of God's appointed time. The chosen often experience warfare that others cannot comprehend. This is why some days feel heavier than others. This is why certain battles seem invisible to those around you, but unbearable to you. You are not imagining it. You are not overreacting. What weighs on you is real because your calling is real. God does not pour oil on empty vessels. He anoints those He has prepared, and He prepares through pressure. And pressure comes with pain, but also with purpose. When God increases your pressure, it is because He is increasing your capacity. Chosen ones often wrestle in secret. They cry in silence, pray with groanings, and rise with strength that no one can trace. They don't always have someone to lean on, so they learn to lean into God. They don't always have a hand to hold, so they learn to hold on to the truth. They don't always have encouragement, so they speak life into their own souls with words born out of fire. And this is what makes them dangerous, not because they are loud, but because they are anchored. Not because they have a platform, but because they have a relationship with God that is unshakable and untouched by man. You may feel unseen, but you are never unnoticed by God. You may feel unheard, but your cries echo in the courts of heaven. You may feel forgotten, but God never loses sight of those He calls His own. His eyes are always on you. His presence is always near. He walks with you through every lonely valley, through every dry wilderness, through every mountain of resistance. And when no one else claps for you, God records your obedience. When no one else sees your sacrifices, God remembers every detail. Understand this: not everyone has the capacity to carry what you carry. That is why your circle is small. That is why you don't fit in. That is why your spirit cannot tolerate fake conversations and shallow intentions. You are not made for the superficial. You are built for the sacred. And the sacred is costly. The sacred requires surrender. The sacred demands separation. And that separation is not about pride. It is about preservation. God removes what would corrupt you. He subtracts what would slow you. He isolates you not to harm, but to prepare. Every step of solitude is ordered. Every loss is calculated. Every delay is designed. You must understand that not all company is good company. Some people are sent to distract. Some are sent to destroy. And when God calls you higher, He must first clear the path. Do not mourn over who left. Do not beg for doors to reopen. What walked away was not meant to stay. What ended was never meant to go with you. If you forced it, it would break you. If you kept it, it would poison the promise. God is not cruel. He is precise. And what He removes, He replaces in due time with better, stronger, and more aligned to your destiny. Chosen ones are not easily impressed by the world because they have tasted something greater. They have seen what worldly riches cannot provide. They have been in the presence of divine wisdom. They have walked with God through shadows and storms and found in Him more security than fame could ever offer. That's why they don't chase trends. That's why they don't bow to pressure. Their hearts are anchored in a deeper place, a place where faith is not just spoken, but lived, tested, and proven through fire. So when others mock your quietness, when they question your distance, when they misread your silence, smile, for they cannot comprehend what God is building in the secret places of your soul. Let them speak. Let them wonder. Let them leave. For none of their opinions can derail what God has ordained. You do not need to defend your calling to those who cannot discern it. You do not need to explain your process to those who are never called to walk it. Keep walking. Keep trusting. Even when it feels like the path is endless, even when the weight feels unbearable, even when the silence feels suffocating. For every step you take in faith is breaking barriers in the unseen realm. Every act of obedience is shaking strongholds. Every tear you cry is watering seeds that will bloom in season. And when that season comes, you will look back and know it was God all along. God who carried you. God who covered you. God who whispered, "Keep going," when your strength failed. And in that moment when the world sees the fruit of your faith, they will not understand how you made it, but you will know it was not luck. It was not talent. It was not connections. It was the hand of God. It was the favor of God. It was the silence of God that strengthened you more than 1,000 voices ever could. And that silence was never absence. It was presence in its purest form. And so, chosen one, walk boldly into your assignment. Embrace your solitude. Wear your isolation as your armor. Let your quiet season become your training ground. Because soon, what God has been forming in the dark will be revealed in the light. And when He lifts you, no man will be able to say they made you. Only God could write this story. Only God could mold a soul like yours. Only God could raise someone from obscurity to impact. And that, my friend, is what makes you chosen. So now I ask you, what will you do with your solitude? What will you do with the silence that surrounds you? Will you waste it yearning for the noise of the crowd? Or will you bow your heart before God and let Him speak? Will you chase after those who walked away? Or will you walk deeper into the arms of the one who never left? Will you mourn what you lost? Or will you rise with boldness, knowing that what God removes, He always replaces with purpose, with power, with peace? This is your moment. This is your sacred invitation. Not to be more popular, not to be more accepted, but to be more aligned with God's plan for your life. If you feel alone, it is not a sign that you are forsaken. It is a sign that you are being prepared for something weighty, something holy, something eternal. And now is the time to let go of everything that has tried to cling to your calling. Every false friend, every fruitless habit, every fear that has robbed you of your focus. You were not made to blend in. You were made to stand out. You were not created to follow the crowd. You were set apart to follow God. Let the world misunderstand you. Let them walk away. let them doubt. Because when you walk with God, you carry a truth that does not need validation. You carry a light that cannot be dimmed. You carry a calling that cannot be canceled by man. And your value is not in how many people surround you, but in how closely you walk with God. The crowd may not clap for you. The world may not notice you. But if God is pleased, you have everything. Now is the time to return to the secret place, to sit in the quiet where your soul can breathe again, to fall to your knees and surrender everything that has weighed you down. Let your heart speak honestly to God. Let your tears water the soil of your next season. Let your silence be filled with His presence. For it is in the stillness that your strength will be renewed. It is in the solitude that your purpose will be made clear. Here's the rewritten version. Giun guyen ing hiavatong jion hong dai join gon guva kach dien jat je moi me hon. In solitude, your soul begins to mend. Choose today to stop fleeing from the quiet and instead lean into the whispers of God you've been avoiding. Choose today to lay down your craving for validation and rest in the certainty that His hand is guiding your life. Choose today to stop questioning why companionship feels distant and start thanking God for shielding you from what was never meant to follow you. You are not abandoned. You are not late. You are not beyond restoration. You are chosen. You are appointed. You are under His covering. And though people may see you walking alone, heaven surrounds you. Let that truth be enough for your soul. Let it anchor your steps. Let it raise your head, ignite your spirit, and call you back to your identity. Walk with courage. Walk with faith. Walk with humility. But most of all, walk with God. For whoever walks with God never walks alone. God has said, rest. Everything meant for you will arrive. This is not an invitation to laziness. It is not a license to sit idle. It is a sacred call to settle your heart, still your soul, and put unshakable trust in the one who never fails. When God speaks, storms bow. When He commands, creation obeys. So, when God says, relax, it is not optional. It is a holy guarantee that He is moving where you cannot see, setting in place what your eyes have yet to witness, and preparing blessings beyond your imagination. Then why do you worry, beloved? Why let your soul grow weary when God has already declared peace over you? Why pace in the midnight hours, tangled in anxious thoughts, when the King of all creation has sworn to sustain you, provide for you, and finish the work He began? The fight is not yours. The outcome does not depend on your stress, your hustle, or your overthinking. It depends on the God who holds time in His hands and calls every star by name. There is power in stillness. There is glory in surrender. There is victory in patience. But in this world, we've been taught to chase, to force, to strive, to panic because we think everything depends on our next move. We treat God like a backup plan, a last resort, after we've tried everything else. But hear this with all the fire of your faith. When God says relax, He's not saying give up. He's saying look up. Look up to the heavens where help comes from. Look up to the skies where your prayers have risen. Look up to the throne where your answers are already written. You cannot control what is beyond your reach. You cannot manipulate timing, people, or outcomes, but you can trust. You can believe. You can rest in the mighty arms of God, who has never failed a single soul that depended on Him. God said, relax. Not because there's nothing to do, but because He has already done what you could never do. He has opened doors no man can shut. He has softened hearts that were like stone. He has cleared paths where none existed. And He is not done yet. Faith is not just shouting hallelujah in church. Faith is the quiet confidence when the bills are due and the answers are few. Faith is when your eyes see nothing but your heart says God is working. Faith is when you stop rehearsing worst-case scenarios and start declaring divine outcomes. Faith is not a mood. It is a mindset. It is the refusal to be moved by what is seen and the unshakable trust in what is spoken by God. But God has told you to relax. Then there is nothing in the universe that can undo what He is bringing to pass. People may delay it, but they cannot destroy it. Circumstances may twist it, but they cannot take it. Your own fears may blur it, but they cannot block it. What God has written for you is sealed, and no amount of anxiety will speed it up. No amount of panic will make it happen faster. You must wait in peace, not in torment. You must wait with assurance, not with fear. Some of you are tired of waiting, tired of hoping, tired of believing. But let me tell you, your tiredness is not a sign to give up. It is a sign that something is close. You're not tired for nothing. You're tired because the breakthrough is near. The enemy fights hardest when heaven is about to deliver. But God says, relax, not collapse, not retreat, not fold. Relax, breathe, trust. The pressure you feel is not the end. It is the birth of something new. Many of you have been running, striving, comparing your life to others. You've been watching others prosper and wondering when it will be your turn. But hear me. What God has for you is tailor-made. It cannot be rushed. It cannot be stolen. What others have is not your measurement. What they accomplish is not your timeline. God has His own schedule, His own design. And when He moves, it will happen so suddenly you'll forget the years of waiting. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to explain yourself. You don't need to manipulate outcomes. What you need is stillness, spiritual stillness that anchors your soul in the truth that God is faithful. Do you think the one who formed you in the womb would forget your needs? Do you think the one who sustains the sun and moon would overlook your prayers? God is not a man. He does not lie. He does not tease. He does not change His mind. If He said it, He will do it. Relaxing in God is not weakness. It is warfare. It is declaring to the forces of darkness that you will not be shaken. It is standing in the face of delay and saying, I know my God. It is looking at the chaos around you and choosing peace. That peace is a weapon. That stillness is a sword, because the enemy thrives on your panic. He wants you to believe that time is running out, that God forgot, that you missed your chance. But the devil is a liar. Time belongs to God. Destiny belongs to God. And your moment has already been scheduled. Do not confuse movement with progress. Just because others are busy doesn't mean they are blessed. Just because you are still doesn't mean you are stuck. God grows things in silence. The seed does not shout while it breaks through the soil. The tree does not scream while it bears fruit. God is working silently, deeply beneath the surface. And when it's time, He will raise you up, not by your might, not by your efforts, but by His hand alone. You don't need to worry about who left you, who lied to you, who overlooked you. Let them go. Let Him walk, because what God brings to you will never leave. What He ordains for your life is sealed with power. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not forgotten. You are hidden. Hidden in God's purpose. Hidden in God's protection. Hidden until the perfect time. That is why He tells you to relax, because your worry is doing nothing but stealing your joy. Your fear is doing nothing but wasting your strength. And God did not bring you this far to abandon you now. He did not part the Red Sea of your past just to let you drown in the river of your present. Trust Him. If He made a way before, He will answer again. The waiting is not punishment. It is preparation. You are being made ready, not just to receive the blessing, but to carry it with wisdom. You are not just waiting for something to happen. God is making something happen in you. And when the blessing comes, it will match your maturity. It will match your strength. It will match the character God has been building in you through every trial, every delay, every sleepless night. So don't rush the process. Don't beg for shortcuts. Don't panic when the door seems closed. When God says relax, He's telling you the door is not locked. It's just not time. And when the time comes, you won't need to knock twice. You won't need to force anything. It will swing open because God is the one who opens and no man can shut. Let your heart be still. Let your mind be quiet. Let your soul return to its anchor. You don't need to have it all figured out. You don't need to have every answer. What you need is to return to the posture of trust. Trust like a child. Trust like a warrior. Trust like someone who has seen God move before and knows He will do it again. God sees the tears you cry in secret. He hears the prayers you whisper at night. He knows the silent battles you fight that no one else sees. And He is not distant. He is not deaf. He is not idle. He is present, active, and watching. And when the time is right, He will send help that overwhelms you with joy. He will send peace that makes no sense. He will open a floodgate of blessing that will silence every doubt. When God says relax, He is not giving you a temporary escape. He is inviting you into eternal alignment. He is calling you to a life where your soul no longer panics at every delay, where your spirit no longer trembles when things don't go your way. It is a shift, a transformation, a spiritual recalibration. Because when your heart finally lets go of the illusion of control, God takes over in ways you never imagined. God takes over in ways you never imagined. Your surrender becomes the soil where miracles grow. Your stillness becomes the stage where His power is displayed. There is a divine order in God's process. Nothing in your life is random. Not the silence, not the detour, not the people who left, not the door that didn't open. Even what you call failure, God calls preparation. Even the seasons that felt like a wilderness were part of God's holy design to teach you trust, to teach you dependence, to break you free from the chains of human understanding. Because when God is all you have, that's when you discover He is all you need. Some of you have been trying to force what God has already removed. You've been chasing what God has already closed off, and now your soul is tired. But God is saying to you today, stop chasing, stop striving, stop trying to fix what was never yours to fix. Relax. Let it fall apart if it must, because God allows things to break only when He is about to rebuild you into something stronger. What you lost was not the end, was the beginning of something greater. God never lets go of His own. Even when you don't understand Him, even when His silence seems unbearable, even when His ways appear hidden behind layers of mystery, He is still with you. He is still guiding the currents of your life with precision and purpose. The delays are not denials. They are divine pauses meant to position you, to protect you, to prepare you. And sometimes the greatest test of faith is not in action, but in inaction. Can you trust God enough to do nothing but believe? The enemy wants you restless. He wants you exhausted from worry. He wants your mind tormented by the unknown. But God wants you anchored in His Word, anchored in His timing, anchored in the unshakable truth that what is meant for you will never pass you by. Not by mistake, not by delay, not by human interference. What God has for you is wrapped in divine security. You don't need to race after it. You only need to remain aligned with Him, and in His time, everything will fall into place. Relaxing in God is not letting life happen to you. It's letting God happen through you. It is not passivity, it is spiritual posture. It is the heart standing firm even when the winds howl. It is the mind refusing to bow to fear. It is the soul saying, "My God knows what He's doing." And that kind of peace, that kind of unwavering confidence only comes from knowing who God is. Not just in theory, but through every battle you've faced, every valley you've walked through, and every tear you've cried. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are not a mistake. God crafted your life with such care that not even a moment has been wasted. Every disappointment, every delay, every closed door, it has all been part of a divine masterpiece. And just because you don't see the whole painting yet, doesn't mean it's not beautiful. Just because the story feels unfinished, doesn't mean it's not powerful. God is still writing. God is still moving. And when He's ready, what He brings into your life will make sense of every sleepless night you've ever had. There is power in trusting when you don't see. There is strength in standing still when everything around you screams, "Run!" Faith is not the absence of questions. It's the presence of obedience. And God honors the heart that waits with quiet expectation. Not with fear, not with desperation, but with bold confidence that says, "I don't know how or when, but I know my God will do it." That kind of faith moves mountains. That kind of faith unlocks heaven. When your plans fail, don't panic. God's plan never fails. When people leave, don't beg. God will replace what is lost with what is better. When nothing is working, don't collapse. Sometimes God brings everything to a halt so He can rebuild you with clarity. His ways are not your ways. His thoughts are higher. His timing is perfect. And when He finally releases what He has prepared for you, it will come with no sorrow, no confusion, and no struggle. Only peace, only purpose, only power. Many are asking, when will it happen? When would my life change? But God is asking you, can you relax even now? Can you trust even in the delay? Can you believe even in the silence? Because it's easy to trust when the door opens. It's easy to praise when the miracle comes. But the real test of faith is whether you can still worship in the waiting room. Whether you can still walk upright when you don't know what's next. Whether you can still bless God even when you're bleeding, and the reward for that kind of trust, it is unspeakable. It is the favor that finds you. It is the breakthrough that overtakes you. It is the provision that meets you where you are. You will not have to run to chase it. It will run to find you. That's what happens when you relax in God. You stop chasing what the world says you need, and you start receiving what God knows you need. The difference is everything. The world's pace is panic. God's pace is peace. God doesn't need your fear. He needs your faith. He doesn't need your stress. He needs your surrender. And when you give it to Him fully, freely, completely, He begins to shift the entire atmosphere around your life. People you never thought would help you will show up. Opportunities you never imagined will present themselves. Doors you didn't even knock on will open. And all because you trusted. All because you stopped forcing and started flowing with God's perfect will. Don't measure your life by what you can see now. What you see is only a shadow of what God is preparing. You may feel stuck, but God is not stuck. You may feel delayed, but God is never late. You may feel like nothing is changing, but God is changing everything quietly, deliberately, eternally. The moment you stop striving and start surrendering is the moment you align yourself with supernatural flow. Relax, not because the journey is over, but because you finally realize you're not walking alone. God is with you in every step, every struggle, every silence. He is guiding even the details you overlook. He is protecting you from things you don't even know are threatening you. And He is working all things together for your good. Not some things, all things. Even your pain, even your waiting, even the parts that don't make sense. This is your time to rest. Not in defeat, but in faith. Not in frustration, but in hope. Because what is ahead of you is greater than what is behind you. God is not finished. He is not done writing your story. And the next chapter will make you weep, not with sorrow, but with joy so overwhelming you'll drop to your knees in awe. You will say, God, you did more than I asked, more than I imagined, more than I deserve. That's the kind of ending God writes for those who trust Him completely. And when God tells you to relax, He is not asking you to step away from purpose, but to step into trust. Trust is not passive. Trust is not weakness. Trust is fire-tested strength. Trust is the posture of a soul that refuses to be moved by what the world says because it has been rooted in what God has spoken. God is not looking for noise, for performance, for panic. God is looking for stillness because stillness is the language of surrender. And when your soul is surrendered, heaven responds. Heaven does not respond to chaos. Heaven moves in response to faith. You must understand God is not on your clock. He is not governed by your deadlines. He is not shaken by your emergencies. When God says relax, He is teaching you to release your grip on time. You may think you're late. You may feel like you're behind, but God sees you right on schedule. There is no pressure in heaven. There's no anxiety in the throne room. The God who controls the flow of time is never rushing. The God who sees the end from the beginning knows exactly when and how your breakthrough will come. Stop measuring your worth by what hasn't happened yet. Stop defining your future by the delay you see now. Delay is not denial. Delay is often divine protection. Delay is where God prepares what is beyond your imagination. You prayed for something great, but do you really believe that greatness can be rushed? When God makes diamonds, He applies pressure. When God molds vessels, He uses fire. And when God prepares a soul for destiny, He often tells that soul to be still, to wait, to trust. Why? Because you must be ready to carry the weight of what is coming. God is not building for now. He is building for always. You are not being prepared for temporary applause. You are being fashioned for eternal impact. And what you carry must be rooted in obedience, not pride. So God strips away your dependence on result. He tears down your addiction to recognition. He removes your idols, success, relationships, speed, and then in the quietness of surrender, He speaks. He whispers, "Relax, I've got this." And those words spoken by God are more powerful than 10,000 battles. There are things you're praying for right now that seem far away. But God is not delaying to punish you. He's delaying to align you. Because if you received it too early, it would crush you. If you walked through that door without strength, the weight would destroy your peace. So God builds your endurance in silence. He strengthens your character in the shadows. He sharpens your discernment in the waiting. And when the moment is right, when your spirit is ready, when your enemies are silenced, when the time is perfect, God will move. And it will be sudden. It will be complete. It will be undeniable. Relaxing in God means living in a different rhythm. The world screams, "Do more, move faster, chase harder." But God says, "Be still and know." Know what? Know that I am the one who parts seas. Know that I am the one who makes streams in the desert. Know that I am the one who calls things that are not as though they were. You don't have to exhaust yourself trying to prove your worth. God already declared it. You don't have to beg for what is yours. God already assigned it. You don't have to fight to be seen. God already chose you. And those who are chosen by God don't chase, they attract. They don't panic, they prepare. They don't force, they flow. When God is your source, you stop leaning on people. You stop relying on circumstances. You stop looking to the left or right, and you fix your gaze on the Almighty. And in that gaze, in that holy focus, you find strength that makes no sense. You find peace that surpasses understanding. You find joy that endures beyond pain. You find purpose that no man can cancel. So lift your head, shake off the dust, let go of the fear that's been choking your vision. You are not forsaken. You are not forgotten. God has not left you. He has hidden you. He has protected you, and He is speaking to your soul right now. Relax. It's coming. What I promised is still on the way. Not one dream placed in your heart will die if it was born of God. Not one dream placed in your heart will die if it was born of God. And it's not God. Not one tear you've shed in faith will go uncollected. God sees the sacrifice. He sees the pain you didn't speak. He knows the burdens you carried without complaining. And He is faithful. He is just. He is mighty. He is able. God will reward you not in men's time, but in perfect time. And when that time comes, the same people who overlooked you will be in awe. The same places where you were rejected will open their doors. The same areas where you failed will become testimonies of God's power. But to get there, you must stop fighting battles that God already won. You must stop arguing with people God already removed. You must stop rehearsing wounds that God already healed. Relax. Don't just hear the word, live it. Let your actions speak trust. Let your silence declare faith. Let your patience become worship, because worship is not just a sound, it is a lifestyle. And when your lifestyle says, "God, I trust you," heaven takes notice. The idea that you don't have to do everything is a sound in your life. You pray others, then you got to worship. Heaven takes notice. Some of you have been on the edge of giving up. You've said, "I can't do this anymore, I've waited too long." But let me tell you, right before harvest comes weariness. Right before breakthrough comes pressure. Right before the release comes silence. That's where you are. You're not at the end. You're at the edge. And if you can just hold on, if you can just remain in peace, If you can just refuse to panic, God will show up in such power that your enemies won't be able to deny it. You don't need to fear missing your moment. When your life is in God's hands, nothing meant for you can pass you by. Not the job, not the opportunity, not the blessing. What God said will find you. It will pursue you. It will overtake you, and it will establish you in ways that your efforts never could. That's why he says relax. Because if you keep trying to hold everything together in your own strength, you'll miss the supernatural. God doesn't need your anxiety. He needs your attention. He doesn't need your hustle. He needs your humility. He doesn't need your worry. He needs your worship. Because when you worship instead of worry, when you surrender instead of strive, when you trust instead of fear, God releases. He releases favor. He releases direction. He releases divine connections. Not because you earned it, but because you aligned with Him. So today, make a decision. Choose peace over panic. Choose stillness over striving. Choose rest over resistance. Not because life is easy, but because God is able. Not because you see the finish line, but because God has already written the victory. And if God is in control, then nothing is out of control. If God has spoken peace, then no storm can overturn it. Let your soul be still. Let your spirit rise. Let your faith speak louder than your fear. Because when God says relax, He's not asking for silence. He's inviting you to faith. Not empty words, not forced smiles, but the deep, burning assurance that everything He said is already in motion. Even if you can't see it, even if you can't feel it, even if the world says otherwise, God is still faithful. When God says relax, He is not asking you to ignore your circumstances. He is commanding you to shift your focus from what's around you to who is above you. Too often we allow the chaos of the world to become louder than the calm of God's voice. We become addicted to noise, to movement, to solving everything in our own power. But God, in His supreme wisdom, is teaching you something higher, something eternal. He is training your spirit not to react to trouble, but to rise above it. He is teaching you that divine peace is not the absence of storms. It is the presence of trust in the midst of them. You may think things are falling apart, but in truth, God is letting some things collapse so that what He builds next will be unshakable. You prayed for a breakthrough, but did you expect it to come through ease? Or did you trust that God would use the fire to refine, the pressure to shape, and the silence to strengthen? God's methods are not always comfortable, but they are always perfect. He is not rushed by your impatience, nor is He moved by your worry. God is working even in the delay, and the stillness He asks of you is not punishment. It is preparation. The world will say, take control. Oh, well, God says, give me control. The world will say, push harder. God says, stand still and see what I will do. The world rewards anxiety with applause and busyness with approval, but God rewards obedience with peace. So that's why your rest in Him is a weapon. It confuses every voice that says your life should be falling apart. When you walk in divine calm, when your spirit refuses to bow to fear, you are proclaiming to the world, my trust is not in outcomes, it is in God. Do not let the burdens of this life outweigh the living Word of God within you. Do not let a momentary delay grow into lasting discouragement. Even when you cannot trace His hand, you can still trust His purpose. God will never desert His own. He never tires. He never loses sight of a single promise. And if He has whispered peace into your spirit, cling to it like an anchor. For circumstances may change, but His word will never come back empty. You are not invisible in the multitude. You are not just another face in the crowd. God looks at you personally, fully, and with intention. Your name is not lost among the billions. Your voice is not drowned out by countless prayers. He knows every breath you take. And when He tells you rest, He is saying, I have already accounted for every fear. I have already settled what lies ahead. I have already supplied what you cannot yet see. Trusting God is not a weakness. It is the highest form of strength. It is choosing to rest while others run. It is choosing to listen while others panic. It is choosing to believe that when nothing is working in your favor, God is still working all things for your good. And sometimes it takes more faith to sit quietly than to run frantically. Sometimes the real strength is not in speaking, but in staying silent until God gives the command to move. Look back on your life. How many times did you think it was over, only to watch God come through at the last moment? How many nights did you cry, only to wake up and see that the sun still rose, that provision still came, that your strength was renewed? You are not here by accident. You are here because God carried you. Because in every moment when you thought you couldn't take one more step, He was the one sustaining you. Now He is asking you to trust Him again, but deeper this time, not just for small things, but for the impossible. Not just for survival, but for abundance. Not just for daily needs, but for the desires of your heart. But to receive what God has for you, your soul must learn to wait without fear, to hope without doubt, to stand without shaking. You must come to the place where peace becomes your default, where your calm becomes your confidence, and where your stillness becomes your strength. The beauty of divine timing is that it always reveals what human effort could never accomplish. When God moves, He moves in such a way that no one else can take credit. He restores with such completeness that people will wonder how it happened. But you will know it was God. It was His hand. It was His plan. And it came when you chose to believe instead of break, to worship instead of worry, to relax instead of worry. Some of you are praying for direction, for clarity, for a sign. But hear this. God often answers in whispers, not shouts. He leads in quietness, not chaos. If your heart is loud with fear, you may miss the still small voice that's guiding you. That's why God is telling you to calm down, not just outwardly, but inwardly. Your peace must not be based on your surroundings, but on your surrender. If you can trust Him in the storm, you'll hear Him in the silence. And if you can hear Him in the silence, you'll walk with purpose, even when the path is invisible. Your future is not hanging by a thread. It is held by God. Your next chapter is not uncertain. It is already written, and your current waiting is not wasted. It is producing something in you that nothing else could. Every second you spend trusting God is a seed planted in eternity. And when the harvest comes, it will not be according to your striving. It will be according to His promise. So quiet your soul, breathe deeply, stop rehearsing the worst-case scenario. God is not panicking in heaven. He is not confused. He is not figuring it out as He goes. He saw this moment before you were born. He knew what you'd face, and He prepared for it. He knew who would betray you, and He already made a way to restore you. He knew the doors that would close, and He already built the ones that will open. Nothing surprises God. Nothing delays His plan. And nothing can stop what He has ordained. The more you relax in God, the more your enemies lose their grip. The more you rest in His promises, the more the voices of doubt fade away. The more you place your full weight on His faithfulness, the less your past can haunt you. You are not at the mercy of circumstances. You are in the hands of the One who controls all things. And when you trust that truth, your spirit becomes unshakable. You begin to move with grace, speak with power, and live with boldness. Because when God says, relax, He is not dismissing your pain. He is elevating your perspective. He's calling you to rise above fear, to detach from desperation, and to look again. Not at what is missing, but at who is present. God is here. And if God is here, then provision is here. Peace is here. Wisdom is here. Power is here. Everything you need is in Him. Everything you desire will come from. So let go. Let the weight fall off your shoulders. Let the burden be released from your mind, and say within yourself, I will trust. I will rest. I will believe. You may not know when. You may not know how. But you know who. And if you know who holds your future, then you already have the answer to every question. Let that truth become your anchor, your shield, your strength. God said, relax. And when God speaks, He speaks only what is true, only what is holy, and only what will stand forever. So let His word be enough. Let His voice drown out every other. Let His peace become your dwelling place. Because everything that is meant for you, everything your heart has prayed for, everything your soul has waited for, everything that aligns with God's will find you. Not because you chased it, but because you trusted. Not because you forced it, but because you flowed with God's timing. That is the power of resting in God. That is the reward of trusting without wavering. And when it all comes, when the peace flood your life, when the answers arrive, when the provision overflows, when the blessing breaks through, don't forget this moment. Don't forget the silence, the stillness, the sacred calm, because that is where your breakthrough was born. That is where heaven responded. That is where God moved in your stillness, in your surrender, in your trust. When God tells you to relax, He is not merely offering comfort. He is issuing a divine command that separates those who walk by sight from those who walk by faith. It is a call to spiritual maturity. It is a challenge to trust not in your emotions, not in the noise of the world, not in the opinions of men, but in the unchanging, all-powerful nature of God. And when you understand who is speaking, then His words will become your shield, your compass, and your peace. His voice is not like the voice of man. Man speaks from limitation. God speaks from eternity. Man react, God ordained. And when He speaks a word over your life, it echoes through time with unstoppable force. To relax in God does not mean you have given up. It means you finally stepped into divine agreement. It means your soul no longer wages war against the timing of heaven. It means you are no longer trying to fix spiritual matters with physical tools. It means you no longer allow fear to shape your steps. Because the more you know God, the less room there is for anxiety. The more deeply you trust God, the less control you need. You begin to understand that your steps are not random. They are ordered. And when your life is in the hands of God, even detours are part of the design. There are times when the silence of God is louder than 1,000 answers. It is in the silence that your faith is forged. It is in the stillness that your spirit is strengthened. When there is nothing left to do and all you have is trust, this is where the foundation of true faith is laid. Because faith is not proven by results. It is proven by obedience. And your obedience in stillness shouts louder in heaven than all your striving on earth. The world will call your peace foolish. It will not understand why you can sleep while the storm rages. It will question your calm, doubt your patience, and mock your stillness. But what the world cannot see is the unbreakable covenant between your heart and God. What the world cannot touch is the strength that flows from surrender. While others seek validation and applause and progress, you rest in the quiet power of alignment. While others are busy building towers on sand, you are standing on the rock of God's promises. And when you are aligned with God, you are not anxious about who left, what failed, or what hasn't arrived. You know that what departs was never meant to stay. What failed was never part of your future. And what hasn't arrived is still being prepared, because God does not withhold to punish. He withholds to protect. He doesn't delay to test your patience. He delays to develop your purpose. And the moment you start seeing the delay as a blessing, the wait becomes easier and the peace becomes permanent. So many chase what is never meant to be theirs. So many grasp, hustle, and beg for things that would poison them if they came too soon. But those who wait on God, those who trust and relax in His wisdom, receive not just a gift, but a crown. They receive what is tailor-made for their calling, what has been sealed with divine fingerprints, what will not come with sorrow or loss, but with clarity, honor, and grace. It is time to stop negotiating with doubt. It is time to stop holding hands with worry. Doubt is a thief. Worry is a liar. And both will rob you of the peace God already gave you. You do not need a new promise. You need to believe the one you've already received. The words of God are not theories. They are not suggestions. They are not fragile opinions. They are eternal truths spoken by the Creator of heaven and earth, who is not moved by time, trends, or threats. When God tells you to relax, He is realigning your spirit with the frequency of faith. He is lifting you above the fog of fear and placing you in the clarity of trust. Because fear demands answers, but faith demands obedience. Fear asks, what if it never happens? Faith declares it will happen when God decides. Fear focuses on the lack. Faith rests in the source. And the moment you choose faith over fear, the atmosphere shifts, the burden lifts, and your heart begins to rise in quiet strength. Some of you have been carrying loads that were never yours to bear. You've been fighting battles that God never called you to fight. You've been pleading for things that God already decided to give you, but in His time, and now your soul is weary. But God is not calling you to fight harder. He is calling you to release. Let go. Let go of the panic. Let go of the control. Let go of the need to understand every step. You do not need to know the path if you trust the guide. Let the presence of God become your dwelling place. Not just your place of refuge in trouble, but your home in all seasons. Make peace your new atmosphere. Make trust your permanent posture. Make stillness your weapon. Because the soul that rests in God becomes unshakable, immovable, unbothered by the shifting tides of this world. This is not arrogance. This is not ignorance. This is the quiet strength that comes from knowing you belong to the one who commands the wind and calms the waves. And when it feels like nothing is happening, that's often when everything is happening. In silence, God is working. In the background, He is arranging what no man can. In the stillness, He is refining your character, increasing your capacity, strengthening your resolve. Because what is coming requires more than just desire. It requires endurance. And God will never send you into battle with an untrained spirit. That's why the stillness matters. That's why the waiting is holy. That's why the peace is sacred. You are not waiting for something small. You are not waiting for crumbs. You are waiting for the fullness of what God has ordained. And anything of that magnitude cannot be rushed. The deeper the foundation, the higher the structure. So if it feels like God is digging deep into your soul, if it feels like He is stretching you beyond your limits, it's because the blessing that is coming requires roots that will not be shaken. Let your heart be anchored in that truth. Let your mind be renewed by it. Let your spirit rise with fresh strength, because God is not asking you to pretend everything is fine. He is asking you to believe that in Him, everything will be made right. You don't need to suppress your pain. You don't need to hide your fears. You simply need to place them in the hands of God and then rest in the assurance that He is more than enough. God said, relax. And when God speaks, His word becomes your authority. His word becomes your peace. His word becomes your victory. You don't need to wait for confirmation when the command has already been given. Stop looking for signs when God already gave you the signal. Rest, trust, wait. You are not being denied. You are being shaped for what's ahead. This is not a season of punishment. This is a season of strategic positioning. And when your moment arrives, the gift God sends won't merely bless you. It will spill over, lift you higher, and change everything in your orbit. Come on, let's move. Yes, let's go together. The clearest proof of trust is the ability to rest. The truest sign of faith is a calm heart. Not the temporary calm the world offers, but the deep peace that comes from being held completely, forever, and without condition by God's hands. Let that reality sink into every part of you. Let it reshape your thoughts. Let it steady your pulse. Let it bring your life back into its right rhythm. What belongs to you will find you. What is appointed for you will not be postponed forever. God's promises toward you are on their way. Not because of force, fear, or frantic striving, but by His power, His hand, and His perfect timing. So breathe. God has spoken. That is sufficient. Before the flood of breakthrough is released, God often takes His chosen through the wilderness, not as punishment, not as delay, but as preparation for the weight of glory ahead. Many ask God for a breakthrough without realizing that before He gives the great, He must first shape the vessel to carry it. God does not pour living water into a vessel that is cracked. He mends, He purifies, He restores, and only then does He release. If it feels like you are waiting endlessly, if it feels like life has pulled you back while others surge forward, know this: you are not overlooked. You are being shaped by the hands of the Almighty for something greater than your imagination. And that shaping often feels like solitude. When God intends to raise you higher, He begins by setting you apart. He removes the props you once leaned on, the people you once trusted, the patterns that once defined you, because where God is taking you, old crutches will not carry you. Old mindsets will not sustain you. Old surroundings will not support you. So He removes, He prunes, He cuts back. And in those moments, you may cry. You may ask God, why am I alone? Why does it feel like no one understands me? But that's the holy preparation. That is God crafting a stronger, bolder, wiser version of you in the hidden places, far from the applause of the crowd. The womb of preparation is dark, but it is sacred. When God is preparing you for a breakthrough, He teaches you to walk by faith, not by sight. You won't always see evidence of progress. You won't always feel growth. But God is not building you on emotion. He is building you on endurance. Because breakthroughs don't just demand excitement, they demand strength. Strength of character, strength of conviction, strength of obedience. And God builds that strength in the silent. When the phone doesn't ring, when the doors stay shut, when the answers don't come, that's when God is building something deeper inside you. Trust becomes more than a word. It becomes your daily bread. God will often allow resistance to build your resilience. Don't despise the opposition. Don't curse the storm. Don't run from the fire, because it's in the furnace of affliction that God forges champions. Look at the patterns of divine preparation throughout time. Every chosen one before the blessing went through the breaking. That breaking is not a sign of failure. It is the fingerprint of God molding you into someone who can carry the breakthrough. God does not give precious things to those who are untested. He proves, He stretches, He disciplines. Because the destiny He has for you requires a new dimension of strength that comfort will never provide. In the stillness, God teaches you to hear His voice. He removes distractions. He silences the noise so that when He speaks, you will not confuse His voice with your fears, your flesh, or the world. That clarity is critical because when the breakthrough comes, when the opportunity opens, you must know what direction to go. You must know what voice to follow. And if you haven't learned to hear Him in the quiet, you won't recognize Him in the chaos. God trains your ears before He trains your feet. He speaks in whispers before He moves in wonders. And those who listen in the silence will lead in the storm. There are seasons where God will allow delay to develop your discipline. You ask, why hasn't it happened yet? Why hasn't the door opened? Why haven't I received what I prayed for? And God answers not with noise, but with time. Because in that delay, He is teaching you the value of patience. He is weaning you off of entitlement. He is showing you that you are not in control. And that is a holy lesson. God delays not to discourage, but to deepen. He lets you sit in the space between promise and fulfillment to test your endurance, your gratitude, and your worship. Will you praise God before the breakthrough? Will you trust Him when there is no sign of movement? Because if you can worship Him in the waiting, you are ready for the blessing. God often hides you before He reveals you. He conceals your gifts, your calling, your potential, not because He doesn't want the world to see it, but because the foundation must be set in secret. If the world sees you before God has strengthened you, it can crush you. But if God sees you before the world does, you will rise unshakable. God hides His best work. He molds the diamond in the dirt. He builds the warrior in the wilderness. You may feel unseen, but you are not forgotten. You are in the hands of the Master, Builder, and when He is finished, the world will see what He has known all along, that you were destined for the breakthrough. During this preparation, God will remove things you thought you needed. He will strip away relationships, opportunities, and even identities you held on to. And in the moment, it may feel like loss, but it's not destruction, it's construction. God cannot build a new life on old foundations. So He clears the ground. He removes the faulty bricks. He exposes the cracks in your character, the pride in your heart, the fears you've masked with performance. He takes it all not to shame you, but to shape you, because the next season requires a stronger structure. And when He builds to last. But will stretch your faith. He will ask you to walk on waters you've never stepped on. He will ask you to trust Him with outcomes you cannot predict. And this is where many give up. But if you hold on, if you trust that God is not a liar, that His plan is not faulty, that His timing is not late, you will see the reward. The pressure you feel now is not punishment. It is preparation. Just as a seed breaks before it grows, just as muscles tear before they strengthen, so must your spirit be stretched before its sources. God is not trying to break you. He is trying to birth something through you. There are times when God will allow you to face closed doors, doors you prayed for, doors you fought for, just to teach you that not every door is divine. He wants you to stop chasing what you think is best and start trusting that He knows what is best. Closed doors are not rejection, they are redirection. They're a signal from heaven that God is guarding your destiny. Sometimes what you think is a blessing is actually a burden in disguise. And so God steps in. He intervenes. He says no, not to withhold, but to protect. And if you trust Him in the no, you'll be ready for the yes. God's preparation also includes exposure, not of others, but of yourself. He shows you who you really are, not who you pretend to be. Not who others think you are, but the raw version of your heart, the motives, the pride, the hidden wounds. And in that exposure, you are called to change, to repent, to grow. Because God cannot elevate a heart that is still clinging to self. He will bless the humble, He will raise the yielded, but the proud He resists. So He prepares you by refining you. He teaches you to surrender not just your dreams, but your ego, because the blessing ahead is too big for a self-centered soul. And in your preparation season, God will test your obedience. He will ask you to do things that make no sense, to forgive someone who hurt you, to give when you are lacking, to speak when you want to stay silent, to stay when you want to run. These tests are not random. They are divinely designed because obedience is the currency of breakthrough. God does not bless rebellion. He blesses obedience. And those who obey in the small things will be trusted with the great things. So don't ignore the nudge. Don't dismiss the instruction. Every act of obedience is a step closer to your breakthrough. Sometimes God prepares you by allowing you to be misunderstood. People will question your motives. They will mock your decisions. They will label you based on their limited perception. But God allows it not to humiliate you, but to humble you, to teach you that your approval does not come from man. It comes from Him alone. He allows the false accusations, the gossip, the rejection not to destroy you, but to detach you from the need for validation. Okay? That you, when you no longer need the crowd's applause, you are ready to walk in the fullness of God's plan. Because breakthrough demands focus, and focus is forged in the fire of isolation. God prepares you by healing you. He digs up old wounds. He brings hidden pain to the surface. He confronts the bitterness you buried because you cannot walk into a new season carrying old poison. You cannot rise while weighed down by what broke you in the past. So God heals not with speed, but with precision. He breaks open the scarred places so that true restoration can happen. And when the healing is complete, you will look back and realize that what once hurt you, God used to help you. What once made you weep, God used to make you wise. In this sacred preparation, God is not just building a future for you. He is building you for the future. He is creating a vessel that can handle the blessing without being destroyed by it. He is forging character that won't crumble under pressure. He is establishing a foundation that won't shake when the winds come. Because the breakthrough that is coming is not small. It is not light. It is not ordinary. It is a divine shift, a supernatural turning point, a life-altering release. And only those who have been prepared can carry it without being crushed by the weight of glory. When God prepares you for a major breakthrough, He doesn't just shift your circumstances, He ships you. He changes how you think, how you speak, how you respond, how you carry yourself. Because if your mindset is still rooted in fear and scarcity and self-doubt, then the breakthrough will only overwhelm you. So God begins by reshaping your thoughts. He teaches you to think with clarity, to see through faith, to speak with wisdom. He teaches you to speak life over death, purpose over pain, and victory over defeat, even when your surroundings are shouting otherwise. Because those who are prepared by God learn to align their words with His will, not with their worries. God trains your spirit to discern the hidden battles. In the preparation, He sharpens your spiritual senses. You start to recognize deception where you once saw charm. You start to sense danger where others see opportunity. God opens your inner eyes so that you no longer walk blindly through life, because the next level requires vision. And those who are truly prepared are not moved by what they see in the natural. They are led by what they discern in the unseen. God teaches you to trust His promptings over the pressure of the crowd. He trains you to move when He says move, to wait when He says wait, and to let go when He says let go, even if you don't understand it in the moment. And this divine training is often uncomfortable. When God prepares you for breakthrough, He exposes your dependence, not to shame you, but to set you free from it. You realize you are leaning on your job for identity, on people for value, on routines for safety. And God in His mercy removes every false foundation, because He knows that only those who stand on Him alone will stand through the shaking that follows a breakthrough. He wants to be your source, not your supplement. So He gently but firmly pries your fingers off of what you thought you needed and invites you to anchor your life in His strength, His wisdom, His plan. God's preparation includes the battlefield of the mind. Doubts will come like floods. Fear will whisper lies in the quiet. And the enemy will try to convince you that you're not good enough, not strong enough, not worthy enough. But God allows this battlefield to rise, not to destroy you, but to teach you warfare. He teaches your hands to fight and your heart to endure. He doesn't remove every storm. He equips you to stand through it. Because when the breakthrough arrives, the attacks won't stop. They will increase. So God trains you now in the hidden battles so that you are not blindsided later. He makes you battle-tested, not battle-wounded. In this sacred season of preparation, God begins to align your relationships. He brings the right people into your life. Not those who flatter your flesh, but those who sharpen your spirit. He disconnects you from those who drain your energy, who feed your weakness, who speak doubt into your calling. And though it may feel like betrayal, it is divine mercy. Because your breakthrough cannot be contaminated by disloyalty, jealousy, or spiritual laziness. So God surrounds you with those who speak truth, who call you higher, who pray when others talk, who correct you when you stray. This is not coincidence. It is divine orchestration, because who walks with you in the next season will influence what you carry. And God does not just prepare you emotionally or mentally, He prepares you spiritually. He deepens your prayer life. He makes you hunger for communion with Him. You begin to crave time in His presence more than any other pursuit, because intimacy with God is the foundation of true strength. And in that sacred space of stillness, God downloads strategy, peace, insight, and courage. You stop praying surface prayers, and you start crying out from the depths. You stop asking for things and start asking for His will. You stop rushing and you start listening. This shift is what separates those who wander from those who walk with purpose. God births purpose in prayer. And those who are prepared know that breakthrough starts on their knees. God also prepares you through tests of integrity. He gives you moments when no one is watching and asks, "Will you still choose what's right?" He allows opportunities where you could take shortcuts, manipulate outcomes, or lie to advance. But those moments are not accidents. They are exams, because what you do in secret will echo in the next season. If you pass the test of integrity in the dark, God will trust you with influence in the light. You don't become trustworthy by accident. You become trustworthy by choosing truth over convenience. And God will not release a major breakthrough into the hands of someone who cannot be trusted with righteousness. Sometimes the preparation looks like a loss, but in reality it's a launch. You may lose income, lose friends, lose stability. But pay attention. God is not subtracting. He is positioning. He is moving pieces, shifting the train, clearing the pathway for what He is about to release. And if you focus only on what's being removed, you'll miss what's being revealed. So lift your eyes above the storm. Look past the disappointment, because the very thing that felt like a setback is actually the runway for a divine takeoff. God never takes without giving better. He never removes without replacing with something more aligned, more powerful, more holy. In this divine refinement, you will begin to hear the voice of God with new clarity. You will wake up with divine idea. You will dream dreams that carry messages. You will walk into rooms and feel spiritual shifts. And this sensitivity is not given lightly. It is given through surrender. When God sees that you value His voice above all, He will speak to you in ways that guide your every step. This is how the prepared live, not by sight, not by opinion, but by the whisper of God in their soul. And when that whisper comes, they move without hesitation. Because the breakthrough is not just for them, it is through them. And the beauty of God's preparation is that it's never wasted. Every tear you cried, He collected. Every night you felt forgotten, He recorded. Every moment you chose faith over fear, He honored. God wastes nothing. He uses everything. The pain, the loss, the confusion, it all becomes part of the foundation. And when a breakthrough arrives, it will not just be about the blessing, it will be about the journey. You will look back and realize that the preparation was the promotion, that the waiting was the molding, that the valley was the training ground for the mountaintop. This is not the time to retreat. This is not the season to complain. This is the moment to press in deeper, to pray harder, to walk stronger, because God is not through with you. He is just getting started. The greater the preparation, the greater the purpose. And if the fire feels hot, it means the gold within you is about to shine. The breakthrough will come suddenly, but it will only come to those who have been forged patiently. When God prepares you for a major breakthrough, He is not merely arranging circumstances. He is orchestrating transformation. He is not simply adjusting your surroundings. He is adjusting you. He's not sending the breakthrough to make your life easier. He's sending it to elevate your purpose, to assign you to something weightier, something more divine. But first, He must ensure that your character can carry what your mouth has prayed for. The blessing must not outpace your spiritual maturity. So God slows things down, not because He is late, but because He is precise. Every delay is an act of divine mercy. Every pause is preparation disguised as stillness. You see, God doesn't just want to answer your prayer. He wants to align your soul with the purpose of the answer. Many cry out for breakthrough, but few are willing to become the kind of person that breakthrough requires. So God begins the sacred work of undoing who you used to be. He breaks the patterns that once ruled your thoughts. He confronts the habits that once ruled your actions. He challenges the beliefs that once ruled your identity because your old nature cannot carry this new calling. You are not being punished. You are being purified. You are being reshaped into a vessel of clarity, focus, and fire. And it is during this process that you will feel the weight of surrender pressing down on you. God will ask you to release things you thought you couldn't live without. He will ask you to lay down dreams that were born from ego and not from purpose. He will call you to abandon shortcuts and temptations that look right in the moment but lead to destruction. And if your heart is truly set on receiving what only God can give, you must pass through this holy fire of surrender. Because God cannot bless what is half committed. He cannot elevate what still clings to compromise. He calls for full submission, not partial cooperation. There will be moments when God's preparation feels like contradiction. You'll sense something great is coming, but everything around you will feel like it's falling apart. You'll feel pregnant with vision, yet surrounded by opposition. That tension is holy. That contradiction is divine, because God allows pressure before promotion. He allows you to be placed under pressure not to crush you, but to draw out the oil within. Just as the olive must be broken to release its richest flow, your life too must be pressed to reveal what is most sacred inside. The anointing that shatters yokes does not come from human applause, but through trials. And those who endure the process carry an authority that cannot be imitated. God's shaping also sharpens your discernment. Not every open door is one God has ordained. Without preparation, you risk mistaking distractions for blessings. But when the Spirit trains your heart, you begin to see with clarity. You look past the surface. You start asking, does this draw me nearer to God or lead me astray? Does this serve my calling or just inflate my pride? Discernment becomes a shield, guarding your breakthrough from corruption. It anchors your heart when the spotlight shines on you. It quiets the noise so you can still hear God's whisper in the crowd. And as He prepares you, He enlarges your capacity. He stretches your endurance. He deepens your patience. He fortifies your determination. Why? Because the weight of the breakthrough is not light. Blessings carry responsibility. Open doors come with new devils. Elevation invites greater spiritual warfare. And if you are not equipped, you will collapse under the very thing you once begged for. So God tests your limits not to break you, but to build you. He expands your heart to love deeper. He broadens your mind to think higher. He increases your faith to believe bigger. He enlarges your spirit so that when the breakthrough comes, you are not intimidated by its magnitude. There are days when God prepares you in solitude. In those quiet seasons, you'll feel invisible to the world, but seen completely by Him. You'll look around and wonder why others are advancing while you remain still. But understand this, the deeper the foundation, the taller the building. God is not keeping you hidden to punish you. He is fortifying your roots because the storm will always reveal what was built on sand and what was built on rock. The breakthrough is not just about what you gain, it's about what you can withstand. And those who have been hidden in God will not be shaken when the winds rise. In preparation, God may ask you to walk away from familiar places. Environments that once felt comfortable may begin to feel constricting. Conversations that once excited you may now exhaust you. Habits that once entertained you will now convict you. That is not you becoming cold. It is you becoming cold. God is elevating your sensitivity to the sacred. He is drawing you away from noise so that He can deposit revelation. He is disrupting your rhythm so that He can realign your steps. Because the higher the calling, the narrower the road, and those who are called must learn to walk alone before they can lead many. God's preparation also includes excellence in the small. If you are not faithful with little, you will not be trusted with much. And so He will test you in your daily assignments. Will you show up with diligence when no one is watching? Will you complete your task with excellence even when it feels insignificant? Because those who cannot be trusted in the shadows will never be elevated to the light. Your breakthrough is not earned by size, it is honored by stewardship. Show God that you can honor the quiet season, and He will honor you in the public one. The spotlight doesn't reveal your potential, it exposes your preparation. You may be tempted to rush the process. You may want to skip the pruning, skip the silence, skip the storm. But if you short-circuit what God is doing in your preparation, you will step into a breakthrough you are not ready to sustain. And what begins as a blessing can quickly become a burden. God loves you too much to release it prematurely. He is not slow. He is wise. He doesn't follow your timeline. He follows His divine blueprint. So trust the slowness. Trust the stillness. Trust the unseen hand that is crafting a future far more stable than anything you could build on your own. Let your heart absorb this truth. God is never idle. Even when nothing around you seems to move, heaven is working. Your prayers are not in vain. Your discipline is not wasted. Your waiting is not meaningless. Every act of faith, every choice to obey, every time you choose character over convenience, it all matters. It is all counted. And when the breakthrough finally arrives, you will step into it not with surprise, but with strength. Not with confusion, but with clarity. Not with panic, but with power. Because you will know that the preparation shaped you into a vessel worthy of the miracle. When God prepares a soul for a breakthrough, He doesn't simply look at your desire, He measures your endurance. Because what is coming isn't just an answer to prayer, it's a shift in destiny. And destiny does not rest on feelings. Destiny rests on faith. There are moments in preparation where everything will appear still, even stagnant. But don't let silence make you doubt the sacred. God often does His greatest work in the deepest silence. The seed makes no sound as it breaks open underground. The roots make no noise as they stretch deep into the earth. But they are growing, they are stabilizing, and soon that unseen work will push into the light. So it is with your preparation. When you don't see progress, God is still producing you. You must understand this. When God is preparing you, He is not simply answering what you want. He is developing who you must become. Breakthroughs are not handed to those who merely wish for them, but to those who are ready to carry them. And readiness is not comfort. It is consecration. God is cleansing your motives, refining your focus, deepening your wisdom, your true work. He is teaching you that power without purpose is dangerous, that blessing without maturity is destructive, and that elevation without humility is deadly. So God, in His mercy, delays what your pride might demand until your heart becomes a vessel He can fully trust. There will be days when the weight of waiting will feel heavier than the battle itself. You will be tempted to compare your process to others. You'll see others celebrate it while you remain concealed. But remember, what is rushed is rarely rooted. God is not raising you up to be popular. He is raising you up to be planted. And planted things grow in silence, not spotlight. The deeper your roots, the stronger your rise. And God knows how high your breakthrough will elevate you. So He must make sure you are anchored in Him alone. That means removing idols you didn't even know existed. Your need for recognition, your addiction to validation, your dependence on outcomes. God clears the soil of your soul before He waters the seed of destiny. Preparation also comes with exposure not of others but of yourself. God will allow moments where your weaknesses surface, not to shame you, but to strengthen you. He reveals the cracks before the structure is built. He points to the wounds that still bleed under pressure. He shows you the fear that still lurks in the shadows of your decisions. And it is in this holy revealing that God begins His healing. The path to breakthrough isn't through pretending you're perfect. It's through surrendering what's broken. God will not bless what you hide. He blesses what you hand over. So let the refining fire do its work. Because when you are made whole in the hidden place, no battle in the open can shake you. God will also test your loyalty in the waiting. He will ask, will you remain faithful even when there is no visible reward? Because true faithfulness isn't proven by applause. It's proven by consistency. Do you still pray when there's no breakthrough? Do you still serve when there's no recognition? Do you still obey when the outcome is uncertain? God is not watching how loud you shout in the moment of hope. He is watching how quietly you walk in the discipline of hope. Because faith that lasts isn't emotional. It's intentional. God prepares those who can be trusted in every season, not just the ones that feel easy. And then there is the stripping. Yes, God strips. He removes what no longer serves your purpose. He peels away layers of pride, fear, comfort, and compromise. Not to leave you bare, but to clothe you in spiritual authority. He removes the identity shaped by the world so He can reveal the identity shaped by His wisdom. That's why people may not recognize you anymore. That's why old conversations feel foreign. That's why what used to excite you now feels empty. You're not broken. You're being rebuilt. The discomfort is not destruction. It is divine transformation. And once God finishes, you will no longer walk as who you were, but as who you were always meant to be. In this season, God will begin to increase your discernment, not just toward others, but toward yourself. You'll start to see your tendencies, your patterns, your defaults under pressure. He will show you where you self-sabotage, where you delay your own growth, where you make excuses instead of progress. And that kind of truth isn't always easy to face, but it's necessary because your breakthrough isn't just about what's coming, it's about what needs to go. And God, in His love, will confront you before He promotes you. He will call you to accountability before He calls you to influence. Because to carry what He's about to place in your hands, you must walk with clarity and conviction. And perhaps the most sacred part of God's preparation is this: He teaches you to love the process more than the promise. You stop chasing breakthrough just for the reward. You begin to embrace it for the refinement. Because the longer you walk with God, the more you understand that the true blessing is not just in the arrival, it's in the alignment. It's not just what He gives you. It's who you become through the fire, through the silence, through the waiting. And in that realization you find peace, because even if the breakthrough delays, you are already being transformed. And that transformation is eternal. God's preparation is a holy orchestration of unseen victories. Every time you resist temptation, you are being prepared. Every time you choose discipline over comfort, you are being prepared. Every time you say no to distraction, yes to purpose, yes to obedience, you are being refined into a vessel of power, of endurance, of divine authority. The breakthrough is not just something you receive, it is something you are being built into. And when God says now, it won't just be a moment, it will be a manifestation of everything He's been doing in secret. There comes a time in every soul's journey where the silence of God becomes louder than the noise of the world. That's not abandonment. It's divine attention. It's in those moments when the heavens feel quiet that God is actually working the hardest. He is not absent. He is deeply, intricately present, crafting, refining, and stretching your spirit to handle what eyes have not seen and ears have not heard. He is shaping you to walk into a future that your present cannot comprehend. This is why you must learn to walk by trust, not by evidence. Because the absence of visible movement is not the absence of God's presence. It is the space where He builds your inner fire. God does not train you for ordinary living. He trains you for spiritual dominion. He doesn't just want you to pass through seasons. He wants you to reign over them. And reigning doesn't begin with power. It begins with process. God prepares rulers in the shadows. He builds spiritual authority in the wilderness. He molds the voice that will shift atmospheres in the backside of obscurity. Because if your spirit is not anchored in Him, success will shake you, attention will ruin you, and influence will corrupt you. So He buries you in prayer. He buries you in humility. He buries you in discipline until your soul learns that invisibility with God is better than visibility without Him. You may find yourself wrestling in this season, wrestling with doubt, with timing, with fatigue. But understand this: God allows the wrestle not to break your faith, but to make it immovable. He stretches your spiritual muscles through struggle. He reveals your true hunger in the drought. He awakens your fire in the pressure. Because breakthrough is not light, it is heavy. It carries weight, responsibility, and influence. And God does not give weighty things to weak foundations. That's why He doesn't just build blessings, He builds backbone. He doesn't just teach you how to dream, He teaches you how to endure. Your faith must be prepared to hold the very thing you prayed for. Because what good is a gift if it breaks you when you receive it? That's why God spends more time working on you than working on the thing itself. He sharpens your mind. He cleanses your heart. He restores your focus. He removes the residue of past pain so you don't drag old wounds into a new season. He breaks cycles that you didn't even know were holding you hostage. Because when the door opens, when the calling activates, when the assignment becomes public, you must be ready not just to receive, but to sustain. There's a divine reason God often takes the long route. It's not because He forgot the shortcut. It's because He knows that shortcuts produce shallow roots, and shallow roots can't survive storms. So while others sprint ahead with speed, God walks you with depth. He buries truth so deep in your spirit that when the winds come, and they will come, you will not sway. You will not bow. You will not fold. Because God did not raise you to be popular. He raised you to be planted. Planted in faith, planted in purpose, planted in truth. And here's what you must realize. Preparation is not punishment. It is protection. God is shielding you from premature exposure. He is guarding your destiny from contamination. He knows the traps ahead that you cannot yet see. So He holds you back until the ground has been cleared. He removes people who would have derailed your future. He closes doors that would have robbed your peace, and in your disappointment you may cry out, "Why, God?" But when you're standing in the middle of your breakthrough with no bitterness, no baggage, and no burdens, then you will know why God's no was not a denial. It was a defense. In His preparation, God awakens a holy sensitivity. He trains your ears to hear what others miss. He sharpens your spirit to detect danger in disguise. He heightens your awareness of divine timing. Because when your moment comes, it will not come with fanfare. It will come in a whisper. And if you have not learned to listen, you will miss it. Those who are truly prepared by God become masters of the invisible battle. They know how to fight without noise. They know how to move without announcing. They know how to pray when others panic. And that is the power of God's preparation. It births quiet warriors who shake the very gates of opposition with their stillness. You may think your current position disqualifies you, but what disqualifies you in the eyes of men often qualifies you in the plan of God. He doesn't look at your resume. He looks at your resilience. He doesn't measure your resources. He measures your readiness. And readiness is not about having it all together. It's about trusting God even when everything feels like it's falling apart. Because trust is the foundation of every breakthrough. Not strategy, not talent, not popularity. Trust, deep, raw, unshakable trust in the one who holds your outcome. Hear me. Your future salvation is not in God. God also uses pain as a preparation tool. Not because He enjoys your suffering, but because He understands what pain produces. Pain purifies. Pain sharpens. Pain ignites. Pain pushes you closer to your core, where all the pretending fades and only truth remains. God uses your tears to water the soil of your next season. He uses your loss to teach you detachment. He uses your failure to destroy your pride. He allows heartbreak to strip you of false expectations. And when all that is left is a soul leaning on God alone, that's when the breakthrough is nearest. That's when the light begins to crack through the darkness. God prepares you to walk in peace before you walk in power. Because what good is influence if it costs you your inner calm? What good is a platform if you carry anxiety to every stage? So He teaches you peace in the waiting. He teaches you peace in the pressure. He teaches you to sleep when the storm rages and to smile when the crowd leaves. That kind of peace is not learned through books. It is birthed through brokenness. And once you possess it, nothing can steal it. Because peace rooted in God is unshakable. And only those who are prepared will know what it means to walk through fire without burning, through waters without drowning. There is a hidden richness in the preparation of God that many overlook. Because we are so focused on arrival, we forget that the journey is sacred. Every step, every pause, every wrestle, every prayer, it's holy ground. God walks with you not just to lead you to the promise, but to reveal who He is along the way. And those who truly embrace the preparation come out not just with a blessing, but with a revelation, a deeper awareness of God's presence, a clearer vision of His power, a stronger bond with His guidance. And that is worth more than anything breakthrough could bring. In this divine preparation, God teaches you to guard your gate. Not everything deserves access to your spirit. Not every voice should be allowed to speak into your future. Not every emotion should have a seat in your decisions. God shows you the power of boundaries. He trains you to discern the difference between what is good and what is God ordained. Many fall not because they were uncalled, but because they were unfiltered. They allowed too many opinions, too much noise, too many distractions to enter the sacred chamber of their calling. But those who are truly prepared by God become gatekeepers of their peace, of their energy, of their time, because they know that breakthrough requires not just strength, but focus. God prepares your spirit to handle delay without discouragement. That's one of the highest tests of faith, to still believe when the wait is long, to still hope when the evidence says otherwise, to still build when the blueprint looks invisible. But it is in that tension that your trust is tested. Those who have been shaped in the waiting rise with a faith untouched by circumstance. It is steady. They don't need signs in the sky. They know change is already on the way. They don't need the crowd to agree. They can stand alone with certainty because God has spoken, and that alone sustains them. So keep moving, keep planting, keep believing, keep yielding. God is not only opening a way, He is shaping you to step through it with fire in your spirit, with wisdom on your lips, with authority in your walk. You are being formed into one who cannot be shaken, who will not be turned aside. Because when the breakthrough comes, it won't be about the gift alone. It will reveal who you have become in the waiting. A vessel of resilience, a pillar of faith, a living witness of what God can do with a surrendered heart. When seasons of change start to sweep through your life, when the quiet is suddenly broken by a holy shift you cannot put into words, when you feel something greater than yourself beginning to stir, child of God, do not turn away. Do not shrug it off. Do not write it off as mere coincidence. It is not coincidence. It is not random. It is God. And once God starts to move, you must deliberately line yourself up, because no person can halt what God has set in motion. But listen, alignment does not happen by accident. It is a choice. It is a spiritual posture. It is bold and wholehearted. If you are not planted in obedience, reverence, and readiness, you will miss the exact moment of God's favor. You will stand on the outside of what you were meant to walk in. Many pray for change, yet resist it when it comes. Many ask God to shift their life, but remain glued to their comfort zones, to their routine, to their control. But when God begins to move, He is not asking for your permission. He is commanding your participation. This is not the hour to be passive. This is not the season to be uncertain. This is the hour to rise. This is the season to surrender. Because when God begins to move, mountains bow, doors swing open, enemies scatter, and new paths are formed where there was once only wilderness. But you must be willing to walk. You must be willing to move with the movement of God. You must be willing to let go of the familiar and step into the unknown. Because the unknown with God is safer than the familiar without Him. Too many people are waiting for God to adjust to their schedule, waiting for God to come in a package they approve of. waiting for God to confirm their comfort rather than confront their compromise. But God is not a servant to your comfort. He is the fire that consumes it. When God begins to move, He disrupts everything that is not rooted in Him. He exposes foundations that were built on fear. He confronts plans that were born in ego. And if your heart is not yielded, if your spirit is not humbled, you will interpret His movement as loss. When it is really promotion, you must understand when God begins to move, He is not always loud. He is not always dramatic. Sometimes He moves in silence. Sometimes He speaks through unrest. Sometimes He shakes the foundation of your life just enough to cause you to kneel. Because alignment starts in surrender. Not in strength, not in striving, but in letting go. Letting go of your timeline. Letting go of your expectations. Letting go of the way you thought things would go and opening your heart to the divine direction that only God can provide. But listen to me now. God does not move in confusion. God moves in clarity. His movement is not chaos, though it may unsettle you. His movement is not destruction, though it may remove things you thought you needed. God's movement is always holy, always just, always rooted in purpose. But it will challenge your flesh. It will call your spirit to attention. It will demand that you stop playing small. It will expose the areas in your life where you've been resisting transformation. Because when God begins to move, He is not just changing your surroundings. He is changing you. And here is the truth few want to hear. Alignment will cost you. It will cost you pride. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you relationships that are not rooted in God's truth. But what you lose in comfort, you gain in clarity. What you lose in familiarity, you gain in favor. God does not call you to alignment to break you. He calls you to alignment to bless you. But you must be willing to walk away from what's good to step into what's God. Some of you are praying for open doors while sitting in rooms God has already left. You are clinging to expired seasons. You're holding on to habits that no longer serve your future. You're asking God for a breakthrough while resisting the very movement that brings it. But you cannot step into what's next while still chained to what's past. You must unclench your fists. You must release what God has already removed. Because when God begins to move, delay is disobedience. Delay is distraction. Delay is dangerous. God is not waiting for you to feel ready. He is waiting for your yes, your full yes, your surrendered yes, your obedient yes. That kind of yes opens heavens. That kind of yes shifts atmospheres. That kind of yes aligns you with the unstoppable will of God. But it will not come without resistance. Because the moment you begin to align with God, hell will panic. The enemy will stir, distractions will increase, temptations will multiply, but stand firm. Stay planted. Keep your eyes fixed on God, because what He started, He will finish. And if He is moving, you better move too. There is a rhythm to God's movement, a divine cadence. And when you begin to align yourself, you begin to move in step with that rhythm. You stop striving and start flowing. You stop controlling and start trusting. You stop begging and start believing. That is what alignment does. It brings your spirit into harmony with heaven. It tunes your ears to hear the whisper of God even in the noise of life. It causes you to walk with confidence. Not because you know the way, but because you know the one who does. This alignment is not just about movement, It's about mindset. It's about attitude. It's about posture. Some of you in the right place, but with the wrong posture. You are where God placed you, but your heart is still bitter. Your mouth still complains. Your faith still wavers, and that misalignment will block what God wants to pour out. God cannot bless pride. God cannot dwell in rebellion. God moves where there is humility, where there is brokenness, where there is faith. So check your posture. Is your spirit aligned with what your mouth is praying for? Is your character aligned with the blessings you're asking for? When God begins to move, He tests your faith, not to harm you, but to refine you, because He cannot elevate what hasn't been tested. He cannot promote what hasn't been purified. So, when the fire comes, don't run. When the shaking begins, don't retreat. When everything familiar begins to fall apart, don't fear. That's the proving ground of alignment. That's the soil where purpose begins to grow. That's the furnace where destiny is formed. You see, God doesn't just want to bless you, He wants to trust you. And trust is earned in the places no one sees, in the silence, in the waiting, in the obedience that costs you, in the midnight prayers, in the lonely steps of faith. That's where alignment is forged. That's where character is built. That's where you begin to match the movement of God, not just with your words, but with your life. Let me tell you, when God begins to move, He will reveal things. He will uncover truth. He will show you what was hiding in the shadows. He will bring things to light, not to shame you, but to cleanse you. Because alignment requires purity, not perfection, but purity. A pure heart, a pure motive, a pure desire to follow God above all else. That is the kind of heart God can use. That is the kind of spirit God can partner with. And when you align, truly align, your life becomes a vessel for something far greater than you. You become a carrier of divine purpose, a conduit for transformation, a light in the darkness. You don't just talk about faith, you become a living demonstration of it. And people will look at you and know not by your words, but by your fruit that God is with you, that God is guiding you, that God is moving through you. But make no mistake, alignment requires discipline. It requires consistency. It requires that you stay committed even when you don't feel it. Because faith is not a feeling. It is a decision. A decision to trust when you can't see. A decision to obey when you don't understand. A decision to follow when it's not popular. That is the price of alignment. But oh, the reward is greater than anything you could ever imagine. Because when you align with God, you don't chase blessings. Blessings chase you. You don't strive for success. Favor finds you. You don't manipulate outcomes. Peace anchors you. That is the power of being in the center of God's movement. That is the authority that comes from divine alignment. So if you sense that God is stirring something in your life, don't ignore it. Don't silence the voice that is calling you deeper. Don't resist the pull that is drawing you higher. Move, align, obey, trust. Because God is not just moving around you. He is moving in you, through you, for you. And if you are willing, if you are ready, if you are aligned, nothing will be able to stop what He is about to do. You will walk in rooms you didn't qualify for. You will see doors open that others tried to shut. You will experience restoration where there once was ruin. And it won't be because of your strength. It will be because you aligned with the strength of God. You surrendered. You yielded. You trusted. And now the favor of God goes before you. This is the season to align. This is the season to move with God. Not ahead of Him, not behind Him, but with Him in rhythm, in reverence, in radical obedience. Because when God begins to move, it's not just an opportunity, it's a divine summons. And your response will determine your harvest. Your response will shape your destiny. So don't delay. Don't hesitate. Align yourself now, because the movement of God waits for no man. And when He moves, you want to be found ready, not reacting, but prepared. Not wondering, but worshiping. Not guessing, but grounded. Aligned in spirit, aligned in purpose, aligned in faith. And if you stay aligned, if you stay yielded, if you keep your posture humble and your heart pure, you will see the hand of God move in ways you never imagined. You will witness the supernatural in the natural. You will rise when others fall. You will stand when the storm rages, because you are not anchored in circumstances. You are anchored in God. You are not swayed by opinions. You are led by divine truth. And that is where power resides. That is where purpose is fulfilled. That is where the fullness of God's plan unfolds. And now hear this. When God begins to move in your life, He often does so in ways that defy logic. What seems like loss may be the very path to gain. What feels like a delay may be divine protection. What looks like rejection may actually be redirection. You must not lean on human understanding, because when God moves, His wisdom shatters the limitations of man's reason. You cannot chart the map of a divine journey with human intellect. You must be led by the stillness that speaks from the depth of your soul, where God whispers in clarity, "Trust me." When God starts to shift the ground beneath you, it's not to shake you into fear. It's to awaken you to faith. Faith that stands when the floor moves. Faith that walks when the road vanishes. Faith that obeys when the outcome is uncertain. This kind of faith cannot be borrowed, cannot be faked, and cannot be learned from books alone. It is born in the fire. It is built in the valleys. It is refined through storms. And it is this unshakable, heaven-born faith that aligns your soul with the very hand of God. Understand this deeply. Alignment is not a matter of merely being in the right place. It is about becoming the right person. You must become the vessel worthy of carrying what God is about to release. You must become the ground ready to receive the rain. Too many ask for the harvest without allowing God to till the soil. They ask for the outpouring without surrendering to the pruning. But God does not pour living water into vessels that leak. He does not release destiny into hearts still ruled by fear, pride, or bitterness. Why? You must be transformed to be trusted. You must be emptied to be filled. You must be made uncomfortable to be made unstoppable. And yes, it will hurt. Yes, it will cost you friends. Yes, it will acquire that you walk away from the shallow applause of men. But what you gain from God is worth every tear, every lonely night, every sacrifice. Because when God breathes on your life, what once was buried will rise. What once was dead will awaken. What once seemed impossible will become your testimony. When God begins to move, He will expose the distractions. He will strip away the idols. He will clear out the noise. Why? Because He cannot compete for your attention. God will not bless your life while you're bowing at the altar of your own desires. He calls for all of you total devotion, unwavering surrender, no compromise. That is the price of true alignment. Not just a moment of faith, but a life lived in full submission to God's will. Your mind is still ruled by doubt. If your words are still poisoned with negativity, if your actions still reflect rebellion, then don't expect to move with a movement of God, because God is holy. God is just, and God will not pour His sacred plans into a heart that is still entangled in unholy things. So cleanse yourself not by outward rituals, but by inward repentance. Turn away from anything that dulls your spirit, silences your convictions, or clutters your path with confusion, and return to the stillness where God waits. In the silence, God speaks. In the waiting, God shapes, and in the fire, God prepares. If you are going through a season of uncertainty, it may not be punishment. It may be preparation. God will often allow the wilderness before the breakthrough to test your loyalty, to strip away dependency on others, and to see if you trust Him more than the promise. Many are willing to follow God to the blessing, but not many are willing to follow Him through the breaking. But those who do, those who endure, who stay faithful, who remain aligned, are the ones God crowns with glory. Stop asking for clarity and start walking in obedience. Clarity often comes after the step of faith, not before. God does not reveal every detail, because if He did, you would try to control it. He gives just enough light for the next step, because alignment is not about understanding the whole picture. It's about trusting the painter. You were never meant to see it all. You were meant to walk by faith, live by faith, move by faith, and let God be the one who orders your steps. When God begins to move, the enemy will launch counterattacks. You will face distractions dressed as opportunities. You will see people rise up against you who once supported you. You will feel the sting of betrayal, the heaviness of doubt, the fatigue of spiritual warfare. But don't let that break your alignment. Don't let the temporary pressure pull you out of eternal purpose. Stay focused. Stay rooted, because the enemy cannot curse what God has blessed. He can only try to distract you from seeing it. And distraction is just as dangerous as destruction, because both delay your destiny. Let me speak to your soul. There is greatness within you, but it will never be realized until you surrender to something greater than yourself. And that greatness is not measured by applause, numbers, or titles. It is measured by obedience, measured by purity, measured by how tightly your life clings to the will of God. That is the alignment that moves heavens. That is the life that shifts nations. That is the heart God uses to make history. Some of you are still waiting for confirmation, still waiting for a sign, but the sign is in the shift. The sign is in the restlessness. The sign is in the unanswered prayers. God is not punishing you. He is preparing you. He is rerouting you. He is calling you deeper. But you must respond. Alignment requires response. When you feel the wind of God's movement, you must set your sails. You cannot remain docked in fear. You cannot remain anchored in regret. Let go. Let God move forward. And don't expect everyone to understand your alignment. Don't expect everyone to celebrate your obedience. When God starts to separate you, it's because He is sanctifying you. Not everyone can go where you are going. Not every relationship can survive the fire of transformation. And that's okay. Let them go. Bless them. But don't stop. Keep walking. Keep aligning. Keep obeying. Because your destiny is not tied to those who leave. It is tied to the one who stays. And God never leaves. God never forsakes. God never fails. You will see people rise around you who are not more talented, but they are more aligned. You will witness the favor of God fall on those who dare to walk in surrender. not because they are perfect, but because they are positioned. And when you see it, don't envy, imitate. Don't resent, reflect. Ask yourself, is my life positioned to receive the rain? Is my spirit in sync with God's rhythm? Is my heart truly ready to carry the weight of what I'm asking for? Because blessings come with burdens. Promotion comes with pressure. Breakthrough comes with responsibility. If you're out of alignment, the very thing you pleaded for can become your ruin. But when you're aligned, God steadies your shoulders. He sharpens your mind. He moors your soul so firmly that nothing on earth can dislodge your purpose. Yes, there will be moments you want to give up. Moments when God's silence seems louder than His voice. Yet don't let go. Alignment isn't confirmed in calm seasons. It's revealed in hardships, under pressure, in crushing trial. That's where oil is produced. That's where character is formed. That's where your faith becomes immovable. You don't mature in constant sunshine. You mature in the storms. A storm doesn't signal God's absence. It signals His presence, moving, molding, working, refining, and preparing you. And now, in this moment of awakening, let the soul hear clearly. When God begins to move, He is not merely shifting circumstances. He is calling forth destiny. He is awakening something ancient and eternal within you, something planted before time itself. This is not simply about promotion or provision. This is about divine positioning. God is setting you in the place where His purpose and your obedience collide. And that collision will release a sound in the earth that no force can silence. But hear this. Alignment is not a performance. It is a posture. Not a display for others, but a surrender to God that happens in the unseen corners of the heart. You must stop thinking that alignment is about convenience or comfort. It is about covenant. It is about the solemn, unbreakable bond between your soul and your Creator. When God moves, He searches not for talent, not for charisma, not for status, but for the one who is available, the one who is empty enough to be filled, the one who is quiet enough to hear, the one who is willing to be made low so that God can be made known. I say this to you also, by the way. Cling to God in the dark, late, people. That is the soul God uses. That is the heart that carries heaven's weight. Do not be fooled by outward success. Do not envy the fast rise of those who have no roots. Because when the winds blow, only the deeply planted will remain standing. God is not building for a moment. He is building for eternity. And if it feels like He is taking His time with you, it is because He is building something that will last, something that will carry the weight of future generations, something unshakable. But to walk in that kind of legacy, you must live in alignment every single day. You cannot afford to drift. You cannot afford to be double-minded. You cannot afford to live half-committed. Some think they can be halfway in and still receive the fullness of what God wants to pour. But God does not bless divided hearts. He does not anoint double lives. He moves where there is singular focus, unwavering faith, and complete surrender. That is where His power flows. That is where His presence dwells. So purge the distractions. Purify your motives. Strip away the layers of people-pleasing, fear, and compromise, and come before God with a heart that says, whatever it takes, make me aligned. Because when God moves, He doesn't just give you new surroundings. He gives you new vision. You begin to see what you couldn't see before. You begin to discern what others miss, and that clarity will cost you. It will isolate you. It will burden you with responsibility, but it will also liberate you. It will anchor you. It will guide you through the storm with unwavering peace, because now you are not moving for approval. You are moving in step with the Almighty. And understand this, alignment requires warfare. The moment you align with God, you declare war on everything that once had access to your life. Darkness will push back. Old temptations will whisper. Doubt will rise like a flood. But do not retreat. Do not panic. God has already gone before you. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from victory. The moment you said yes to God's movement, heaven stood with you. And even if no one else understands, even if they mock you, even if they walk away, you keep moving, you keep obeying, because you're not following feelings. You're following fire, the fire of God's presence, the fire of His leading, the fire of His call. There is a remnant rising, those who are not seeking fame, but favor, not applause, but alignment. And if you're hearing these words, you are likely part of that remnant. God didn't choose you because you were the most polished. He chose you because you said yes. And now your yes must become a lifestyle. Your yes must be louder than your excuses, louder than your fears, louder than your critics, because your yes carries generations inside of it. What you align with today will bless those who come after you. The alignment of one obedient soul can break curses, open gates, and shift entire bloodlines. So don't take this lightly. Don't think your obedience is small. Every quiet act of surrender is a roar in the realm of the unseen. Every time you walk away from what is easy to choose what is holy, you align deeper with God's will. And every time you say no to what your flesh wants and yes to what your soul needs, you're stepping into divine power. Power that cannot be earned. Power that cannot be bought. Power that only comes to those who are fully yielded to God's movement. You must be willing to live different, to walk alone if you have to stand when everyone else sits, to believe when others doubt, because alignment is costly, but disobedience is deadly. And the consequences of missing God's timing are far greater than the discomfort of walking by faith. So, choose today. Choose to align. Choose to trust. Choose to go lean. Because when God moves and you move with Him, you become unstoppable. Not because of who you are, but because of who you're walking with. And do not forget, God does not reveal everything at once. He leads you step by step, day by day, season by season. And you must learn to be content with the mystery. To walk even when you don't see, because alignment is not about knowing, it's about trusting. And those who trust God in the unknown will see Him in ways others never will. That's the promise of divine alignment. Not comfort, but closeness. Not ease, but presence. And in the presence of God, there is power. In the presence of God, there is clarity. In the presence of God, there is peace that surpasses understanding. So fix your eyes, guard your heart, sharpen your ears, because God is speaking. God is moving. And if you are aligned, truly aligned, you will not miss it. You will not fall behind. You will not be overwhelmed. You will walk in supernatural rhythm. You will move with boldness, with clarity, with divine authority, because you have chosen not to walk ahead, not to walk behind, but to walk in perfect step with God's movement. And that is the highest calling. That is the greatest privilege, to be one with the will of God. To move when He moves, to speak when He speaks, to act when He leads. Nothing else matters. Nothing else compares. So let your life be a declaration of alignment. Let your soul burn with obedience. Let every part of you cry out, "Not my will, but yours, O God." And let that cry become your compass, your foundation, your covering. Because when God sees a life truly surrendered, He pours without measure. He leads without pause. He blesses without limit. And He moves with such power that nothing on earth or in the heavens can stop what He has ordained. That is the reward of alignment. That is the blessing of walking in step with God. And now, as the flame of truth continues to burn in your heart, let it be known when God begins to move, He will not ask for your preferences. He will demand your purity, because alignment is not only about what you are walking toward, but also about what you are willing to walk away from. You cannot hold on to bitterness and expect peace. You cannot cling to fear and expect boldness. You cannot serve two masters and expect power from the one who commands all creation. Alignment is a line drawn in the Spirit, a decisive, deliberate choice to say, "God, you alone lead my life." When God begins to elevate you, He will expose the weights, the hidden compromises, the silent idols, the buried habits, because elevation without purification is destruction in disguise. God will not take you to heights where your character cannot sustain you. He will not place a crown on a head that refuses to bow. So if you feel pressure in this season, if you feel the squeeze, the breaking, the refining, it is not punishment, it is preparation. God is aligning your inner life to carry out victory, because what you carry in secret will either support or sabotage what God wants to reveal in public. There is a reason the preparation is hidden, because the most sacred moves of God are formed in secret. Before God moves through you, He moves in you. Before He opens the door, He checks the heart. Before He brings the increase, He tests the integrity. And you must pass that test not with grand gestures, but with quiet obedience. When no one is watching, when no one applauds, when every part of your flesh wants to quit, but your spirit whispers, "Stay faithful." That is where alignment is forged, in the unseen, in the uncelebrated, in the unseen trenches of obedience. And don't think that because the process is silent, the outcome will be small. No child of God, when God begins to move, He works from the inside out. He starts deep so that what is built cannot be shaken. And when the foundation is divine, the structure will not collapse. The fruit will last. The blessings will not turn into burdens, because they are rooted in obedience and grown through discipline. Listen well. Alignment is not always rewarded immediately. It may not bring applause. It may not earn approval, but it brings authority. The authority that cannot be imitated. The authority that cannot be earned through image or influence. This authority comes from walking in step with the Creator of all things. It comes from having nothing to prove and everything to protect. It comes from knowing that your help comes from God, not from people, not from systems, not from man-made platforms, but from the one who sees in secret and rewards in His perfect time. When God begins to move, it becomes dangerous to remain neutral. Neutrality in the face of divine instruction is rebellion dressed in passivity. You must choose your posture. You must decide where you stand. You must declare with your actions, your discipline, your focus, that you will move with God no matter what it costs. Because neutrality robs momentum. Delayed obedience is disobedience. And if you know God is stirring, if you feel the pull in your soul, then this is not the time to weigh options. This is the time to surrender fully and respond boldly. Some of you have been circling the same mountain, praying for breakthrough, crying out for direction, but God is waiting for your feet to move. You want confirmation, but God is calling for action. You want signs in the sky, but God has already spoken to your spirit. And until you move, the next step will remain hidden. God does not give blueprints to those who refuse to build. He does not open the heavens to those who won't take the first step on earth. So walk, move, go forward, not blindly, but boldly, with full faith, that if God has begun to move, then every step forward is a step into destiny. And let me tell you, when you begin to walk in alignment, your atmosphere will change, your circle will shrink. Not everyone can stay connected to someone who walks in step with God, because your movement will convict their stagnation. Your clarity will expose their confusion. Your peace will frustrate their chaos. Don't apologize for it. Don't dim your light to make others comfortable. Stay aligned. Stay true. Let your life be a mirror that reflects the holiness of God and a fire that ignites obedience in others. When God moves, He moves with precision. There is no randomness in His leading. Even the detours are divine. Even the delays are loaded with destiny. Nothing is wasted when you are aligned. Every pain has a purpose. Every battle has a blessing. Every trial is wrapped in wisdom. You may not understand it now, but trust that God does. And what you survive in alignment, you will later speak about in power. You will testify not just about what happened, but about who God became to you in the middle of it all. Alignment births intimacy. When you walk closely with God, you begin to recognize His patterns. You begin to anticipate His movement. You begin to discern what others cannot see. That is why spiritual alignment is not merely a command, it is a privilege. You become a partner in the unseen plans of God. You carry not just a dream, but a divine assignment. And when you carry that assignment with reverence, with discipline, with unwavering trust, God surrounds you with favor like a shield. So be warned. Misalignment isn't always obvious. Sometimes it comes in the form of distractions that look like opportunities, relationships that feel good but pull you away from God's path, decisions that seem logical but are void of divine instruction. You must learn to test everything by the fire of God's truth, not by your emotions, not by popular opinion, but by the still unmistakable voice of God that speaks through peace, conviction, and wisdom. Because one wrong turn can delay your journey, one compromise, yes, can cost you years of divine progress. So guard your path, guard your focus, guard your alignment with everything you have. And if you've strayed, return. If you've drifted, repent. It is not too late. The same God who called you then is calling you now. His mercy is wide enough to welcome you back, but come back with humility. Come back with hunger. Come back ready to align completely. Not casually, not occasionally, but continually. Because when God begins to move, He is not looking for part-time obedience. He is searching for those who will say, God, not my will, but yours. Not my plans, but your purpose. Not my pace, but your path. And once you are truly aligned, your life will become an instrument of divine impact. Not because of status, not because of success, but because of surrender. You will walk into rooms carrying the weight of heaven. You will speak and atmospheres will shift. You will pray and mountains will move. You will lead not with pride, but with purity. Not with ego, but with God's authority resting upon you like a mantle of fire. So let this be the season where you stop waiting for the perfect moment and start walking with perfect surrender. Let this be the hour where you cast off everything that hinders and run with endurance the race marked for you by the hand of God alone. Let this be the chapter where your story aligns with God's script, where your days are not wasted in wishful thinking, but lived in radical obedience, because there is no greater calling than to be aligned with the Almighty. No higher purpose than to walk in the rhythm of His will. No deeper joy than to know beyond all doubt that your life is in step with the One who holds the stars in His hands. So move with God, trust His movement, guard your alignment, and let your every step echo one truth, that your life belongs to God and to God alone. And now let your heart grasp this sacred truth. When God begins to move, your surroundings may not look like a blessing at first. In fact, the first sign that God is realigning your life is often discomfort. Things begin to shift. Routines are interrupted. Familiar doors close. And the ground you once stood on begins to shake. But don't mistake divine disruption for destruction. What looks like chaos to the flesh is often the precise order of God in the Spirit. God is not interested in preserving your comfort. He is focused on awakening your calling. There comes a time when you can no longer afford to live reactive to circumstances. You must become responsive to God. That means you stop allowing life to dictate your direction and you start moving by divine instruction. You stop chasing validation and start walking in revelation. When you are aligned with God, your decisions are no longer based on fear, pressure, or public opinion. They are anchored in the certainty that comes from knowing you are being guided by the One who created time, who holds every outcome, who sees beyond every obstacle. You must realize God's movement in your life is not always loud, but it is always purposeful. The most significant shifts often begin with a whisper, a stirring in your soul, a holy unease with where you are, a quiet prompting to leave what's good to pursue what's ordained. Do not ignore the whispers. Do not silence that inner conviction. God doesn't always come with thunder. Sometimes He speaks through a holy silence, and only those who are spiritually aligned will recognize the weight of that silence. That silence will press on your heart, pull on your spirit, and urge you to shift before the storm even comes. And if you want to stay aligned when God begins to move, you must become disciplined in the waiting. Waiting is not wasted. When it is filled with worship, when God has you in a season of preparation, do not despise it. Do not rush it. Because what you do while you wait determines whether you'll be ready when the door opens. God doesn't just open doors. He prepares the person who will walk through them. He shapes your character before He releases the call. He tests your motives before He multiplies your reach. So if you feel hidden, thank God. If you feel overlooked, praise Him. Because when God hides you, it is never to withhold. It is to refine. Let this truth echo in your soul. You do not need to force open what God has sealed, and you do not need to remain in what God has already closed. The greatest delays come when people camp out in expired seasons, still holding on to yesterday's instructions, while God is waiting for them to obey today's command. Alignment means learning to move on when God has moved on. No, but not in rebellion, not in bitterness, but in faith, trusting that God's plan is never stagnant. It is living, breathing, unfolding with every step of surrendered obedience. You see, God's movement is not just external, it is internal. He moves in your thoughts, in your desires, in the posture of your heart. And if your inner life is out of order, your outer life will always reflect that chaos. That is why God starts with the hidden places. He cleanses your mind, purifies your intentions, reorders your priorities. Because true alignment is not when everything looks right on the outside. It's when everything is right before God on the inside. Alignment begins when your ambitions bow to His authority, when your desires surrender to His direction, when your plans collapse at the feet of His purpose, and when that happens, when God sees a heart that no longer competes with His will, He begins to accelerate what was once delayed. What took years in the natural can unfold in moments when your life becomes fully aligned. The doors you couldn't pry open in your strength will swing wide when God knows you're ready, because He is not only preparing the blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. And when the time is right, when the vessel is purified, when the heart is ready, God moves without hesitation. Suddenly the waiting turns to walking, the silence turns to sound, the wilderness turns to rivers, and what you thought would never happen becomes the very thing God manifests before your eyes. But this kind of divine release can only be sustained by continued alignment. You must live guarded, not paranoid, but discerning, not fearful, but alert, because not everything that glitters is from God. Not every open door is divine. Some doors are traps in disguise, crafted to look like opportunity, but designed to pull you out of alignment. That is why you must constantly return to the secret place, where your discernment is sharpened, where your flesh is silenced, where your spirit is tuned to the voice of God. You cannot afford to lead yourself. You must be led. And to be led, you must be quiet enough to hear. There is a rhythm to divine alignment, a sacred pace. And when you move with God, you don't stumble in haste. You walk in peace. You don't chase. God brings what's meant for you. You don't force. God flows. This is not the rhythm of the world. The world glorifies speed. God values surrender. The world applauds noise. God works in stillness. The world pushes you to be seen. God develops you in secret. And when you finally emerge, it is not with arrogance. It is with awe. Awe of what God has done. Awe of how He kept you. Awe of how He used even your brokenness as part of the story. So walk in reverence. Speak with restraint. Listen more than you demand. Because a soul aligned with God doesn't strive to impress. It longs to obey. It doesn't seek titles. It seeks truth. And when your inner world is aligned with God's holiness, everything else begins to fall into divine order. You don't have to beg for favor. It finds you. You don't have to chase peace. It anchors you. You don't have to manipulate outcomes. God settles things you never even knew needed resolution. And I speak now to the one who has felt overlooked, undervalued, unseen. God has not forgotten you. You are not behind. You are not late. You are in His hands. And if you remain aligned even in silence, even in hardship, even in obscurity, He will raise you at the right time. He will honor what was built in the fire. He will breathe on what was formed in prayer. And what no man could take credit for will become the mark of God's movement in your life, increasing your freedom. And if God promised to encounter all your robots, you will be screaming to stay the course. Never grow tired of doing what is right. Don't trade your faithful place of obedience for a fleeting seat at a table God never invited you to. Your prize is not measured by worldly applause. It is the nod of the one who watches from heaven's heights and perceives what human eyes cannot. Keep your hands undefiled, Dumal. Keep your heart meek. Keep moving forward and let being aligned with God be your chief aim. For when all is finished, what will count is not the distance you traveled in human sight, but how near you walked beside the one who called you. If you truly walked with God, then you have walked into the fullness of your purpose. That is true alignment. That is your legacy. That is the life God intended. When the winds around your life begin to change, when the ground beneath you starts to shake, and when it feels as if everything is being stripped away, do not fear. Do not retreat. Do not collapse beneath the weight. For in that very shaking, in that very moment, God is often preparing to release something extraordinary. Something you could never achieve on your own. Something you wouldn't even know how to ask for. Something so carefully woven by heaven that only God could bring it to pass. There comes a moment when the noise rises, not because God has abandoned you, but because He is about to silence every enemy around you. Before God pours something weighty into your life, He always makes space. And making space can feel like loss, like uncertainty, like delay. But don't be deceived. That delay is divine. That uncertainty is God's construction. That silence you hear is His voice clearing the way, stripping away distractions, and setting the atmosphere for a powerful release. God never delivers great things into crowded places. When God is about to give you something big, He clears the room. He empties your hands. He closes some doors. He removes people who once made you feel safe. And it can feel like abandonment, but it's not. It's alignment. It's God saying, you're not going to need them where I'm taking you. You see, what God has for you cannot be diluted, cannot be shared, and cannot be sabotaged by those who don't belong. So when things start falling apart, praise God. When people start walking away, praise God. When your plans collapse and nothing makes sense, praise God. That's how you'll know. That's the sign. That's the moment you should prepare your heart because something big is coming. God never announces His blessings with fireworks. He announces them with a test of faith, a test of patience, a test of surrender. Right before the breakthrough, God will ask you to walk by faith and not by sight. He will ask you to trust Him in the dark. He will ask you to believe in what you cannot see. Why? Because what He is about to give you is not ordinary. It is not natural. It is not humanly possible. It is divine. It is supernatural. It is beyond anything you could have imagined. And before He gives you that thing, He tests your foundation. He tests your posture. He tests your motives. He watches to see if your heart is still pure, if your hands are still clean, if your focus is still on Him and not on the blessing. Because the size of your preparation determines the size of your reward. God doesn't give diamonds to those who can't carry pressure. He doesn't give mountains to those who can't handle the climb. He doesn't give harvest to those who slept through the planting season. So when God is about to give you something big, He will first make you uncomfortable. That discomfort is not punishment. It is preparation. You'll know it's God when everything in your spirit begins to shift. Your appetite for old habits will dry up. Your tolerance for gossip, mediocrity, and small thinking will disappear. People around you won't understand why you're suddenly so quiet, why you're not picking up their calls, why you've stopped explaining yourself. But you're not isolating, you're incubating, you're not running, you're resting in God. You are shedding the old to make room for the new. And when God sees you willing to let go of what you want to receive what He wills, that's when the floodgates open. That's when the blessing finds you. But here's the truth. Before it gets better, it might get worse. Because elevation requires separation. The higher you go, the fewer people can breathe at your level. The more God reveals, the more He conceals you. God hides His greatest gifts before He releases them. Think of it. The seed must be buried before it can bloom. The pearl is hidden inside the shell. The gold is found deep underground, and so too the blessing God is about to give you, it is hidden, but not from you. It's hidden for you, reserved, preserved, and it's being formed in the fire of trials you didn't ask for, in the silence you didn't understand, in the pain you didn't deserve. When you begin to feel like quitting, hold on. When nothing you try seems to work, stand still. When the pressure mounts and you feel like screaming, lift your hands instead. Because that resistance, that delay, that crushing weight, it's not a sign that God has forgotten you. It's the proof that God is forming you. He is stretching your capacity so that when He pours the blessing, you won't break. You'll carry it. You'll sustain it. You'll protect it. There is a holy weight coming into your life, and God cannot release it into a reckless spirit. He will not give sacred things to careless hands. That's why the struggle has been so long. That's why the battle has been so fierce. That's why you've been misunderstood, rejected, overlooked. God was hiding you. God was shielding you. God was setting you apart. Because what He's about to do through you requires isolation. It requires obedience. It requires a faith that is unshaken by circumstances. When God is about to give you something big, you'll notice that your spirit becomes sensitive. Things that used to entertain you will no longer satisfy you. You will hunger for quiet. You will crave prayer. You will desire the presence of God more than the approval of people. That is not coincidence. It is confirmation. It is God drawing you close, whispering to your soul, "Get ready. I'm about to do something you never saw coming. Your nuke prevented, and don't look for validation. Don't wait for others to understand. Well, God didn't give them the vision. God gave it to you. Stop asking people for permission to walk in a promise they didn't receive. They weren't in the room when God whispered it. They didn't see what you saw. They don't carry what you carry, and so they cannot grasp the magnitude of what is coming. But you know deep in your spirit, you know you feel it every time you pray. You sense it every time you're quiet. You can't explain it, but it's there. That weight, that expectation, that unshakable belief that something is shifting. And it is. You're not crazy. You're not desperate. You're not overthinking. You are discerning. You are awake. You are in tune with the move of God. And while others are distracted by the noise of the world, you are listening for the whisper of heaven. And God is faithful. God is not a man that He should lie. If He spoke it, He will perform it. If He showed it to you, He will bring it to pass. Not on your schedule, not on your terms, but in His perfect timing. So stay ready. Stay faithful. Keep your hands clean and your heart pure, because when God is about to give you something big, He watches your posture. He examines your worship. He weighs your motives. And He wants to know, do you want the blessing or do you want the giver? Do you seek the gift or do you seek God? Because if you seek God first, everything else will follow. If you chase His will, His wonders will chase you. If you bow and surrender, He will raise you in power. And the thing you thought you lost, He will restore. The thing you cried over, He will redeem. The thing you didn't think you were qualified for, He will anoint you to handle. But you must believe. You must walk with expectation, not with arrogance, but with assurance, not with fear, but with faith. Because when God is about to give you something big, He doesn't ask you to understand. He asks you to believe even when the door is shut, to believe even when the answer is delayed, to believe even when everything inside of you is weary. Because faith is not just believing when you see it. Faith is believing before it happens, and it is that kind of faith that moves the hand of God. And let me tell you this, when God is about to give you something big, the enemy will try harder than ever to distract you. He will send confusion. He will whisper doubt. He will stir up unnecessary conflict. And he will tempt you to settle for less than what God has promised. That's how you know you're close. The pressure intensifies when the breakthrough is near. The noise rises when the blessing is around the corner. And in those moments, you must become even more rooted, even more disciplined, even more surrendered. Because what's ahead of you is not just for comfort, it's for purpose. God doesn't bless just to please you. God blesses to position you. You are being positioned to influence, to speak life, to bring light where there is darkness. And so before the blessing arrives, God teaches you how to manage pain without bitterness, how to walk through betrayal without vengeance, how to suffer without losing your praise. Because when you receive what God has for you, He wants to know you won't be consumed by it, that the blessing won't turn into your burden, that the success won't silence your spirit, that the increase won't disconnect you from the source. God is not just preparing a blessing for you, He is preparing you for the blessing. And when you start to see your life through that lens, you'll begin to realize that even the setbacks were set up. The loss was a lesson. The rejection was redirection. The closed door was God's mercy keeping you from a trap. Every unanswered prayer was not denial. It was divine preservation. Because if God didn't give you what you asked for, it's because He was getting ready to give you more than you asked for, something bigger, something eternal, something only He could make happen. There was really only one answer, but there were maybe 2 or 3 others depending on a certain cultural. So if you've been walking through a season where things don't add up, rejoice. If you've been feeling isolated, misjudged, or forgotten, lift your head. That's not a curse. That's not punishment. That's the weight of glory preparing to rest on your life. You see, God doesn't build palaces on unstable ground. He doesn't place crowns on the heads of the untested. So, every storm you've survived, every valley you've crawled through, every tear you've cried in secret, they've all been counted. Not one moment of your pain has been wasted. Not one day of your struggle has been ignored. God saw it all, and He is faithful. The signs are not always loud, but they are clear. When God is about to give you something big, your character begins to grow faster than your comfort. Your roots deepen while the fruit delays. You begin to speak less and listen more. You start to walk away from drama, from noise, from anything that poisons your peace. That is God pulling you out of the shallow and into the sacred. That is God teaching you that real blessings don't come with chaos, but with clair. They don't come with anxiety, but with assurance. And they don't come through striving, but through surrender. God's timing is never early. It is never late. It is precise. It is perfect. But the human heart grows weary. And in that weariness, we begin to question, has God forgotten me? Why does it take so long? But remember, every delay in your life has been in service to something greater. If God had given you what you wanted when you wanted it, you would have settled for a fraction of your purpose. God knows when you're ready. He knows when the conditions are right. And He knows how to prepare a blessing so tailor-made for your soul that when it arrives, you will say, only God could have done this. And when that blessing comes, it will not just elevate your life, it will glorify God. People will look at you and not see your talent, not see your strength, but they will see the hand of God. They will wonder how you survived, how you made it through, how you are still standing, and your life will be a living testimony. That's what the blessing is for. Not to make you boast, but to make you bow. Not to draw attention to yourself, but to point all glory back to God. The one who kept you, covered you, and carried you. Now here's a truth that might shake you. Sometimes God delays the blessing because He wants to see if you'll still worship while you wait. Will you still trust Him when nothing is changing? Will you still praise Him when doors remain shut? Will you still serve when you feel empty? That is the test. Because what you do in the waiting determines what you'll do in the winning. If you complain in the dry season, you'll grow complacent in the harvest. But if you remain faithful in a drought, you'll overflow in the rain. So guard your heart, guard your mind. Don't let bitterness take root. Don't let weariness rob your joy. Don't let impatience make you miss what's coming. Because just when you think it's over, God moves. Just when you think He's silent, He speaks. Just when you're ready to give up, He opens the door. God doesn't work on your schedule, but He always works. And His work is perfect. His ways are higher. His thoughts are wiser. And His blessings, oh, His blessings, they come wrapped in peace, soaked in purpose, and sealed by His power. Listen to me now. God is not going to give you something average. He is not going to give you something that looks like what you lost. He is going to give you something better, something bigger, something that makes you forget the nights you cried, something that makes you understand why it took so long, something that humbles you, not because you deserved it, but because God is good. And when it comes, you will know you won't have to force it. You won't have to manipulate people to keep it. You won't have to compromise your values to hold on to it. Because when something is from God, it fits, it flows, it feels right, it brings peace, it aligns with your spirit, it lifts you, not drains you, it gives life, not anxiety, and it glorifies God, not your ego. You see, the enemy can imitate opportunity, but he cannot manufacture peace. He can offer speed, but not substance. You can offer flash, but not foundation. That's why when you're close to your breakthrough, you must be wise. Not everything that looks good is from God. Some things are tests. Some offers are distractions dressed up as destiny. And it takes discernment to know the difference. So seek God, ask for clarity, wait for confirmation, and when God moves, move with Him. Don't second guess and no. Don't look back. Don't seek the approval of others, because when God gives the word, no one can stop it. No delay can cancel it. No enemy can block it. No hater can undo it. What God has declared over your life, it is sealed. And some of you right now are standing on the edge of it, and you've felt it coming. You've seen glimpses in your dreams. You've heard whispers in your spirit. And yet you've been attacked more in this season than ever before. That's not a coincidence. That's confirmation. The enemy wouldn't fight you so hard if you weren't carrying something precious. He wouldn't try to wear you out if he didn't know what was coming. You're not under attack because you're weak. You're under attack because you're close. So don't give up. Don't throw in the towel. Don't believe the lie that says it's too late. With God, it's never too late. He can restore in a moment what you thought was lost forever. He can rebuild what was shattered. He can resurrect what died. Because God is not limited by time, by logic, or by human opinion. He is sovereign. He is supreme. He is able. And He is about to do something big in your life. Something that generations after you will speak about. Something that shifts the entire atmosphere around you. Something that brings healing to your family, peace to your soul, and light to everyone around you. But for now, prepare, purify, pray, praise, because the blessing is not just coming to you, it is coming through you. And there comes a moment in your journey when you realize the very waiting room you despise was actually a holy place. A place where God stripped you of pride, emptied you of noise, and taught you the discipline of stillness. It was in that sacred pause that your ears were tuned to the whisper of God. You didn't know it then, but that quiet season when no doors opened, when no one clapped, when nothing made sense, was the furnace where your character was being refined. God was not withholding from you. God was protecting what He was building within you. You see, when God plans to trust you with something monumental, He must first make sure you are trustworthy. It is easy to desire greatness, but it is another thing to carry it with humility. God doesn't want you to receive the blessing and forget the process. He doesn't want you to stand on a platform and think you climbed there by your own strength. So before the rise comes the crushing. Before the overflow comes the pruning. Before the promise, there is always a preparation that feels like pressure. That pressure is holy. That pressure is sacred. That pressure is not the absence of God. It is the evidence that He is near. And when you begin to shift from questioning God's timing to trusting His wisdom, the atmosphere begins to change. Your prayers mature. Your worship deepens. Your dependence becomes pure. No longer are you pleading for comfort. Now you're asking for clarity. You're no longer rushing. Now you're resting in the assurance that what God has appointed no man can cancel. You're not trying to make things happen. You're allowing God to move as He wills. That is the posture of one who is ready. That is the spirit of someone God can trust. And let me say this boldly. Not everyone will understand your transition. When God is getting ready to give you something big, He separates you from what is small. He removes you from what is shallow. He disconnects you from people who were only attached to your former season. And though it may hurt, do not grieve what God removes. The pruning may feel personal, but it is purposeful. Some people cannot go where God is taking you. Some relationships were never meant to follow you into destiny. And if you continue dragging them into spaces where they don't belong, you will delay what was already ordained. You cannot carry what is holy while clinging to what is harmful. You cannot receive what is sacred while holding on to what is stale. God will not place fire in hands that are still chained to compromise. That's why you felt the shift. That's why your appetite has changed. That's why old habits now feel heavy. God is making room, and He's not asking for your opinion. He's demanding your obedience. Because the blessing that's coming is not for your comfort. It's for His glory. And you must be willing to walk alone if that's what obedience requires. Because obedience is the gate through which blessings flow. Not just verbal agreement, not emotional response, but full surrender. When God sees that your heart is yielded, when He sees that your hands are open, when He knows that your agenda is dead and His will is your only desire, that's when the shift becomes visible. That's when what was delayed is released. That's when what you've been carrying in your spirit begins to manifest in your reality. So don't be discouraged by the silence. Don't be shaken by the delay. Don't interpret stillness as stagnation. God often does His greatest work in hiddenness. The roots of a tree grow silently before the branches ever stretch toward the sky. The foundation of a house is laid underground before a single wall is built. God is working beneath the surface of your life. The silence does not mean He is inactive. It means He is being intentional. And when the time comes, it will be sudden. It will be undeniable. It will be so precise that you will look back and say, "Now I understand." The doors that once refused to open will swing wide. The opportunities you once chased will come searching for you. The favor that once seemed far off will rest on you like a garment. But it will not come to validate you. It will come to glorify God through you. That's the sign that it's from God. It will never feed your pride. Instead, it will humble you. It won't stir up arrogance. It will bring you to your knees. It won't shine the light on you. It will reveal the greatness of the One who authored it all. And when that moment comes, and it will surely come, you'll see that every ounce of pain carried meaning. Every delay was part of God's design. Every closed door was essential. Every tear was planting a seed. And now you are stepping into the harvest, not only of what you prayed for, but of blessings you never imagined you needed. Because God doesn't just meet your prayers, He surpasses them. He hears the cries of your heart that never found words. He knows the desires you tried to hide, and in His perfect wisdom, He gives in a way that both heals and honors. You may have been waiting for a thing, but God was preparing to give you more than a thing. He was preparing to give you an encounter, a divine shift, a life-altering moment that only He could orchestrate. But only those who endure see the fullness. Only those who trust through the tension experience the overflow. The road is narrow, the climb is steep, but the view is beyond what your mind can imagine. And hear this truth deep in your bones. When God is about to release something beyond comprehension, He will first demand the death of your own will. Not because He wants to hurt you, but because He wants to protect you from the danger of your own desires. God will never allow what you want to suffocate what He ordained. So He will test your surrender. He will ask you to lay your Isaac on the altar, the very thing you've longed for, cried for, prayed for, and see if you can walk away in trust. Because when you can let go of the gift and still worship the giver, then and only then are you ready for the kind of blessing that carries eternal weight. There's a moment where your prayers must shift from give me to prepare me. Because what God is bringing to your life is not just an answer, it's a responsibility. It will require wisdom to manage it, discipline to sustain it, and humility to carry it. God doesn't bless your ambition. He blesses your submission. The size of what's coming is directly tied to the size of your surrender. The bigger the blessing, the deeper the stripping. And that is why you must not despise the process. The fire is forming something in you that ease never could. The pressure is pushing out of you everything that cannot live in the next season. Some of you have been misreading the warfare around you. You've thought it was punishment when really it was a preparation for promotion. The attacks you've endured, the betrayal you've survived, the chaos that came out of nowhere, these were not signs of abandonment. They were signs that God was making you battle-tested. Because what's ahead will not only bless you, it will shake systems, shift atmospheres, and silence every voice that spoke against your name. And for that, you must be built strong. Your foundation must be God alone. Your security must be God alone. Your identity must be rooted not in what you hold, but in who holds you. And when God sees that your posture is right, He moves. Not when you complain, not when you beg, but when you align, when your soul stops wrestling and your spirit begins to rest, that is the point of readiness. That is the moment heaven begins to open, and you will find that God doesn't need a crowd to bless you. He doesn't require anyone to approve what He has appointed. In fact, many times your biggest blessings will be birthed in the most private places, in caves, not castles, in stillness, not spectacle. Because God is not interested in impressing people, He is interested in transforming you. So don't chase visibility, chase intimacy with God. Don't seek the platform, seek the presence. Because the blessing you are about to receive won't make you louder. It will make you quieter. It will humble you. It will convict you. It will press you into even deeper dependence. And the more God gives, the more He expects. Not perfection, but purity. Not performance, but posture. A heart that stays bowed even in success. A soul that trembles at His whisper even when standing on the mountaintop. And understand this, when God chooses to give you something big, it's because He's also assigned something eternal to your name. The blessing is not just about money, status, or recognition. The blessing is about impact. It is about legacy. It is about light in dark places. God is entrusting you with influence, not so you can rise, but so that He can be revealed through your rise. You are a vessel, a carrier, a light bearer, and for that role you must be refined. So let the fire do its work. Let the silence shape your ears to hear what noise could never teach you. Let the waiting stretch your faith until it no longer depends on evidence. Because when you walk by conviction and not condition, you are ready for what others can carry. Many are called, but few are prepared. The preparation is what separates the temporary from the timeless. And here's what you must never forget. God is watching how you handle the small things. He's watching how you treat people who can do nothing for you. He's watching how you steward the quiet seasons, the unnoticed labor, the prayers prayed in secret. Because when He's about to give you something big, He looks not at your public voice, but at your private loyalty. Do you still praise when there is no audience? Do you still trust when the door stays shut? Do you still obey when the reward is invisible? That is where the real work happens. Not on the stage, but in the secret place. Not in what people see, but in what only God sees. And when that hidden foundation is strong, God will lift you. He will promote you. He will elevate you. Not to shine a light on you, but to shine a light through you. So keep building in silence. Keep sowing in faith. Keep walking even when no one applauds. Because what God is about to do in your life is not seasonal. It's supernatural. It's not manufactured by man. It's manifested by God. And when it comes, it will not be small. It will not be average. It will be evidence. Evidence of divine favor. Evidence of holy preparation. Evidence that God saw you when no one else did and remembered you when everyone else forgot. And you will stand in that moment not as someone who got lucky, but as someone who was proven, someone who was pressed, purified, and positioned, someone who passed the test. And the beauty of it all, you won't need to explain it. You won't need to defend it. The blessing will speak for itself. It will declare the greatness of God through the story of your life. So lift your head, square your shoulders, fix your heart on God, because you are not just waiting. You are being watched by heaven, and the moment of release is coming. And when it comes, the blessing will overtake you. Not because you were the most talented, not because you had the best plan, but because you trusted God. You stayed when it hurt. You worshiped when it was dark. You kept going when it made no sense. And God will reward you in a way that only He can. And let every soul hear this now. When God is preparing to give you something big, He doesn't only examine your faith, He also examines your intentions. What are you truly asking for? Is it to serve God's purpose or to satisfy your pride? Is it to glorify His name or to elevate your own? God does not release the weight of His blessings into the hands of those who crave recognition more than righteousness. Does not pour out the oil of His favor upon those who are chasing applause instead of chasing Him. The heart must be pure. The soul must be stripped of self-centered desires, because what God is about to give you is not just a reward. It is a sacred responsibility, because there is not a God, there is an earth. When God begins to prepare something divine, He does not work with haste. The greater the assignment, the deeper the cleansing. You may feel stretched beyond your limit, tested beyond your strength, but it is because God is expanding the borders of your soul. The vessel must be made ready for the weight it is destined to carry. A shallow foundation cannot hold a towering structure. A brittle spirit cannot steward a blessing forged in the fires of purpose. So if you feel as though you've been broken, it is because God is removing everything that cannot endure what is coming. He is tearing down every counterfeit identity, every false comfort, every idol of control that you've clung to, so that when He builds, it is His hand alone that is visible. Understand this. When God calls you to something big, He rarely gives you all the details. He gives you just enough light for the next step, because the blessing is not merely in the destination, it is in learning to trust the path you cannot see. Faith is not about walking where it makes sense. Faith is about walking where only obedience can lead you. And that is when you begin to grow, not just in what you know, but in who you become. God is shaping a soul that can weather storms without folding, a heart that can be trusted with power and not be corrupted by it. You may have cried in the dark, asking why the journey has taken so long. You may have whispered prayers soaked in sorrow, wondering if God still sees you. Let this be the answer your spirit has waited for. God sees all. God hears every unspoken plea, counts every tear that falls in secret, and reads every thought that trembles within your chest. Nothing escapes His watch. Nothing delays without purpose. And when God decides it is time, no force on earth can stand in the way. No enemy can undo what God has written. No man can revoke what God has approved. It will be delivered not a second too soon, not a breath too late. And you must recognize this. The closer you get to what God has ordained, the more intense the spiritual resistance will become. This is not a sign that you are failing. It is a signal that the gates of opposition have noticed your momentum. But you must not retreat. You must not shrink back. The resistance is a revelation. It means you are aligned. It means you are advancing. God does not allow giants to appear before those who are not destined to conquer. The presence of opposition is proof that something powerful is ahead. But you must not fight with fleshly weapons. When God is your source, your strategy must be spiritual. You win battles through unwavering trust. You overcome through consistent obedience. You walk into victory by speaking what God has spoken, even when the visible world contradicts it. Speak as though it's already done. Praise as though it's already yours. Move as though the promise is not a distant hope, but a present certainty. That is the kind of faith that commands heaven's attention. And do not let comparison dilute your conviction. What God is preparing for you cannot be measured by what others have received. Stay in your lane. Guard your eyes. Keep your focus on what God is doing in you, not what He's doing for someone else. Because when your time comes, and it will come, it will fit you perfectly. It's Tukal. It will speak your name. It will require every lesson you've learned, every pain you've endured, every step of the obedience you've walked. You will realize then that God wasn't just preparing the blessing for you. He was preparing you for the blessing. And the transformation that happens in the waiting, that's the real miracle. Before the fruit appears, the roots go deep. Before the promise is fulfilled, the soul is fortified. God uses the waiting season to teach you things that victory alone could never teach. He uses the quiet to show you who He truly is without distractions, without applause, without noise. It is there in the stillness that God reveals the depths of His mercy and the fire of His purpose. So walk through the delay with dignity. Let your silence be loud with confidence in God. Let your stillness echo with trust. Let your obedience sing louder than any fear or doubt. Because every step you take in the dark is building a testimony that will shine in the light. God will use your endurance as evidence. He will use your faithfulness as a foundation. He will make your life a mirror that reflects His power. Not your perfection, not your performance, but His absolute and unshakable power. When the moment arrives, and know it will arrive, you won't have to force it. You won't have to manipulate it. You won't have to make it happen with your own strength. You will step into it and realize it was tailor-made by the hand of God. Doors will open not because you knocked loud enough, but because God commanded them to. People will honor what you carry, not because you demanded respect, but because they will sense that what is on your life came from a higher place. And in that hour, do not forget where it came from. Do not mistake the blessing for the source. Do not cling to the gift and forget the giver. The moment you try to hold it in your own power, it will start to weigh you down. But if you carry it with the same surrender that led you there, it will lift you. It will strengthen you. It will multiply, not only in your life, but in the lives of those connected to your obedience. And I say to every soul listening, when God is about to give you something big, the atmosphere around you will begin to shift in ways that cannot be explained by human logic. You may not see physical changes yet, but your spirit will know. Your discernment will awaken. Your dreams will carry messages too weighty for your sleep. You will feel the pull toward quiet, the divine urge to step back from noise and sink deeper into stillness. Because God does not shout when He speaks destiny. He whispers it in moments of sacred solitude. He draws you away from the crowd, not to isolate you, but to elevate your awareness of Him. And here is the deep truth many miss. Before God sends the increase, He often causes a shaking. The things you leaned on will tremble. The things you trusted will be tested, not to destroy you, but to strip away everything that could contaminate what is coming. God is not trying to take from you. He is trying to purify what will remain in you. Every great thing from God is born in a moment of surrender. And you cannot truly surrender until God has shown you that there's nothing else worth holding on to except Him. Some of you have been wondering why your prayers haven't been answered in the way you expected. But let me speak this clearly. Just because you have not seen the fruit yet does not mean the roots aren't growing. God is working underground. God is building silently. And when He finally brings it forth, it will happen so suddenly, so unmistakably that no man will be able to take credit. It will come from angles you did not anticipate, through doors you never knocked on, from places your mind never imagined. That's how God moves unexpectedly but precisely. But God will not release what is great into a vessel that is still clinging to what is small. So ask yourself, what do I need to release in order to receive? What fear do I need to lay down? What habit must be crucified in the secret place? What mindset must be broken so God can build upon something stable? The blessing you're waiting for doesn't just require an open hand. It requires a new heart. Not a perfect heart, but a heart that is teachable, pliable, yielded entirely to the will of God. Do not fear the pruning. Do not resist the process. Every cut is under the control of God's wisdom. Every delay is laced with divine strategy. Every disappointment is a redirection away from the counterfeit and toward what is truly yours by appointment. And make no mistake, what God has for you, no one else can touch. You don't need to compete, compare, or control. All you need to do is stay positioned, stay humble, stay faithful, and allow God to finish what He started. And when you feel the weight of waiting grow heavy, remember, God is not just testing your patience, He is cultivating your endurance. The kind of endurance that won't just carry the blessing, it will protect it. You must be able to handle what comes with the blessing. The visibility, the responsibility, the pressure, the attacks, the tests that come after the triumph. This is why God prepares in layers. And this is why God prepares in. He doesn't just give, you grow into it. You become what the promise requires. And when the time is right, He lets you walk in it without fear, without shame, without apology. So do not despise the silence. God is still speaking, just not with words. You expect. Sometimes He speaks through closed doors, sometimes through unanswered emails, sometimes through empty rooms and restless nights. But if your ears are tuned to the frequency of the Spirit, you'll know that those moments are not void. They are divine communication. God is saying, wait, trust, I'm aligning everything. And when the alignment is complete, you won't have to ask for the blessing. It will chase you. It will find you at the intersection of obedience and surrender. And when it arrives, be ready to carry it with grace. Because with every big blessing comes big accountability. God will bless you to lift others, not to lord over them. He will give you influence to heal, not to harm. He will increase you to serve, not to be served. The blessing is not an end. It's a beginning of a new level of responsibility, of sacrifice, of faithfulness. So now's not the time to lose focus. Now is the time to refine your walk, sharpen your vision, discipline your habits, and dig deeper into the heart of God. Because soon the silence will break, the storm will pass, the light will shine, and you will step into the thing that God has been preparing all along. Not because you earned it, but because you endured. Not because you strived, but because you submitted. And in that moment, you will look back and thank God for every door He closed, for every delay He allowed, for every prayer He didn't answer. Because now you see what He was doing. He wasn't withholding. He was perfecting. So take courage. Let your spirit be lifted, not in your own strength, but in the Lord alone. Hold your head high, even if your hands can't stop shaking. Declare faith even when your voice feels fragile. Step forward even if the road ahead is still uncertain. For what lies before you is not merely great, it is holy. And if you remain firm in obedience, anchored in truth, and walking in God's plan, you will carry it with strength, with wisdom, and with peace that transcends all reason. This is the moment when God rearranges things suddenly, when long-awaited hopes take form, when whispered prayers turn into living evidence, when quiet trust is honored in the open. And when it unfolds, let your first words not be, "See what I accomplished," but, "All glory to God who noticed me in silence and lifted me in His perfect time." Because this is not the product of human striving, it is the unveiling of God's timing, and it is on the way, it is on the way, it is on the way. Stay watchful, stay yielded. God has not finished yet. He is only beginning. My friends, when the world grows cold, when the weight becomes unbearable, when the road ahead feels shadowed and uncertain, there is one truth that cannot be shaken. When you choose to trust God, He releases blessings you never saw coming. Hear me clearly. This is not theory, not some distant idea, not a vague notion. This is a divine law that guides the lives of those who walk by faith. When a heart lays down everything, fear, doubt, pride, and personal plans, and rests fully in God, heaven begins to move in ways no human mind could ever anticipate. God does not follow our timeline. He does not wait for us to achieve perfection. He does not bless by human logic or reward according to earthly schedules. He blesses in His own way. He blesses when the heart is truly surrendered. He blesses when pride is emptied out and trust fills the soul. God is watching for that moment when faith no longer depends on outcomes. When we stop trying to control every detail and we simply say, "God, I trust you even if I don't understand." And that's when the unexpected happens. That's when miracles descend like rain on dry ground. That's when the doors you never knocked on begin to open. That's when the right people enter your life out of nowhere. That's when sickness turns to strength. When lack turns to provision. When confusion becomes clarity. God does not move according to man's predictions. He moves by divine appointment. And when you trust Him, you will find that His timing is perfect, His plans are greater, and His blessings are far beyond anything you could imagine. Some of you listening today are on the edge. You're tired. You've prayed. You've waited. You've been faithful, but you haven't seen the harvest yet. Let me speak directly to your spirit. Don't give up. Trust is not proven in the light. Trust is tested in the dark. God is not absent. He is watching your heart. And when that heart says, "Though everything is falling apart, I still believe," then God steps in, not just with what you want, but with what you never saw coming. There are blessings reserved for those who trust Him in the storm. Not after the storm, in the storm. It's easy to trust God when the bank account is full, when your health is strong, when the applause of people surround you. But can you trust Him when you're alone? Can you trust Him when the bills are piling up and the healing hasn't come? Can you trust Him when every door you thought would open has slammed shut? Because when you trust God at rock bottom, you give Him room to build something unshakable. That's when you discover that what God builds doesn't need the approval of men. It doesn't need a crowd. It doesn't need a committee. It just needs faith. Raw, stubborn, mountain-moving faith. And it's that kind of faith that brings blessings so divine, so precise, so personal, that you know without a doubt it was only God. Look back over your life. How many times did the blessing come after you let go? How many times did God show up after you stopped trying to fix everything yourself? That job you didn't apply for. That friend who appeared in your darkest hour. That breakthrough that arrived the moment you said, God, I surrender. These aren't coincidences. They are confirmations that trusting God is never in vain. The world will try to tell you to calculate everything, to play it safe, to depend on what you can see. But the path of trust doesn't always look logical. It doesn't always feel safe. It often looks like stepping into nothing until God proves it was everything. That's when the supernatural collides with the natural. That's when the invisible hand of God reveals what was hidden all along. The blessing was always there, waiting for your trust to unlock it. You may not see it today. You may not feel it, but God is working behind the scenes. While you're crying in silence, He's planning your restoration. While you're breaking under pressure, He's building your testimony. While you're praying in desperation, He's aligning the right people, the right time, the right door. And when that door opens, it will make sense why every other door was shut. When the blessing arrives, it will be tailor-made. It will fit your life, your heart, your calling. It won't be random. It will be divine. You must trust even when your emotions scream otherwise. Faith is not a feeling, it's a decision. Trust says, God, I don't see the way, but I believe you are the way. I don't know how, but I believe you know. I don't understand, but I know you hold the plan. And that kind of faith attracts the supernatural. That kind of faith invites blessings that defy logic, that confuse your enemies, that silence your critic. Because when God blesses a life that trusted Him in secret, He blesses it in such a way that no one can deny it was His hand alone. Don't wait to trust until things feel better. Trust now. Trust when it hurts. Trust when it's silent. Trust when your mind is racing and your strength is failing. Trust is an act of war against the lies of fear. Trust is saying, I will not be moved. And when God sees that kind of resolve, He responds not with small comfort, but with unexpected abundance. Some of you have been living in survival mode too long. You've been begging for crumbs when God has a feast prepared. But He cannot give the feast to those who only trust when they can taste. He gives it to those who trust when their mouth is dry and empty. That's where the oil begins to flow. That's where the jar of flour never runs out. That's where barren fields bloom and rivers run through deserts. What you think is the end might just be the beginning. What you think is a breakdown could be a setup for a breakthrough. But you must decide today, will you trust God completely? Not half-heartedly, not with conditions, but with a heart that says, even if I lose it all, I will not lose my faith. God has a history of showing up after the impossible. He waits until the Red Sea is in front of you and Pharaoh is behind you. He waits until the lions surround you and there's no escape. He waits until the fire is heated 7 times hotter. Why? Because when He delivers, He wants it to be clear. It was only Him. Trust turns ordinary moments into divine appointments. A simple act of obedience can unlock a destiny. A single prayer of surrender can trigger an avalanche of favor. You don't need to manipulate your future. You don't need to chase blessings. You need to trust the one who holds them all in His hands. When you trust God, you begin to walk with peace even when chaos surrounds you. You begin to sleep when others panic. You begin to speak hope when others spread fear. And in that atmosphere of faith, blessings begin to arrive. Some seen, some unseen, but all perfectly timed. Trust is not weakness. It is the highest form of spiritual strength. It is saying, God, you are enough, even if I have nothing else. And when you live like that, blessings will chase you down. They will find you in unexpected places. They will overtake you without warning, not because you deserved them, but because you dared to believe when it was hardest to believe. This is the call today. Not to more effort, not to more anxiety, but to deeper trust. God is not asking for your strategy. He's asking for your surrender. He's not asking for your plan. He's asking for your faith. He's not waiting for you to be perfect. He's waiting for you to be fully His. The moment you let go of what you thought life should look like, God will begin to show you what it was always meant to be. The moment you stop holding back, He will start pouring out. And the blessings that come, oh, they won't be small. They will be pressed down, shaken together, and running over. They will come when you least expect it. They will come through people you never imagined. They will come in ways that exceed your limited understanding. Because that's how God works. He doesn't just meet your needs, He exceeds them. He doesn't just fill your cup, He overflows it. He doesn't just answer your prayers. He answers them in ways that leave you speechless. But all of it hinges on one thing, your trust. If you can trust Him when the road is rough, if you can trust Him when the heavens are silent, if you can trust Him when nothing seems to change, then get ready. Because the blessing that's coming will not be ordinary. It will be unexpected. It will be unmistakable. It will be God. And when it comes, you'll look back and say, now I understand. Now I see why I had to wait. Now I see why every detour, every delay, every disappointment was necessary. It wasn't punishment. It was preparation. Trust God. Trust Him when it hurts. Trust Him when it's hard. Trust Him when you have every reason to doubt. Because when you trust Him, He doesn't just come through. He comes through better than you prayed, bigger than you dreamed, and sooner than you expect. Let me tell you this, and let it thunder in your spirit. What you think is a delay is not a denial, it's divine design. When you walk by trust, you no longer judge your life by what you see in front of you. You judge it by the faithfulness of the one who holds the universe in His hands. God is never in a hurry, and He is never late. He is not pressured by time, not moved by public opinion, and not intimidated by your circumstances. He moves with purpose, and He rewards those who trust without seeing. There are blessings that cannot be rushed because they are not ordinary blessings. They are blessings that require preparation, maturity, endurance, and purification. You may be asking, why is it taking so long? But the better question is, what is God building inside me while I wait? Because when God blesses, He blesses in a way that you are not only ready to receive it, but able to sustain it. Trust sharpens your character. Trust kills your pride. Trust breaks your dependence on people. Trust makes your heart strong enough to carry what God is about to release in your life. You may feel like you're walking through fire, but let me declare this over your life. You are not being burned. You are being refined. The heat you feel is not meant to destroy you, but to shape you. It's in the furnace of trust where doubt dies and divine confidence is born. It's in the silence of waiting where the deepest revelations rise. And it is in the unseen places where God is forming the foundation for blessings you're not even praying for yet. You must come to a place where your trust in God is not based on outcomes, but rooted in who He is. Because when you truly know God, when you know He is righteous, when you know He is just, when you know He is merciful, you stop panicking when life doesn't make sense. You stop complaining when people reject you. You stop running after what God is trying to remove. You stand still and you trust. Some of the greatest blessings God will ever give you are not material. They are internal. Peace in the storm, strength in your weakness, clarity in your confusion, wisdom in your decisions. These are the kinds of blessings that come when you let go of the outcome and hold on to the presence of God. And once your heart is anchored in Him alone, then and only then do the external blessings begin to fall into place. Listen to this carefully. Trusting God is not passive. It is the most powerful act of spiritual warfare. While others worry, you worship. While others stress, you stand still. While others chase answers, you sit at the feet of the one who holds them. That kind of trust is not weak. It's unstoppable. It threatens darkness. It frustrates the plans of the wicked. It attracts the favor of God like a magnet. God has never failed a single soul who put their full trust in Him. The old paths are filled with stories of those who dared to believe when nothing made sense and saw the hand of God move in extraordinary ways. He lifted the humble, honored the faithful, and exalted the ones the world forgot. Do not think He will treat you any differently. He is the same. He sees you. He hears you. He knows exactly what you need, even the things you haven't had the courage to pray for. There will come a time, yes, it will come, when the very thing you once cried about will become the testimony that others marvel at. The door you once begged to open, the peace you once longed for, the provision you once searched for, all of it will come not because you chased it, but because you trusted God enough to let Him bring it in His way. You may be surrounded by people who do not understand your faith. They may say, "Why don't you just give up? Why are you still waiting? Why do you keep trusting when nothing is changing?" Let your life be the answer. No, let your endurance be the sermon. Let your peace be the evidence. And when the blessing arrives, when the breakthrough comes, they will have no choice but to admit God was with you all along. Some blessings are not delayed because of sin or disobedience. They are delayed because they are so big, so heavy, so transformative that God must prepare every layer of your life before He releases them. He must position the right people. He must align the right moment. He must prepare your heart so that the blessing doesn't become your burden. And when it finally arrives, it won't be something you have to strive for. It will be something you simply step into. Do not curse your waiting season. Do not despise your quiet time. That is where the greatest spiritual growth happens. It's where God teaches you how to rely on Him and not on the applause of men. It's where He detoxes your spirit from the expectations of this world and fills you with divine perspective. And when the time is right, He will elevate you, not because you earned it, but because you trusted Him through it all. Every time you choose to trust instead of panic, you are planting seeds in the unseen realm. Seeds of favor, seeds of joy, seeds of wisdom. And one day, when the season turns, those seeds will burst forth as a harvest so bountiful it will silence every lie spoken against you. It will shut the mouths of those who doubted you. It will glorify God in ways that no sermon ever could. And you must get this truth deep into your bones. You don't need to see the blessing to believe it's coming. Faith is not sight. Faith is assurance in the unseen. Trust is believing that what God said is already done. Even if your eyes haven't caught up with it yet, speak it before you see it. Thank Him before it shows up. Walk like it's already yours, because in the heavenly realm, it already is. The enemy wants you to quit right before the blessing breaks through. He wants you to question God, to fall into despair, to doubt everything you've stood on. But don't give him that satisfaction. Instead, dig your heels into the ground of faith and declare with unwavering conviction, I will trust God no matter what. That kind of declaration shakes the atmosphere. It invites the hand of God to move in ways the natural effort never could. God responds to faith, not fear, not anxiety, not manipulation. Faith, and the most powerful form of faith is trust. Quiet, steady, unshakable trust. Trust that says, even if it costs me everything, I will not stop believing. Trust that stands when others fall. Trust that endures when nothing makes sense. When you walk in that level of trust, you become untouchable. Not because life stops being hard, but because your spirit is rooted so deeply in God that no storm can uproot you. That's when you begin to live in a realm above the noise, above the chaos, above the fear. That's when unexpected blessings begin to pour out. Not just to elevate your life, but to glorify the one who never stopped working behind the scenes. And the chapter he's about to write, the one that comes after the trust, after the tears, after the waiting, will be more beautiful than anything you ever imagined. Because when God blesses those who trust Him, He does it in a way that reveals His glory, magnifies His mercy, and proves once and for all that trusting God is the greatest decision a human soul can ever make. You must understand deeply and fully that when you trust God, you are aligning your life with the rhythm of divine power. You are no longer reacting to circumstances. You are responding to purpose. Trusting God is not a weakness. It is a force. A divine force that moves mountains, parts seas, opens barren wombs, silences storms, and lifts the lowly from the dust. When you trust God, you are not placing your life in the hands of chance. You are placing it in the hands of the one who sees the end from the beginning and makes no mistakes. Every trial you face is not to destroy you. It is to awaken something in you. Trust turns your pain into power, your delay into development, your detour into destiny. When the people around you stop believing, when friends walk away, when family turns cold, when your plans collapse and your dreams seem distant, that is when your trust must rise like fire in your bones. Because when everything external crumbles, your internal foundation in God becomes your anchor. And it is in that silent, hidden place where the deepest trust is born. Do not measure your progress by what you can see. Measure it by how deeply you trust God. When nothing is visible, because sometimes God hides the blessing to grow your dependence. Sometimes He withdraws the visible so He can cultivate the invisible. And when you prove that you will walk with Him even in the fog, even in the fire, even in the silence, that's when the heavens begin to open and the unexpected blessings are released. God does not pour out blessings because of your status, your popularity, your wealth, or your skills. He blesses according to the condition of your heart. A heart that chooses to trust even when the future is unclear. A heart that honors Him in the unseen moments. A heart that remains steady when life falls out of order. A heart that declares, God, whether you give or take away, I will still trust you. That kind of heart shakes the heavens. That kind of heart is met with favor, not because of striving, but because of surrender. Often the greatest barrier to blessing is not the opposition around you, but the urge within you to stay in control. To trust God is to release your grip on how you think things should unfold. It is to step aside and let Him compose the story. And hear me, whatever God pens with His own hand will always be more beautiful, more powerful, and more complete than anything you could ever write yourself. You may be walking through a season of silence. You prayed, you've waited, and still nothing seems to move. But do not let the silence make you question His presence. Trust is not built in the noise. It is forged in stillness. It is in the silent seasons that God examines your motives, purifies your intentions, and removes the clutter from your soul. And when your trust matures, when it is no longer dependent on blessings, but rooted in loyalty, then God unleashes favor that no man can stop. You don't need everyone to believe in you. You don't need applause. You don't need validation from people who do not walk your walk. You need to believe in the voice of God. You need to trust that if He said it, He will do it. If He closed the door, it was protection. If He delayed the plan, it was preparation. If He shifted the path, it was direction. God wastes nothing. Not your tears, not your time, not your trial. Everything is being woven into a blessing that will arrive exactly when your heart is ready to carry it. And when it arrives, you won't have to manipulate it. You won't have to chase it. You won't have to fear losing it, because what God gives in response to trust comes with peace. It comes with stability. It comes with spiritual depth. It doesn't drain you. It fills you. It doesn't confuse you. It clarifies everything. The blessing of God never adds sorrow. It only multiplies meaning. Some of you are being tested right now. Not because you've done something wrong, but because God is stretching your faith. He is preparing your capacity. He is enlarging your territory. Not physically, but spiritually. You are being called to trust at a level you've never trusted before. And that means releasing the familiar, letting go of what you've always leaned on, abandoning the safety of your own understanding, and stepping into the unknown with nothing but faith in God. That is where the miracle happens. That is where the blessing comes. Not through your strength, but through your surrender. Not through striving, but through stillness. Not through control, but through confidence in the one who controls everything. Let them question you. Let them mock your faith. Let them call you foolish for still believing. Because the very thing they ridiculed today will become the evidence of God's glory tomorrow. And when the blessing comes, and it will come in such a way that even your enemies will say, "Surely God was with this one." Do not let the pressure of the moment rob you of your trust. Do not let the storm convince you that the ship will sink, the winds may blow, the waves may rise, but when your trust is anchored in God, you are unsinkable. You may bend, but you will not break. You may fall, but you will rise again, because God does not abandon those who trust in Him. He upholds them. He strengthens them. He lifts them at the appointed time. And when that time comes, it will feel like the floodgates of favor have been opened. Doors you never knocked on will swing wide. People you never thought would help you will be moved to bless you. Ideas, resources, opportunities will appear. Not because you chase them, but because you trusted the one who controls them all. This is not wishful thinking. This is divine law. This is spiritual truth. Trust unlocks what anxiety shuts down. Trust activates what fear delays. Trust draws down blessings that cannot be earned, only received. So I ask you today, how deeply will you trust God? Will you trust Him when the answer is not yet? Will you trust Him when you have no evidence, only assurance? Will you trust Him when the world is watching and you have no results to show? But your spirit says, "Still I believe," because that is where true power lives. Not in comfort, but in conviction. Not in clarity, but in commitment. Not in the outcome, but in the obedience of faith. And the moment you make that decision, all of heaven leans in. The hand of God moves, and the blessing that was once far off begins its journey toward you. Not because of who you are, but because of who He is. There is a sacred kind of strength that rises within a person when they trust God beyond understanding. Not surface-level belief, not conditional obedience, but wholehearted, soul-deep, uncompromising trust. The kind that holds steady when logic breaks. The kind that walks forward when eyes cannot see. The kind that chooses to say, God is enough, even when nothing else makes sense. That trust is not born in comfort. It is born in the wilderness. It is forged in waiting rooms, in tears-soaked pillows, in silent nights where your only companion is faith. Let me speak to the one who feels forgotten. God has not forgotten you. The silence is not absence. The stillness is not abandonment. When you trust God, your life becomes part of a larger holy strategy, one that is often hidden from the natural eye. God works behind veils, behind closed doors, behind the curtain of time. And when He reveals His plan, you will see that every moment of pain had a purpose. Every detour held direction, and every delay was divine. Trust is not something you turn on when it's easy and off when it's hard. It is the steady posture of the soul that declares, "My life is not in my hands. It is in God's hands." And when your soul is positioned in that kind of faith, you will begin to see God's fingerprints everywhere in the small things, in the quiet confirmations, in the people you meet by coincidence. Trust opens your spiritual eyes to see that nothing is random when you walk with God. There are blessings that come disguised as loss. There are breakthroughs that begin with closed doors. There are elevations that start in low places. But only those who trust God long enough will live to see the beauty unfold. Because blessings from God are not just about abundance, they are about alignment. God doesn't give you what you beg for. He gives you what your soul truly needs. And sometimes that means stripping away the distractions so you can receive the real blessing. Clarity, peace, strength, purpose. Let me tell you plainly, the longer you walk with God, the less impressed you become with the world. You no longer chase what they chase. You no longer envy what they envy. You no longer fear what they fear because your eyes are fixed on something higher. You begin to realize that trusting God is not just about receiving blessings. It's about becoming someone who cannot be shaken. Someone whose peace is rooted in truth. Someone whose joy is untouched by circumstance. Someone whose identity is grounded in the reality that God alone is enough. You see, when you truly trust God, your whole posture changes. You stop explaining yourself to everyone. You stop forcing outcomes. You stop begging people to see your worth. Why? Because your confidence no longer comes from people. It comes from knowing that the one who formed you, who breathed life into your lungs, who wrote your name in His book, has already prepared your portion. What is meant for you will come, not a second late, not a breath too soon. And when it comes, it will fit your life, your growth, your purpose. There's a quiet dignity in trusting God. You don't need to broadcast it. You don't need to prove it, but it radiates from you. It shows up in the way you handle pressure, in the way you wait with patience, in the way you endure criticism without lashing back. Trust makes you immovable in a shaking world. And that kind of stability is a blessing all by itself. Let me speak to your heart again. Stop striving. Stop rushing. Stop trying to make it all happen on your own. Rest in the truth that God knows the way. Rest in the assurance that He is working while you wait. Rest in the knowledge that His delay is not denial. It is divine alignment. Trust is not sitting idle. It is standing alert. It is watching, ready, praying, praising. Not because everything is perfect, but because you know the one who is perfect in every way. And here's what no one tells you. Trusting God will cost you something. It may cost you your comfort. It may cost you approval. It may cost you your own plans. But what you gain will far outweigh the loss. You will gain divine wisdom. You will gain strength that doesn't break. You will gain peace that guards your heart like a fortress. And eventually you will gain blessings that make you drop to your knees and weep, not because you earned them, but because God was faithful to give them. When the blessing comes, it will not come through your effort alone. It will not come because you had everything figured out. It will come because you were found faithful. Because you dared to believe when others gave up, because you chose to trust when everything screamed at you to doubt. And that kind of trust attracts blessings that cannot be measured with money or recognition. They are blessings that mark your soul and multiply through generation. Do not be surprised when God's blessings do not look like what you expected. God often answers in ways that stretch us, not spoil us. He blesses us not just to comfort, but to commission, to call us higher, to awaken purpose, to refine character. And when you trust Him, you begin to see the difference between what is good and what is God. Because not everything good is from God, but everything from God is always good. Even if it's hard, even if it takes time, even if it first comes in the form of challenge, you must make a decision today to live from a deeper well. A well of trust, a well of surrender, a well that doesn't dry up in drought, that doesn't crack under pressure. Because when your trust runs deep, it becomes your supply in every season. It becomes your answer when the questions rise. It becomes your light when the night is long. Let your trust be louder than your worry. Let your trust be stronger than your fear. Let your trust be the lens through which you see the world. Not through the opinions of others, not through the limits of your past, not through the noise of today's chaos, but through the eternal truth that God is your source, your guide, your refuge, your reward. And when that trust is fully alive in you, watch what happens. Watch how peace settles on your spirit. Watch how wisdom begins to flow from your mouth. Watch how doors begin to open. Not because you forced them, but because your trust created space for God to move. This is not blind faith. This is bold, mature, tested faith. The kind that declares, I don't know what tomorrow holds, but I trust the one who holds tomorrow. The kind that says, I may not see the harvest yet, but I will not stop sowing. The kind that walks into the unknown and calls it home. Not because it is easy, but because God is there. The world will never understand this kind of faith. It is not logical. It is not natural. It is spiritual. It is supernatural. It is anchored not in what changes, but in the one who never does. That is the power of trust. That is the reward of surrender, and that is the path to unexpected blessings. Blessings not born from effort, but from alignment with the will and wisdom of God. When you trust God truly and completely, you are not just waiting for a miracle. You become the dwelling place of miracles. The trust you carry becomes a signal in the unseen world, a call to heaven that says, "Here stands one who still believes." And when that kind of trust is present, even the impossible begins to tremble. For the one who created time, matter, and destiny is drawn to the soul that clings to Him with unwavering faith. The power of trust is not just in what it receives, it's in what it declares. It is the voice of the heart that says, "Even if the winds roar and the mountains fall, I will not be moved. Even if every plan fails, I will not turn my face from God." This is not the weak whisper of blind hope. It is the roar of a soul anchored in the eternal. Trust is not passive submission. It is active defiance against the doubts that seek to dismantle you. It is rebellion against fear. It is the sword that cuts through confusion and declares that God is still on the throne. Let me say this clearly. If you want to live a life that carries the weight of divine blessing, you must be willing to walk through seasons that demand nothing less than full surrender. Because trust is not formed in moments of comfort. It is carved in the valleys of discomfort. It is in those places where everything familiar is stripped away, where your intellect is exhausted, where your options are gone. That's where real trust is born. And it is that trust which invites blessings that cannot be explained, only experienced. So many spend their lives chasing blessings, unaware that blessings are drawn to trust like rivers flow to gravity. When you walk with a heart surrendered to God, blessings chase you down. They don't need to be forced. They don't need to be manipulated. They come uninvited yet unmistakable, because you are walking under the open favor of the Almighty. And what God sends, no one can block. What God ordains, no one can cancel. What God declares over your life will stand even if all of hell opposes it. But hear this. With all the weight it deserves, the deeper the trust, the greater the transformation. Trust does not only change your circumstances, it changes you. It rewires your soul to think differently, speak differently, respond differently. It turns fear into confidence, panic into peace, chaos into clarity. When you trust God, you stop reacting to pressure and start responding with purpose. You stop fearing the unknown and start walking in spiritual authority, knowing that nothing touches your life without passing through the hands of God. Even the trials you face, even the pain that pierces your heart, God can use it all as preparation. He wastes nothing. Not your tears, not your setbacks, not your waiting. Trusting God means believing that even your suffering is not meaningless. That even your losses can be turned into ladders that lift you higher. That even what was meant for your harm can become the very platform for your blessing. But that only happens when trust takes root deep within you. You must understand God does not bless based on performance. He blesses based on posture. The posture of your heart matters more than the perfection of your behavior. A heart that is bowed in trust. A heart that says, "I will not let go of you, God. Even if I don't understand, will always be lifted in due time." God responds to that kind of surrender with a power that no effort can imitate. And when He moves with precision, wisdom, and perfect timing. Some of you have been trying to make something happen that only God can do. You've been exhausting your strength trying to open a door that only responds to divine keys. And the key is trust, not talent, not strategy, not connections. Trust. Because the door God opens through trust will lead to blessings that are not seasonal. They are sustainable. They don't just elevate you, they transform you. There will be moments when the waiting gets long, when the silence feels like abandonment, when you question whether God still hears. But that's when your trust must speak louder than your feelings. Trust is not the absence of questions. It is the refusal to let questions shake your faith. It is the choice to believe that even when God is silent, He is still speaking through your circumstances. That even when He is unseen, He is still working in ways you cannot perceive. And when the blessing comes, because it will humble you. It will remind you that it wasn't your wisdom, your willpower, or your perfection that brought it to pass. It was trust. Simple, steadfast, storm-tested trust. And you'll fall to your knees, not just in gratitude for the blessing, but in awe of the God who proved faithful once again. The world may never understand the power of trusting God because the world chases control. But you are not called to live by the world's rhythm. You are called to live by trust. That trust will make you look foolish at times. It will separate you from those who settle for less. It will call you to paths few are willing to walk. But it will also place you under the covering of divine protection. It will set you apart for favor that cannot be duplicated or explained. When you trust God, you begin to carry a peace that doesn't make sense. You stop wrestling with outcomes. You stop chasing people. You stop fearing failure because you know your life is not in your own hands. It is in the hands of the one who created stars, splits seas, calms winds, and lifts those who walk humbly before Him. So now is the moment to decide, will you keep trusting only when things make sense? Or will you walk boldly into the unknown, knowing that the God who brought you this far has not brought you here to abandon you? Will you trust Him when the answers are delayed? Will you trust Him when the crowd walks away? Will you trust Him when your own strength is gone? If you can truly say yes, if with every fiber of your being you can proclaim, God, I trust you, not just with words, but with your whole life, then get ready. Get ready for divine surprises. Get ready for doors to open. Get ready for a peace that defies human logic. Get ready for blessings you never earned by labor, but welcome through faith. It's not because of who you are, but because of who God is. And that, my friend, is the most powerful truth you could ever hold. Placing your trust in God doesn't make the road easier. It makes it eternal. It lifts you out of fear's grip and plants you in the soil of assurance. It carries you from drifting without direction to walking with divine wisdom. It turns every ordinary day into a sacred encounter. So stand strong, declare with courage, walk with humility, and trust without holding back. Because those who put their hope in God will never be abandoned. And when the blessings come, they won't just transform your life, they will stand as a living testimony that God remains faithful to all who believe. My friend, let me ask you a question that can shake the very core of your being. Who sits on the throne of your heart right now? What fuels your decisions, your routines, your emotions, your thoughts when you are alone in the stillness of your mind? Because if it isn't God, then something else has claimed the seat that belongs to Him. And until you remove that idol, whether it is your pride, your fear, your family, your wealth, your cravings, or your pain, you will never experience the full measure of peace and purpose that only comes from putting God first. This is why so many live in restlessness today, like ships thrown about on violent seas. It isn't for lack of opportunity, wisdom, or love. It's because their lives are built on everything but God. They have raised empires on ego, built fortresses on comfort, and crowned kingdoms with control. But every single one of these will collapse into dust if God is not at the center. To put God first is not to add Him to your schedule like an appointment you make and forget. It's not to sprinkle a little prayer over your plans and expect heaven to bend to your will. No, putting God first is a radical surrender. It is to wake up every single day and say, God, you are the reason I breathe. You are the reason I live. Without you, I am nothing. With you, I can face anything. Putting God first means reordering your soul. It means cleaning out the clutter of self and making room for His voice. It's not about being perfect. It's about being available. Available for His truth, His correction, His instruction, His direction. It's about inviting God into the innermost parts of your heart, not just the parts you show to the world. There is power in priority. And the moment you prioritize God above everything else will begin to fall into place. Not always the way you expect, but always the way that's best. Because God does not operate in confusion. He does not bless disobedience. He does not reward divided hearts. He pours out favor on those who fear Him, seek Him, trust Him, and walk with Him no matter the cost. Let me be clear. This is not a casual suggestion. This is a command from heaven. God is not asking to be a part of your life. He demands to be the center of it. He's not interested in being a backup plan, a crisis manager, or a weekend activity. He is the source, not a supplement. And until you make Him your first thought in the morning, your deepest meditation at noon, and your last whisper before sleep, you will continue to chase after things that cannot satisfy. Some of you are trying to put God first while holding on to everything else. But you cannot walk two roads. You cannot serve two masters. You cannot carry God in one hand and your secret sins in the other. You cannot say you trust God and yet panic every time life shakes your foundation. You cannot say God is first and yet consult Him last. The truth is simple. God is either first or He is not there at all. Putting God first requires courage, because it means you must let go of what the world told you matters most. It means you might be misunderstood. It means you may walk alone at times. It means you might have to give up relationships that are pulling you away from God. It means you must break the chains of addiction, pride, and compromise. But oh, the freedom that follows. Oh, the peace that flows when God takes His rightful place. Too many people are searching for purpose without seeking the one who gives it. They run to self-help books, influences, philosophies, and trends, all while the eternal truth stands quietly, waiting to be heard. If you want to know who you are, go to the one who made you. If you want to be filled, go to the one who never runs dry. If you want direction, go to the one who sees the end from the beginning. If you want peace, go to God. But go all the way, not halfway, not with hesitation, with your whole heart. When you put God first, it affects every area of your life. Your words change because you speak with purpose. Your mind changes because you guard your thoughts. Your habits change because you walk with discipline. Your choices change because you seek His wisdom before making a move. Your relationships change because you no longer settle for people who don't honor the God you serve. Putting God first also means you stop trying to please everyone else. Because when God becomes your compass, the opinions of others lose their grip on your soul. You no longer live to be popular. You live to be faithful. You no longer chase validation. You stand in conviction. You no longer bend to pressure. You rise in principle. Let me tell you, the enemy fears the person who has put God first. He can't manipulate someone who's rooted in truth. He can't tempt someone who's anchored in righteousness. He can't shake someone who has built their life on the unmovable rock that is God. Hell trembles when a man or woman says, "God, I surrender it all to you. Not just my Sundays, not just my prayers, but my entire life." You may say, "But how do I begin?" You begin by making time for God. Not squeezing Him into your schedule, but crafting your schedule around Him. You begin by shutting out the noise of the world and listening for His still small voice. You begin by obeying even when it's uncomfortable, even when it's inconvenient. Because obedience is the proof that God is first. Putting God first also means you place His word above your opinions. You don't argue with His command. You don't negotiate with His standards. You submit. You align. You bend your will to His. Because in doing so, you are elevated not in the eyes of man, but in the eyes of God. Some of you have put other things first. Your pain, your past, your goals, your family, your comfort, your reputation. But none of those things can carry you through life's storms. None of those things can fill the void in your soul. None of those things can stand in the day of judgment. Only God. So why keep delaying what you already know to be true? Why keep circling the same mountain of doubt, fear, and distraction when you could be climbing the mountain of purpose, peace, and power, hand in hand with God? Don't wait for a crisis to put God first. Don't wait for your plans to collapse, for your heart to break, for your strength to run out. Do it now. Do it while you still have breath in your lungs and fire in your soul. Because there is no greater pursuit, no higher calling, no richer reward than to live a life where God is truly first. And when you do, when you truly put God first, you will discover a power that no man can take, a joy that no storm can shake, a clarity that no confusion can dim. You will walk in divine alignment, and everything you need will be added unto you. Not always what you want, but always what is best for your soul. So rise up, make the decision, tear down every idol, silence every voice that pulls you away, and crown God King of your heart, Lord of your days, ruler of your steps. Let His presence not just visit you, but dwell in you. Let His truth not just comfort you, but transform you. Let His guidance not just influence you, but govern you. Because until God is first, nothing else will work. Nothing else will satisfy. Nothing else will last. And some of you, yes, you listening now, are on the edge of a divine breakthrough. But it hinges on this one thing. Will you put God first, not with your lips, but with your life? So put Him first in your thoughts. Wake up thinking of Him, not of worry. Put Him first in your finances. Give not from leftovers, but from the first fruits of what He's given you. Put Him first in your time. Open your day with worship, not social media. Put Him first in your relationships. Stop entertaining those who weaken your walk with God. Put Him first in your dreams. Ask Him to direct, shape, and align them with His will. Put Him first in your pain. Bring your wounds to Him before you bring them to the world. Put Him first in your decisions. Consult Him before you commit. Put Him first in your battles. Seek His power before seeking men's solutions. Put Him first in your praise. Don't wait for perfect circumstances to thank Him. Put Him first in everything. Not just in moments, not just in emergencies, but in the quiet, in the ordinary, in the everyday. Because when God becomes your anchor, the winds can blow, but you will not sink. The storms can rage, but you will not fall. The fires can burn, but you will not be consumed. Your life was never meant to run on your own strength. It was meant to operate under divine order with God as the center, the source, the sovereign ruler of all. And when you step into that order, you step into supernatural peace. The world will offer you distractions, shortcuts, compromises, but none of them will satisfy. None of them will last. Only God will remain when all else fades. So why not give Him your everything now? The greatest tragedy is not a life without success. It's a life without God at the center. You can have everything, but if God is not first, you have nothing. And you can have nothing, but if God is first, you have everything. And hear me now. This world is not neutral ground. Every day is a battlefield for your soul. Every moment is a tug of war between light and darkness, between truth and deception, between the eternal and the temporary. And the only way to walk through this storm-tossed world with unshakable strength is to put God first. Not as a religious gesture, not as a spiritual hobby, but as your lifeline, your compass, your command center, because the enemy will feed you lies that feel like truth. He will whisper comfort that hides the cost. He will package destruction to look like destiny. And unless God is your guide, you will fall into traps disguised as blessings. Putting God first is not a one-time declaration. It's a daily decision, a decision that rewires your thinking, restructures your values, and redefines what you call success. It's the kind of decision that says, even if I lose everything the world offers, but I still have God, I've lost nothing at all. And if I gain everything this world parades before my eyes, but lose the favor and nearness of God, then I have truly lost it all. When God becomes first, you no longer chase meaning in people, in applause, in wealth, or in status. You are no longer bound to the approval of man. You are no longer driven by the fear of missing out because you are locked into a relationship with the one who sees what you cannot, knows what you do not, and gives what no one else can. When God becomes your everything, your soul stops begging for attention from everything else. You want to see transformation in your life? Stop asking God to bless your own will and start submitting to His. Too many people are asking for guidance while ignoring the map. Too many are praying for blessings while refusing to walk in obedience. You cannot expect the fire of heaven to fall on an altar you have not prepared. You must bring your heart, your time, your decisions, your relationships, everything, and lay it before God in humility and reverence and everything. You must pray in the ground in humility and And let me tell you, when you put God first, it will cost you. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you popularity. It will cost you relationships. But what you gain is far more than what you give up. You gain clarity, you gain strength, you gain purpose, you gain protection, you gain alignment with the divine order of the universe. There's no blessing greater than walking in step with God, no gift higher than knowing you are pleasing to the one who formed you from dust and called you by name. Putting God first is not about emotion, it's about conviction, because feelings will fail you. They will shift with the winds of circumstance. But conviction rooted in the reverence of God will hold you steady when everything else falls apart. You must wake up every day with a firm, unshakable resolve that says, "Today, God comes first before my worries, before my work, before my wants. God." You see, when God is not first, fear takes the throne. Anxiety becomes your master. Your mind becomes a battlefield of confusion, comparison, and compromise. But when God is first, peace floods your spirit. Direction becomes clearer. Life regains its meaning. You stop reacting and start discerning. You stop grasping and start receiving. You stop surviving and you start thriving. Putting God first also means learning to wait when the world says rush. It means trusting the process when the path is unclear. It means standing still when every voice tells you to move. Because when God is first, you are no longer driven by impulse. You are governed by purpose. You are not pushed by panic. You are led by power. You are not tossed by trends. You are rooted in truth. And yes, it takes discipline. It takes silence. It takes solitude. Because God doesn't always shout. He often whispers. And if your life is too loud, you will miss His voice. If your agenda is too full, you will miss His timing. If your heart is too proud, you will miss His correction. Putting God first means creating space for Him, not just physically, but mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. It means turning off the noise and tuning in to the eternal. Let me speak to those who feel distant from God, those who have wandered, drifted, gotten distracted. Hear this. It is never too late to make God first again. No matter how far you've run, one step back in humility opens the door to restoration. God does not require perfection. He desires sincerity. He responds not to performance, but to surrender. And if you will humble yourself today, if you will lay down your pride and say, "God, I have placed other things before you, but no more," He will meet you there, not with condemnation, but with clarity, not with judgment, but with mercy. He will realign your steps and reignite your soul. But you must choose. You must choose to cut ties with every idol, every distraction, every false refuge. You must choose to remove the clutter from the altar of your heart until there is only room for God. You must choose to seek Him when it's hard, to obey Him when it's costly, and to trust Him when it's quiet. When you put God first, you start building on a foundation that cannot be shaken. You become like a tree planted by rivers of living water whose leaves do not wither, whose fruit does not fail. You become a force of purpose in a world of confusion. You become a light in the shadows, a voice of truth in the chaos. And your life becomes a testimony not of what you achieved, but of who you followed. People will look at you and say, "There is something different. There is a strength in that man, a peace in that woman, a fire in that soul," and it won't be you they're seeing. It will be the evidence of God reigning at the center of your life. Putting God first is not just a personal benefit, it is a generational decision. The way you live today will echo in the lives of your children and their children. When you place God above all, you build a legacy of truth. You carve out a path of righteousness. You light a torch of faith that will not go out in the storms of time. So do not delay, do not hesitate, do not postpone what your spirit knows is urgent. Let today be the day you break free from the chains of self-reliance and step boldly into the power of full surrender. Let today be the day you say, "God, no more distractions, no more delay, no more divided heart. You are my beginning and my end, my strength and my song, my vision and my victory." Because once God is first, everything else falls into its rightful place. Not always easier, but always better. Not always smoother, but always stronger. Not always painless, but always purposeful. The path may be narrow, the road may be steep, but the reward is beyond what this world can offer. When God is first, you stop living like a victim of your circumstances and start walking like a vessel of divine purpose. You stop asking, "Why me?" and start declaring, "Use me." Because putting God first reshapes your identity. You are no longer defined by what you've been through, but by who you belong to. No longer chained by the failures of your past, but empowered by the presence of God in your present. The moment God takes the throne of your life, your spirit rises above the dust of disappointment, and your vision breaks through the fog of confusion. You no longer live from a place of reaction. You live from a place of revelation. And hear this, putting God first does not mean you will avoid hardship. It means you will not face it alone. It means the fire may come, but it will not consume you. The waters may rise, but they will not drown you. The winds may blow, but they will not uproot you. Because God, when He is first, becomes your refuge, your strength, your shield, your secret place. He becomes the reason you endure and the reason you overcome. You cannot experience the fullness of God's presence while living with divided loyalties. You cannot walk with God and flirt with rebellion. You cannot seek His guidance while ignoring His commandments. God is not a supporting character in your story. He is the author of it. And when you surrender your pen to Him, your life begins to tell a story that reflects divine wisdom, not human chaos. To put God first is to remove the mask, to stop pretending, stop hiding, stop performing. It means bringing your whole self, with all your brokenness, wounds, and uncertainty, to the one who already sees you and still calls your name. It means laying down the habit of living by sight and choosing instead to walk by faith, because faith does not rest on what the eyes perceive. Faith is anchored in who God is. Faith declares, "Even when I cannot comprehend the path, I will walk it, because God is the one leading me." To place God first demands honesty, raw honesty. You must ask yourself, who truly rules over my choices? Is it convenience? Is it comfort? Is it fear? Is it concern for reputation? Or is it the will of God? Because you cannot claim to obey God while bowing to fear. Fear will whisper for you to settle. Fear will demand your silence. Fear will convince you that surrender is weakness. But putting God first means you rise above the voice of fear and walk in the power of faith. You want a stable life? Build it on the truth of God, not on emotions that shift like sand, not on culture that bends with the wind, not on people whose loyalty comes and goes, but on God who remains the same yesterday, today, and forever. The unchanging, unmatched, unlimited God who calls you higher, draws you deeper, and leads you further than you could ever take yourself. This is not a call to lukewarm living. This is not an invitation to part-time faith. This is a summons to full surrender. God does not ask for pieces. He commands the whole. Your thoughts, your time, your energy, your heart, your desires, your fears, your goals, your grief, your joy, all of it. Lay it before God and say, take it, shape it, use it, align it with your will. That is what it means to put God first. Not to invite Him into your plans, but to abandon your plans and trust His. And some of you have walked long roads of disappointment. You've tried to do it all your own way. You've leaned on your own strength, your own understanding, your own strategy. But where has it brought you? Exhausted, confused, empty. Because a life without God at the center is a life destined to collapse under pressure. But the moment you reorder your priorities, when God becomes first, everything changes. Your mind finds clarity. Your spirit finds strength. Your home finds peace. Your direction becomes clear. Because God is not the author of confusion. He is the giver of wisdom. He is not the promoter of chaos. He is the master of order. And when your life is ordered with God at the head, you begin to walk in divine rhythm, no longer stumbling in the dark, but stepping forward with confidence. Let me tell you something the world won't. The life of true power is not found in control. It's found in surrender. The world says take charge, but God says submit. The world says follow your heart, but God says guard it. The world says live for yourself, but God says deny yourself and live for me. And only one of those voices leads to life. The question is, who will you follow? You can chase pleasure, but it fades. You can chase people, but they change. You can chase power, but it corrupts. But when you chase God, when you put Him first, you chase the only one who is eternal. The only one who sees you, knows you, and still chooses to walk with you. The only one who can fill the void, heal the wound, calm the storm, and light the path. Stop waiting for a perfect moment to start putting God first. Start in the middle of your mess. Start in the middle of your questions. Start with trembling hands and a weary heart if you must, but just start. God honors the heart that seeks Him, even when that heart is broken. And when you do, when you truly place God on the throne of your life, you will notice something begin to change. Not just around you, but within you. Your appetite for meaningless things will die. Your thirst for truth will grow. Your vision will sharpen. Your peace will deepen. Your steps will steady. Because when God becomes first, everything else must bow. Everything else must yield. Let this be the season you stop making excuses and start making God your priority. Don't say you're too busy. God gave you time. Don't say you're too tired. God is your strength. Don't say it's too late. God is outside of time. Don't say you're too broken. God specializes in making beauty from ashes. When God is first, you stop living like a victim of your circumstances and start walking like a vessel of divine purpose. You stop asking, why me, and start declaring, use me. Because putting God first reshapes your identity. You are no longer defined by what you've been through, but by who you belong to. No longer chained by the failures of your past, but empowered by the presence of God in your present. The moment God takes the throne of your life, your spirit rises above the dust of disappointment, and your vision breaks through the fog of confusion. You no longer live from a place of reaction. You live from a place of revelation. And hear this, putting God first does not mean you will avoid hardship. It means you will not face it alone. It means the fire may come, but it will not consume you. The waters may rise, but they will not drown you. The winds may blow, but they will not uproot you. Because God, when He is first, becomes your refuge, your strength, your shield, your secret place. He becomes the reason you endure and the reason you overcome. You cannot experience the fullness of God's presence while living with divided loyalties. You cannot walk with God and flirt with rebellion. You cannot seek His guidance while ignoring His commandments. God is not a supporting character in your story. He is the author of it. And when you surrender your pen to Him, your life begins to tell a story that reflects divine wisdom, not human chaos. To put God first is to remove the mask, to stop pretending, stop hiding, stop performing. It is to bring your full self, broken, wounded, unsure, to the one who already knows and still calls you. It is to stop living by sight and start walking by trust. Because trust is not based on what you see. Trust is rooted in who God is. Trust says, even when I don't understand the way, I will walk it because God is the one leading me. Putting God first requires honesty, brutal honesty. You must ask yourself, who really governs my decisions? Is it convenience? Is it comfort? Is it fear? Is it reputation? Or is it the will of God? Because you cannot walk in obedience to God while living in submission to fear. Fear will tell you to settle. Fear will tell you to stay silent. Fear will tell you that surrender is weakness. But putting God first means you rise above the voice of fear and walk in the power of faith. You want a stable life? Build it on the truth of God, not on emotions that shift like sand, not on culture that bends with the wind, not on people whose loyalty comes and goes, but on God who remains the same yesterday, today, and forever. The unchanging, unmatched, unlimited God who calls you higher, draws you deeper, and leads you further than you can ever take yourself. This is not a call to lukewarm living. This is not an invitation to part-time faith. This is a summons to full surrender. God does not ask for pieces. He commands the whole. Your thoughts, your time, your energy, your heart, your desires, your fears, your goals, your grief, your joy, all of it. Lay it before God and say, take it, shape it, use it, align it with your will. That is what it means to put God first. Not to invite Him into your plans, but to abandon your plans and trust His. And some of you have walked long roads of disappointment. You've tried to do it all your own way. You've leaned on your own strength, your own understanding, your own strategy. But where has it brought you? Exhausted, confused, empty. Because a life without God at the center is a life destined to collapse under pressure. But the moment you reorder your priorities when God becomes first, everything changes. Your mind finds clarity, your spirit finds strength, your home finds peace, your direction becomes clear. Because God is not the author of confusion, He is the giver of wisdom. He is not the promoter of chaos. He is the master of order. And when your life is ordered with God at the head, you begin to walk in divine rhythm. No longer stumbling in the dark, but stepping forward with confidence. Let me tell you something the world won't. The life of true power is not found in control. It's found in surrender. The world says take charge, but God says submit. The world says follow your heart, but God says guard it. The world says live for yourself, but God says deny yourself and live for me. And only one of those voices leads to life. And now let this be written in fire upon your soul. You cannot claim to honor God while exalting your ego. To truly put God first is to dethrone self. It is to crucify your pride, humble your ambitions, and bring your stubborn will into complete submission before the Almighty. This is not a casual nod to the heavens. It is a soul deep realignment of everything you are and everything you do. Because until you remove yourself from the center, God cannot take His rightful place there. And as long as you remain the master of your own life, you will continue to reap the fruit of confusion, frustration, and spiritual dryness. You must understand God does not compete with your distractions. He does not fight for your attention. He is sovereign, holy, exalted, far above all creation. He waits to be honored, not squeezed into your leftover minutes or called upon only when trouble comes. He is not your emergency plan. He is the plan. He is not your final resort. He is your only source. And the moment you begin to live like that, your life will shift from survival to significance, from wandering to walking in divine direction. To put God first is to live with reverence. And reverence is not just about words. It is a posture of the heart. It is found in how you speak, how you think, how you treat others when no one is watching. Reverence is when you open your day by acknowledging God, not your to-do list. Reverence is when you pause before decisions and seek His wisdom, not your own understanding. Reverence is when you refuse to compromise, even when it would be easier, because you fear displeasing God more than losing the approval of man. The soul that places God first becomes untouchable by darkness, not because it is immune to pain, but because it is protected by presence. When God is your priority, His protection becomes your covering. His favor becomes your shield. His power becomes your strength. And even when you walk through valleys of hardship, you do not crumble because your confidence is not in circumstances. It is anchored in the one who holds all things in His hands. Many of you have been praying for breakthrough, for clarity, for healing, for doors to open. But let me ask you this with love and fire in my voice. Have you truly put God first? Or have you just expected Him to bless your plans while you continue to live on your terms? You cannot unlock the fullness of divine power while keeping one foot in your own will. You must surrender both feet to the path God chooses. That is where the supernatural begins. Let me speak plainly. Putting God first will expose your idols. It will reveal the areas of your life that you've tried to hide from the light. It will test your allegiance. It will shake every false foundation you've built upon. But praise be to God, for He does not destroy you to shame you. He exposes you to restore you. The discomfort is the beginning of cleansing. The conviction is the start of transformation. And the moment you say, God, strip me of everything that has taken your place, that is the moment heaven begins to build you again. You cannot walk in divine favor while living with a divided heart. You must make a clean break from the things that have entangled you. Whether it be toxic relationships, secret sin, misplaced priorities, or unhealthy attachments, if it competes with God, it must go. This is not about being extreme. This is about being obedient, because obedience is not about convenience. It is about covenant. And when you honor God above all, He will honor you before all. Putting God first does not mean life becomes easier. It means life becomes ordered. Chaos may still swirl around you, but you will not be shaken. Temptations may still knock, but they will not overtake you. The noise of the world may still shout, but your ears will be tuned to a higher voice. Because when God is first, everything else is filtered through His truth. And truth becomes your compass, not culture. Conviction becomes your anchor, not opinion. Faith becomes your fuel, not fear. There are some of you who feel spiritually stuck, like you're running in place, praying but not hearing, seeking but not finding. And I tell you this not to condemn, but to awaken. Revisit your priorities. Revisit the throne of your heart. Who or what have you placed above God? Is it your career, your reputation, your comfort, your pain? Whatever it is, if it comes before God, it has become your master, and it must be cast down. God does not desire a piece of you, no. He demands the whole, not because he is cruel, but because he knows that nothing less than full surrender will ever truly satisfy you. Half-hearted devotion leads to a half-filled soul. A half-filled soul is a dangerous place to live. It leaves you vulnerable, unstable, easily deceived. But a life that is poured out before God is a life that overflows with strength, clarity, and purpose. Apply with you. Realign your focus. Rebuild your altar. Rekindle your fire. Let your life be a living testimony that proclaims God is first, now and forever. Let that decision govern how you speak, how you spend, how you serve, how you sacrifice. Let it guide what you watch, what you listen to, what you pursue, what you release. Every detail of your life matters to God. There is no area too small for His direction, and no area too large for His power. The more you place God first, the more you will become like Him, steadfast, wise, patient, bold, and compassionate. You will no longer move by impulse, but by instruction. No longer live by survival, but by vision. No longer wrestle with identity, because your identity will be rooted in the one who never changes. This is not just a motivational idea. This is a divine order. Life does not work as it was meant to unless God is at the head. Families crumble when God is removed. Societies decay when God is forgotten. Souls wither when God is replaced. And the longer you wait to put Him back in His rightful place, the deeper the damage becomes. But praise be to the Almighty, for He restores what we surrender. He revives what we place back in His hands. And now I ask you, what will it take for you to stop living on the edge of full surrender? How long will you keep dipping your toes into the waters of faith, afraid to dive all the way in? How long will you keep God waiting outside the door of your heart while you entertain lesser things within? Every day you delay is a day you miss out on the depth, the power, the beauty of what it means to walk completely aligned with the will of God. What it means to walk completely aligned with the will of God. Your life was not meant for fragments of obedience. It was designed to burn as a whole offering upon the altar of divine purpose. There comes a point where words are no longer enough, where lip service must become life surrender, where the declaration that God is first must be echoed in the secret corners of your choices, not just the public stage of your speech. This is not about impressing people. It's about being found faithful by the one who sees in secret. Because when God looks upon your life, He doesn't weigh your outward actions alone. He searches the motives of your heart. He knows what you treasure. He knows what you fear. He knows where your loyalty lies. And He calls you not to shallow belief, but to deep conviction. Putting God first means you stop compartmentalizing your faith. It means there is no separation between the sacred and the secular. Every room of your heart becomes His. Every task becomes worship. Every breath becomes a prayer. Whether in the workplace or the quiet of your home, you carry the awareness of God. You don't leave Him behind in a house of worship. You take Him with you everywhere because He is not confined to buildings. He is present in the boardroom, in the hospital, in the classroom, in the streets, in your suffering, in your triumph. And when God is first, you become conscious of His presence at all times. Not in fear, but in reverent awe. And putting God first means you stop making decisions based on impulse, emotion, or opportunity. You begin to decide based on principle, prayer, and spiritual discernment. Not everything that looks good is from God. Not every open door is divinely appointed. Some doors are distractions dressed as destiny. Some opportunities are traps in disguise. But when God is first, you're not moved by what glitters. You're guided by what is grounded. You begin to test every option by asking, does this honor God? Does this draw me closer to Him or pull me away? And let me speak this clearly. You cannot put God first while continuing to feed habits that numb your spirit. You cannot seek Him while willingly dwelling in atmospheres that grieve Him. The heart that longs to truly place God first must walk away from whatever competes with His presence. It is not legalism, it is loyalty. It is not restriction, it is reverence. It is not fear. It is faith that says, God, you are worth more to me than any fleeting pleasure or shallow comfort. When God becomes the foundation of your thoughts begin to carry weight. You speak differently. You move differently. Your silence becomes strategic. Your words carry power, not just noise. Your goals stretch beyond the temporary. They begin to reflect eternity. Because when God is first, your life becomes a vessel of eternal impact. You no longer live just to exist. You live to fulfill a divine assignment. You no longer chase pleasure. You pursue purpose. There is a weight to putting God first. Yes, but it is a glorious weight, a beautiful burden, a sacred responsibility. And with it comes favor, clarity, and a peace that does not bend to circumstance. When God is first, you don't just endure life, you conquer it with courage, because you know that God goes before you, stands behind you, and surrounds you on every side. You don't fear the future because the one who holds the future holds your hand. And don't be deceived by the illusion of balance that the world offers. The world will say, just give a little time to everything. But the soul that puts God first knows that he is not to be balanced with other things. He is to be above all things. You don't balance light and darkness. You don't balance truth and lies. You don't balance obedience and rebellion. You choose. You submit. You surrender. When God is first, you stop chasing after validation from others, because the approval of man becomes irrelevant when your life is aligned with the will of God. Your peace is not anchored in likes or applause. It is rooted in obedience. You are no longer desperate for affirmation, because your worth is anchored in the one who formed you from the dust, breathed into you, and called you to rise. Some of you have been asking, where is God? Why don't I feel His power? Why don't I see His hand? And I tell you with love and with urgency, it is not that God has disappeared. It is that something else has taken first place. And the moment you return God to the throne of your life, the floodgates of His power will be released once again. Your heart will beat with clarity. Your spirit will feel light. Your mind will find focus. Because God does not dwell in divided temples. He abides where He is honored, obeyed, and enthroned. So now is the time, not next week, not when things settle down, not when you feel more ready. Now right here in the middle of your questions, your confusion, your battles. Make the shift. Set the order. Tear down the false altars and build a new one. One where only God sits. From that sacred place, let your life blaze like a living sacrifice, bold, steady, and without compromise. Don't wait until your spirit is drained. Don't wait until circumstances force you to the ground. Decide today to lift God to the highest place in your heart. Let the flame of your devotion shine stronger than the pull of temptation. Let your thirst for truth outweigh your craving for ease. Let your faithfulness to God rise above every earthly bond. Fix your gaze on eternity and let your heart resound with heaven's song. God, you are first in everything. My time, my strength, my ambitions, my fears, you are first. And when those words become more than a prayer, when they shape your daily reality, you will discover what it truly means to live. Not simply to breathe, not merely to survive, but to walk in divine strength, guided by His wisdom, upheld by His presence, and rooted in His purpose. This is the life you were destined for. A life that begins when God is no longer just a part of your days, but the very center, the crown, and the flame burning within. Place God first and never turn back. There comes a point in every heart, every life, when the burden of worry rolls in like a raging storm over the waters. You find yourself awake through the night, eyes fixed on the darkness, your chest heavy, your thoughts racing, whispering, "How am I going to make it through this?" You put on a smile in front of others, but inside you're shaking. You act as though everything is fine, while deep down your soul is drained. You attempt to solve it, to strategize, to hold every detail under control. Yet the harder you push, the deeper the spiral becomes. I'm here to tell you something that can shift everything. Something that brings peace into the pressure, joy into the ache, strength into the struggle. And the secret is this: place it in God's hands and release the worry. That is not a cliche. That is not defeat. That is not spiritual laziness. That is the path of true power, the road to peace, the gateway to clarity and restoration. When you give it to God, you are not giving up. You are rising up. You are trading your fragile hands for the hands that never fail. You are taking your burden and laying it at the feet of the one who commands the wind, who parts the seas, who holds the world in place without breaking a sweat. When you truly give it to God, you are declaring, "I trust you more than I trust myself. I believe you can do what I cannot. I surrender not out of fear, but out of faith." Hurry has become the silent epidemic of our generation. People are drowning in anxiety, suffocating in silence, worn down by thoughts of what could go wrong. They're addicted to the idea of control, as if they can somehow fix every broken piece through effort alone. But the truth is, worry is a thief. It steals your time. It steals your focus. It steals your worship. It takes your energy and drains it into fears that often never even come true. God did not design your heart to carry the whole world, and God designed your heart to trust Him. What if I told you that the very situation you're trying to fix is the one God is using to teach you to let go? What if the delay is not denial, but divine discipline? What if your worry is the wall that's blocking your breakthrough? You can't move forward if your hands are full of fear. You can't walk in the path God has laid before you if your mind is constantly running in circles. You must make the choice. Will I try to manage everything, or will I give everything to God? God is not a last resort. God is not a backup plan. God is not waiting for you to reach your limit so He can step in. God is waiting for you to choose Him from the start. Give it to Him before it breaks you. Give it to Him before it drowns you. Don't wait until you're shattered and gasping. God is ready now. Right now. In this very moment, God is listening. The secret is not in finding a new strategy, a new resource, or a new escape plan. The secret is surrender. Not the kind of surrender that leaves you powerless, but the kind that makes you unstoppable because God is now fighting your battles. Some people say, if I don't worry, I'll lose control. My friend, you were never in control. That's the illusion. You were managing details, trying to predict outcomes, obsessing over what-ifs. But the future has never been in your hands. God holds tomorrow. God shapes destinies. God moves mountains in silence. You are not supposed to carry the crushing weight of what's next. You are supposed to walk in faith, trusting that God sees what you cannot. And God never sleeps. God never stumbles. God never needs a backup plan. Let me ask you, has worry ever solved anything for you? Has stress ever opened a door? Has anxiety ever healed a wound? The answer is no. All worry does is drain you, distract you, and distance you from the peace God has already prepared for you. That's why giving it to God is not weakness, it is wisdom. The wisest thing you can do in the face of uncertainty is to say, God, I give this to you. You know what I do not. You can go where I cannot. You are already there before I arrive. You may be facing a crisis right now. You may be in the middle of financial ruin, family tension, health concerns, or emotional turmoil. You may be watching everything you built slowly fall apart. But here is the promise. If you give it to God, what falls apart in your life will fall into place in His hands. God is not intimidated by the size of your storm. God is not overwhelmed by the depth of your despair. You are not too broken. Your situation is not too far gone. When you stop worrying and start trusting, you will see the hand of God move in ways you never imagined. You cannot hold on to worry and hold on to faith at the same time. One must go. When your heart is full of fear, faith has no room to grow. But when you release fear, when you push worry out of the way, you make space for God to move. You make space for miracles. You make space for wisdom. You make space for divine timing. You're not running out of time. God is aligning time in your favor when you trust Him. The secret is not in the hustle, not in the plan, not in the stress. The secret is in the release to give it to God in prayer. Not a shallow rush prayer, but a deep and honest cry from your soul. Tell God what you're afraid of. Tell God what keeps you up at night. Tell God what you've been trying to fix alone. Pour it all out. Empty yourself of the burden so that God can fill you with strength. God listens. God responds. God is not far. God is closer than your next breath. God is not waiting for perfect words. God is waiting for a sincere heart. And once you give it to God, leave it there. Don't snatch it back tomorrow. Don't pray and then go right back to panic. Leave it in God's hands and live as if it's already handled. That's faith. That's the key. Too many people pray but don't trust. They give it to God and then live like nothing changed. But when you really trust God, your actions match your prayers. Your spirit finds rest. Your mind slows down. Your steps become steady. You walk like you know God is in control. The secret to peace is not in perfect conditions. It is in perfect surrender. You can have chaos around you and still be calm within you if you've given it to God. You can walk through fire and not be burned if you know God walks with you. You can face enemies and not be shaken if you know God is your defender. You don't need every answer. You need the one who holds the answers. You don't need to figure it all out. You need to trust the one who already has. And here is the powerful truth. God honors trust. When you give it to God, you're not just handing over your pain. You are planting a seed of faith, and faith grows. Faith produces fruit. Faith attracts favor. God does not overlook the one who trusts Him. When you lay down your worry, God lifts up your future. When you choose peace over panic, God sends provision that no man can block. There are doors waiting to open the moment you stop doubting. There are blessings stored up for the one who says, God, I don't know how, but I know you do. Your worry is lying to you. It's telling you the worst-case scenario. It's telling you that you're alone. It's telling you that nothing will change. But worry is not a prophet. God is. Worry doesn't know the future. God does. And God's plans are never for destruction. Even in pain, even in loss, even in delay, God is still working for your good. Don't confuse silence for absence. God is never absent. God is never confused. God is never late. You've tried everything else. Why not try surrender? You've strategized, calculated, panicked, vented, Googled, and cried. Now it's time to let go. Not just once, but daily. Give it to God each morning. Give it to God each night. When the thoughts rush in, hand them back. When the fears whisper, answer with faith. When the doubts knock, open the door with confidence in God. This is a lifestyle, not a one-time act. The secret is not in doing more. The secret is in trusting more. And when you finally release it, when you finally stop worrying, you will notice something begin to shift. Your sleep will return. Your joy will increase. Your relationships will improve. Your steps will quicken. Why? Because God is now carrying what was crushing you. God is navigating what you couldn't understand, Walbo. God is solving what you didn't even know was a problem. The invisible hand of God is doing visible things. And all because you made the decision to give it to Him. There's a difference between believing in God and trusting God. Many believe, few trust. Trust is deeper. Trust says, even if I don't see it yet, I know you're working. Trust says, even if it's taking longer than I thought, I still won't worry. Trust says, even if I feel afraid, I won't act out of fear. I will act out of faith. That kind of trust moves heaven. That kind of trust unleashes blessing. That kind of trust silences the voice of fear and invites the voice of God. Here you must understand your peace is not determined by the absence of problems, but by the presence of trust. Trust in God is not passive. It is a living, breathing, powerful act of spiritual defiance against fear, doubt, and confusion. It is to stand firm when everything around you is shaking. It is to say, I may not know what tomorrow holds, but I know who holds tomorrow. And when you reach that place where your soul anchors itself in God, you will begin to walk through storms without drowning. You will begin to carry burdens without being crushed. You will begin to live above the noise of life because your ears are tuned to a higher voice, the voice of God. Worry is not just a habit. It's a spiritual battle. Every time your thoughts spiral into anxiety, you are stepping into a battlefield of the unseen. But you are not unarmed. You have the weapon of surrender. You have the shield of faith. And above all, you have access to the one who speaks and chaos bows. God is not limited by time, resources, or human ability. What seems impossible for you is a whisper for God. What feels like the end for you is the beginning of something divine in His hands. But it all begins when you say, God, I release this. I will not hold what you have called me to hand over. It is not your job to control everything. It is your calling to trust the one who can. Control is an illusion. You can't control other people's choices. You can't control the timing of outcomes. You can't control the seasons of life. But you can choose to trust God in every circumstance. And that choice unlocks power. That choice releases peace. That choice transforms chaos into calm. When you let go of what you can't control, you make room for God to show you what He's had planned all along. Some of you are weighed down because you're still holding on to things God told you to release a long time ago. You're holding on to old pain, old regrets, old failures, toxic relationships, financial fear, uncertain futures, and every day you carry it. You rob yourself of the joy that God is trying to pour into your life. When you clutch tightly to your own understanding, you block the very blessing you're praying for. Let go. Let it fall. If it is meant for your life, God will restore it. If it is not, God will replace it. Either way, you win when you trust Him. Ben Bendick lives within us. That is a short. And don't think that surrender means doing nothing. Surrender means doing the right thing, trusting God while you walk in obedience. You do your part and you leave the rest in God's hands. You stay faithful, stay honest, stay prayerful, stay pure in heart. And God takes care of the outcome. You don't have to manipulate the process. You don't have to bend your integrity to make things happen. God honors those who walk uprightly, those who choose trust over tricks, faith over shortcuts, patience over panic. God is not watching your situation in confusion. God is not pacing the floor of heaven, trying to figure out how to help you. God already has a plan, a perfect one. But He waits for you to stop grabbing the wheels so He can drive the vehicle of your destiny. You're not meant to carry the stress of every outcome. You're meant to walk each step in faith and let God be the author of your results. There is no peace in the place of control. There is only peace in the presence of surrender. And listen, this is not a one-time decision. This is a daily discipline. You must wake up every morning and say, "Today I will not be ruled by worry. Today I give it to God." And every time worry tries to creep in, say it again. Speak it out loud if you must. Declare it with your whole being. Because fear has a voice, but so does faith. You can choose which one gets the microphone in your mind. You can choose which one shapes your actions. The world may shake, but your spirit doesn't have to. Why? Because you placed your trust in the unshakable. Some of you are carrying the burden of waiting. You've prayed, but you haven't seen the answer. You've hoped, but the breakthrough hasn't come. Let me remind you, delay is not defeat. God is not ignoring you. God is developing you. What you call a delay, God calls preparation. What you see as stagnation, God sees as growth. Don't let worry fill the gap between prayer and promise. Let faith fill that space. Let peace be your companion while you wait. Give your timetable to God and trust that His timing is perfect, even when it feels late. There are blessings that only come when you stop striving and start resting in God's power. Resting does not mean doing nothing. It means trusting while you keep walking forward. It means you don't panic when doors close. It means you don't give up when the path gets hard. You know God is still guiding you, still providing for you, still working all things together for your benefit. Even the things you don't understand, especially those things. When you stop worrying, You create an atmosphere where miracles can grow. You silence the noise that drowns out God's guidance. Worry speaks in the voice of what if. Faith speaks in the voice of even if. Even if it gets worse before it gets better, I will not fear. Even if I don't see the full picture, I will trust the one who does. Even if I face giants, I will walk forward knowing that God never sends me into a battle without a victory in mind. You are not alone. Even now, God is surrounding you. You may feel unseen, unheard, forgotten, but that is a lie. God has never taken His eyes off you. God is not distant. He is present in your tears. He is close. In your silence, He listens. In your weariness, He carries you. If you would only stop gripping that worry so tightly, you would feel the gentle strength of His presence lifting you, steadying you, holding you together when everything around you is falling apart. There is a freedom that comes when you give it to God, a holy freedom, a sacred release. You begin to walk differently, speak differently, think differently. You no longer live in fear of what might go wrong because your faith is grounded in what will go right, in God's way, in God's time, through God's power. You don't wait for peace to find you. You choose it by giving your cares to the one who never failed. Don't let the urgency of life push you into panic. Let it push you into prayer. Let it drive you deeper into dependence on God. You don't have to have it all figured out. You just have to be willing to surrender. Surrender your plans. Surrender your timelines. Surrender your need to be in control. And in that surrender, you will find strength that no struggle can shake. You will find wisdom that no worry can match. You will find peace that no pressure can steal. God is not just present in your victories. God is present in your valleys, in your quiet breakdowns, in your silent cries, in your desperate prayers. And God responds to the heart that lets go. God moves when you move out of the way. The more you release, the more He reveals. The more you trust, the more He transforms. Your breakthrough is not waiting on your performance. It's waiting on your surrender. Give it to God. All of it. Not just the big things, not just the things you can't fix, but even the small daily thoughts that cause unrest. Hand them over. Let God carry what you were never created to hold. This is the secret that so many miss while they run in circles, trapped in cycles of stress, burden, and fear. The secret that opens doors no man can shut. The secret that brings light into the darkest hour. The secret that carries you when you have no strength left to stand. Give it to God. Stop worrying and watch what happens when heaven responds to a heart fully surrendered. So many are weighed down by battles in the mind, internal storms, invisible wars that rage in silence. And while people around you see the surface, only God sees the struggle beneath. That war between faith and fear, between trust and doubt, between surrender and control. But I say this to you today with fire in my soul. The storm inside you will not subside until you finally say, God, I give you the whole thing. Not just the parts I don't like, not just the things I cannot fix, but everything. My thoughts, my fears, my expectations, my outcomes, I give them to you fully and completely. It takes boldness to surrender. It takes courage to stop clinging. It takes real faith to declare, even if I can't make sense of it, I will still believe. And that kind of faith is not discovered in the chaos, but in the stillness. In that sacred silence where your soul bows low before God and admits, I can't carry this anymore, and I don't have to. Do you know the kind of freedom that releases? When you finally reach the edge of your own strength, when you truly exhaust everything within yourself, that's the moment His strength shows up in power. That's the moment the haze begins to clear. That's when your eyes open and you no longer see from panic but from a place of authority. Because worry shrinks your sight. It forces you to stare only at what's wrong, what's absent, what seems delayed. But when you surrender it into God's hands, your perspective stretches wide. You begin to look past the temporary. You start to recognize the divine design hidden within the delays, the rejections, the doors that never opened. You begin to understand that what didn't happen for you was God's protection. That the people who walked away were God's redirection. That the failure wasn't a punishment. It was preparation. But you only see it when your mind is no longer clouded by fear and anxiety. When you lay it all at the feet of God, clarity begins to rise. And listen to this. God doesn't just take your burden, God transforms it. What was once your source of torment becomes your testimony. What was once your deepest pain becomes your greatest platform. But it cannot happen while your hands are closed, clutching the weight of worry. You must open your hands in full surrender. You must choose the higher road. The road where your spirit walks ahead of your emotions. The road where your decisions are no longer shaped by fear, but by faith in God's unchanging character. God is not moved by your panic. God is moved by your faith. The moment you shift from anxiety to assurance, you create a space for divine intervention. And that intervention may not always look the way you expected. Sometimes the answer is not a quick fix. It's a transformation of your inner man. Sometimes God allows the storm to continue so that your roots grow deeper, so that your dependence is no longer on your ability, but fully anchored in God's sufficiency. The peace you're looking for is not around you. It's within you. And it begins with full release. Too many walk through life with clenched fists, fist full of control, of timelines, of expectations. But God responds to open palms and a surrendered heart. When you say, God, take this pain, take this pressure, take this knee, take this future, you are saying, I trust you more than I trust myself. And when that kind of trust is released, the heavens respond. Not always with thunder, not always with signs, but with a stillness, a deep, unshakable stillness that becomes your anchor, even when everything around you feels like it's spinning. And don't let the enemy of your soul convince you that giving it to God is giving up. No, it's going up. It's rising higher. It's saying, I will not be reduced to fear. I will not be driven by anxiety. I will rise and I will rest in the power of the Almighty. There is a dignity and surrender. There is a majesty and humility before God. And when you empty yourself of worry, you are filled with a wisdom that comes not from books, not from experience, but from heaven itself. Some of you are carrying what was never yours to carry. You inherited fear. You absorbed anxiety. You learned to worry from people who didn't know how to trust. But today, that cycle can be broken. God does not call you to carry generational burdens. God calls you to carry faith. God calls you to rise above the weight of yesterday and walk in the strength of divine trust. And you may say, but I've been hurt too many times. I've trusted before and been disappointed. I understand, but trusting in God is not the same as trusting in man. People may fail you. Life may shake you. But God does not fail. God does not abandon. God does not change. And here is a deep truth. Worry is worship pointed in the wrong direction. When you worry, you are placing more belief in the power of problems than in the power of God. But when you surrender, your worship returns to its rightful place. You begin to magnify God instead of magnifying your fear. You begin to exalt God above the problem. You begin to see the mountain move because your heart is no longer bound by what you see, but grounded in what you know, that God is able, that God is working, that God is present even now. You don't need to beg God to care. God already does. You don't need to convince God to notice. God already sees. But what God waits for is your surrender, your voluntary trust, your decision to stop striving and start resting in His authority. God does not force His way in. He waits for an invitation. And the moment you say, God, I give this to you, you are opening the gates of heaven for divine strategy, divine alignment, and divine peace. This is not emotional hype. This is spiritual truth. You can choose peace over panic. You can choose trust over torment. You can choose rest over wrestling. But the choice begins with surrender. Not half-hearted, not partial, not temporary, total surrender. Because anything less will still leave room for fear to creep in. And fear tolerated is faith contaminated. You cannot serve two masters. Worry and worship cannot coexist. One must leave. And when you choose to evict worry, worship becomes your constant atmosphere. And underestimate the power of silence before God. Don't think that stillness is weakness. Sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is simply be still and know that God is in control. No more frantic thoughts. No more desperate grasping. Just stillness, just trust. Just the quiet strength of a soul anchored in divine sovereignty. In that stillness, you will hear what you could not hear through the noise. You will receive what you could not receive through striving. You will know what you could not know while you were trying to figure it out yourself. And when you begin to walk in that level of trust, you become unshakable. The winds may blow, the storms may come, but you are grounded. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is to you. You've handed it over. You've stepped aside. You've allowed God to take His rightful place, not as your assistant, not as your backup plan, but as the sovereign authority over your life. And in that moment, the heavens align, the weight lifts, the confusion breaks, the path begins to clear. You must understand this. The more you try to hold everything together by your own will, the more life will remind you that you are not the author of your story. You are not the architect of your destiny. God is, and as long as you live as if everything depends on your effort, you will be trapped in a cycle of exhaustion. You will run faster, work harder, think longer, stress deeper, and still feel like you're falling short. That is not the life God designed for you. God did not create you to collapse under pressure. God created you to flourish under His care. But you cannot flourish if you refuse to trust. The roots of your peace are not planted in control. They are planted in surrender. And surrender is not something you feel. It's something you decide. You don't wait for the perfect moment to give it all to God. You create that moment by saying enough. I will no longer be a prisoner to fear. I will no longer let anxiety write my story. Today I give every worry, every doubt, every burden to God. And once you do that, truly do it, you will feel the supernatural weight lift off your soul. You will know the kind of peace that cannot be explained, only experienced. That is the peace that comes when you are no longer leaning on your own understanding, but standing firm on the wisdom and mercy of God. The human heart is not designed to carry the pressure of tomorrow. That's why God gives you strength for today, not stress for the future. Yet we fill our minds with questions. What if this happens? What if that fails? What if I lose everything? But let me ask you this. What if you gave it to God? What if you stopped trying to control what only God can change? What if you shifted the weight off your shoulders and laid it at the feet of the one who already has the solution? That is not weakness. That is wisdom. Some people think trusting God means everything will be easy. But let me tell you, trusting God does not mean the storm disappears. It means the storm no longer has the power to sink you. The winds may still blow. The waves may still crash. But you will stand not because of your strength, but because of your surrender. You will stand because you know that God is not distant in trouble. God is nearest when you need Him most. And when you stop focusing on the size of your problem and start focusing on the greatness of God, something inside of you shifts. Worry loses its grip. Panic loses its voice. Peace takes its place. Do not let the culture of this world dictate your spirit. We live in an age of endless noise. Everyone shouting, selling, stressing, rushing. But the soul was never meant to be led by noise. The soul is meant to be led by God. And God speaks clearest when we are quiet enough to listen. So shut the door on the chaos. Shut the door on the voices that say you'll never make it. Shut the door on the lies that tell you God has forgotten you. And listen deeply. Listen in stillness. Listen in faith. Because when you give it to God, He will begin to speak to you, not always in thunder, but often in a whisper. And one word from God in silence can do more for you than 1,000 anxious thoughts ever could. There is a sacred rhythm to living a surrendered life. It is not passivity, it is powerful dependence. You get up each day and say, God, lead me. I do not know what the day holds, but I trust that you go before me. I trust that nothing I face today is outside of your awareness or beyond your control. That is the life that pleases God. That is the posture that invites peace. And when God sees that your heart is positioned in total trust, He begins to unlock things in your life that effort alone could never achieve. Doors open. Clarity comes. Provision arrives not because you chase them, but because you made space for them through surrender. You see, when you worry, you close your hands. But when you surrender, you open them. And only open hands can receive what God is ready to give. Too often we are clenching so tightly to our fears, our plans, our logic, that there's no room left for divine provision. You're praying for peace, but your grip on the problem is so tight that peace has no place to land. Release it. Let it go. Hand it over to God with finality, not as a temporary loan. Say, God, I trust you with the outcome, no matter what it looks like. That level of trust does not come from a shallow relationship with God. It comes from knowing who God is, knowing that God is merciful, just, wise, compassionate, and powerful. It comes from remembering how many times God has already come through for you. Think about it. How many times has God protected you from what you didn't even know was coming? How many times has God worked behind the scenes while you were crying in the dark? You're still here. You're still breathing. And that means God is not finished. God has more for you, but you must release the grip on your fears to step into what's next. Every time you take back the worry after you've given it to God, you are saying, I don't fully trust you yet. But when you leave it with God, you are saying, my confidence is in your sovereignty. My rest is in your presence. My peace is in your plan. That is where real strength is born. Not in striving, but in surrender. And when you live like that daily, consistently, fully, your spirit becomes immovable. Not because life is perfect, but because your trust in God is deeper than the storms you face. And let me speak directly to the one who feels like letting go is dangerous. You've been taught to control. You've been trained to manage every detail. You've survived by staying one step ahead. And now letting go feels like falling. But I tell you this in love, letting go is not falling. It is flying. It is rising on wings of trust. It is allowing the power of God to carry you higher than your plans ever could. And once you experience that kind of surrender, you will never want to go back to carrying the weight alone. Let God be your anchor when the winds rise. Let God be your compass when the road is unclear. Let God be your protector when you feel vulnerable. Your provider when the resources run dry. Your guide when the next step is hidden. All of it begins with one powerful decision. I will not worry. I will give this to God. Not partially, not momentarily, but fully, unapologetically, trustingly. You don't need 1,000 solutions. You need one surrender. And once that surrender is real, once it becomes the foundation of your life, everything changes. The voices of doubt lose their volume. The temptation to control loses its grip. You become a different kind of person. Calm in crisis, firm in faith, unshaken in the unknown, because your life is no longer built on your ability. It is built on your trust in God. That is the secret, and that is the invitation. Give it to God and stop worrying. Not because life will suddenly be easy, but because now you're no longer walking alone. You're walking with peace. You're walking with confidence. You're walking with a heart that knows God is in control. There are moments when your thoughts will rise like a flood, fast, overwhelming, and relentless. Your heart will pound. Your chest will tighten. Your mind will rehearse the same scene over and over again. What if I fail? What if I lose it all? What if I never recover? And in those moments, the greatest battle is not external. It is internal. But hear this truth and let it strike deep into your spirit. Peace does not come when the problem disappears. Peace comes when you let go of the problem and place it entirely in the hands of God. God is not asking you to figure it all out. God is not expecting you to understand every twist and turn. God is asking you to trust fully, boldly, and without hesitation. The weight you are carrying is not a test of your strength. It's a call to trust in God's power. And the longer you hold on to it, the heavier it becomes. But the very second you release it, the atmosphere around you begins to shift. Why? Because God's presence responds to trust, like fire responds to oxygen. It ignites, it spreads, it consumes fear and bursts peace. And understand this, trusting God is not passive. It's not the absence of action. It's the presence of alignment. You move when God says move. You pause when God says wait. You speak when God prompts you. But what you no longer do is act out of fear. You no longer make decisions based on panic. You are no longer driven by the tyranny of what if, but by the confidence of even if. Even if it takes longer than expected, God is still working. Even if the outcome looks different than you imagined, God's plan is still better. Even if the path is not what you would have chosen, God's wisdom surpasses your understanding. You may feel like you're in the dark right now. You may feel surrounded by uncertainty, confusion, and questions that have no immediate answers. But know this, God often does His greatest work in the dark. Just because you can't see the progress doesn't mean it's not happening. Seeds don't grow in the sunlight alone. They grow in the soil, hidden from sight, nurtured in stillness. Likewise, your faith grows strongest when you give your situation to God and resist the urge to interfere with His process. You let it rest in His hands. And while you rest in trust, God works in silence. There is nothing small about trust. Trust is a mountain-moving force. Trust is what separates the frantic from the faithful. It is what anchors you when the winds of uncertainty blow and the foundations of life are tested. And when others collapse under pressure, you will rise not because you are immune to the storm, but because you are tied to the one who cannot fall. You are grounded in a power that does not sway with circumstances. That power is not found in emotion. It is found in absolute, unwavering surrender to God. God never called you to carry the load alone. That's why so many are exhausted. Not from work, but from worry. Not from action, but from overthinking. Your soul is fatigued, not because of what you're doing, but because of what you're carrying. You were not created to live on edge. You were not designed to live in dread. You were made to walk in peace, breathe in trust, and sleep in safety, knowing that God is awake when you are not. And if God is guarding your life, what are you really afraid of? Do not let your imagination become the enemy of your spirit. Many are tormented by things that haven't even happened, building scenarios and disasters in their minds that will never manifest. But while they worry about what might go wrong, they are missing what is going right. God is already covering things you don't know are coming. God is already blocking dangers you didn't see. And while you panic about the details, God has already declared the outcome. Let that truth steady your heart. Let it pull you out of the flood and place your feet on solid ground. Every time you surrender your worry to God, you are creating space for divine order to enter your life. You are exchanging confusion for clarity, restlessness for rhythm, tension for trust. God does not operate in chaos. God brings peace to chaos. But that peace cannot dwell where fear rules. So uproot that fear. Pull it out by the root. Replace it with faith, even if it's just a whisper. God, I believe you've got this. I don't see it yet, but I believe you in control. That simple statement spoken with conviction can silence the loudest storm inside your soul. God never wastes trust. You may not see the reward immediately. You may not feel the shift instantly. But trust that is given to God never returns empty. It always returns with wisdom or with strength or with provision in a form you didn't expect. And sometimes it returns with a peace so deep that it cannot be disturbed no matter what happens on the outside. That peace is the proof that you have released the grip. That peace is the mark of a soul aligned with heaven. And let me tell you, once you've lived in that kind of peace, you'll never go back. You'll never again tolerate the weight of worry. You'll never again trade your serenity for anxiety. You walk through life differently, not because life has gotten easier, but because your confidence in God has grown deeper. You'll wake up and say, God, you are the one Savior ever comes today. I trust God with it. And that trust will guard your heart like armor. That trust will guide your steps like a lamp. That trust will carry you through trials like a river carries a ship smoothly, steadily, strongly. Your enemies won't understand it. Your friends may question it. The world will call it foolish. But those who walk in faith understand that the greatest wisdom is trusting God, especially when everything else tells you not to. That is the life of power. That is the life of peace. That is the life of purpose. Not because everything is figured out, but because everything is placed in the hands of the one who already knows the end from the beginning. So I say to you now, don't wait until the pressure breaks you. Don't wait until the fear swallows you. Don't wait until the storm steals your voice. Decide now. Decide today. Decide in this moment, I will give it to God, and I will stop worrying, not because it's easy, but because it's right, because it's holy, because it's what the soul was created to do, to trust, to rest, and to walk hand in hand with the one who never fails. And if you still feel unsure, if the fear still lingers, then do it trembling. Do it afraid, but do it anyway. Hand it over. Open your palms. Speak it out. God, I release this to you, all of it. And keep doing it again and again until worry no longer has a home in your heart. Until peace becomes your default, until trust becomes your rhythm, until your entire life declares this one truth: God is enough. God is able. God is in control. And now, beloved soul, let this truth be sealed in your heart with finality and fire. The weight you carry was never meant to be yours alone. The burden, the fear, the sleepless nights, the anxious thoughts, they were never yours to bear without divine strength. You've tried carrying it in silence. You've tried managing it with logic. You've tried suppressing it with distraction. But the peace you long for, the freedom you crave, the rest your soul needs, it all begins when you make the most powerful decision of your life: to give it to God and stop worrying. This is not just an emotional moment. It is a spiritual shift. It is the moment when you rise above fear and enter into a deeper trust. Not a trust that sways with circumstances, but a trust that stands when the earth shakes. It is the moment you say, I will no longer be ruled by what I cannot control. I will be ruled by the one who controls all. It is that sacred moment when your heart comes into rhythm with heaven's design and the peace of God flows into every part of your mind, body, and soul. Step forward, not with fear weighing your head down, but with faith lifting your spirit high. Move ahead as someone who knows the victory is the Lord's. Speak with the confidence of one who believes the outcome has already been written by the author of every destiny. Rest like one who trusts that God never closes his eyes. Breathe like one who has finally released it all. Live like one who has discovered true freedom. The mystery was never out of reach. It was only waiting for your surrender. The secret isn't in solving every puzzle. The secret isn't in endless analyzing. The secret isn't in pushing, stressing, or barely surviving. The secret is this, and now your heart fully knows it. Place it all in God's hands and let the worry go. Let me share with you a truth that has the power to change your life forever. When you try to keep everything under control by yourself, you are carrying a burden you were never designed to hold. Life will crush you if you choose to act like God instead of trusting God. Stress, fear, regret, and confusion will overwhelm you when you depend only on your own strength. But right here, right now, you are faced with the most crucial decision of your life. Surrender and let God step into your situation. You have shed enough tears in the hidden places. You have battled thoughts that haunt you in the stillness of the night. You've tried it all, logic, strategy, even desperation, yet nothing shifts. The doors remain locked. Peace feels distant. People let you down. Time slips away. But God never fails. When you release your grip and surrender the situation into the mighty hands of God, you don't lose control. You gain divine intervention. You gain the power of the one who sees what you cannot see, who knows what you cannot know, and who can do what no human effort can ever accomplish. But when God takes over, chaos must bow. When God takes over, storms that threaten to destroy you are suddenly still. The very same waves that try to drown you become the foundation you walk on. God does not need your ability. He requires your surrender. He does not ask you to be strong. He asks you to be still and know that He is God. There is a moment when God waits for your permission to intervene, not because He lacks the power to act, but because He respects the will He gave you. And when you choose to let go and let God take over, everything changes. God is not interested in half-surrendered hearts. He's not moved by words that are empty of trust. He responds to the soul that kneels before Him and says, "I can't, but you can. I don't know, but you do. I'm lost, but you are the way." And when you say that, not just with your mouth, but with every fiber of your being, God steps into your fire, not to take you around it, but to walk with you through it until the flames can no longer touch you. Some of you are standing on the edge of a breakthrough, but you're too busy trying to fix the situation yourself. You're still texting the people who left you, still chasing the doors God already closed, still trusting the job more than you trust the provider. But the voice of God is calling out to you today. Give it to me. I will do more in one moment than you could do in a lifetime. God doesn't need more of your effort. He needs more of your trust. Stop negotiating with fear and start declaring your faith. Stop analyzing the problem and start magnifying your God. If the burden has become unbearable, it's because it was never meant to be carried by you alone. You've been walking in your own wisdom, but now it's time to fall on your knees and cry out, "God, take over this situation. Take over my pain. Take over my decisions. Take over my life." Let me tell you something bold and true. What you see as a crisis, God sees as a construction site. He is building something eternal in the middle of your pain. Every delay is God's divine redirection. Every no is a yes to something higher. Every heartbreak is a holy breaking that leads to your breakthrough. But this cannot happen until you stop trying to be the hero of your own story and let God be God over your situation. You cannot hear God clearly when your mind is full of panic. You cannot see God's way when you're blinded by your own plans. There must come a moment when you lay it all down and say, "Even if I lose everything, as long as I have God, I have more than enough." That kind of surrender shakes the gates of hell. That kind of surrender moves the heart of God. It doesn't matter how far you've fallen, how long you've waited, or how impossible it seems. If God can part the sea, He can part the situation that's blocking your destiny. If God can bring water from a rock, He can bring a miracle out of your mess. If God can raise the sun every morning, He can raise your hope from the dead. The question is not, can God? The question is, will you let Him? Some of you are facing things right now that are bigger than your understanding. The doctor gave you a report that shook your spirit. Your family is falling apart. Your finances are in a free fall. The people you trusted turned their backs. And in the middle of it, the voice of doubt screams, "Where is God?" But let me tell you, God never left. He's waiting for you to drop your pride, waiting for you to stop trying to be strong, waiting for you to say, God, I trust you more than I trust what I see. God does not need your timeline. He does not move according to your calendar. He does not obey the rules of this world. When God takes over, time bends to His will. Natural laws bow to His command. What was delayed is suddenly accelerated. What was dead is suddenly alive. What was broken is suddenly whole. But you must make room for Him. You must clear out the fear, the control, the doubt, the resentment, and let God move. Let God be the voice that leads your next step. Let God be the peace that anchors your soul. Let God be the strength in your weakness, the wisdom in your confusion, the calm in your storm. Let God take over your situation. And you will discover a level of freedom, power, and victory that no human hand can provide. And you may not understand the path you're walking, but God never asked you to understand. He asked you to trust. You may not feel strong enough to face what's ahead, but God never asks you to be strong. He asks you to rest in His strength. You may not know the answer, but God is not asking you to solve it. He is asking you to believe that He already has. When God takes over your situation, He doesn't just fix the surface, He transforms the root. He doesn't just remove the storm, He teaches you to sleep through it. He doesn't just take away the pain, He turns it into purpose. But the key is surrender. Not partial surrender, not temporary surrender. If you've tried everything else and nothing worked, maybe that's because God was never meant to be your last resort. He was meant to be your first response. If you're tired, that's a sign that it's time to let go. If you're anxious, it's because you're trying to control what only God can carry. If you're confused, it's because your eyes are on the problem instead of the promise keepers. God is calling you deeper, beyond the shallow waters of human solutions, beyond the quick fix answers, beyond the temporary distractions, into the deep waters of faith, where you lose sight of the shore and trust that God will carry you into the place where peace makes no sense and joy defies circumstances, into the place where miracles become your testimony because you had the courage to let go. Right now, this very moment, speak to your situation. Declare that it is no longer in your hands. It is in the hands of the one who holds the universe. Say to your fear, "You are no longer my master." Say to your past, "You are no longer my prison." Say to your burden, "You are no longer my identity." Let God take over. And watch how your midnight turns to morning. How your pain becomes praise. How your waiting becomes witness to the faithfulness of God. Don't let another day go by trying to do what only God can do. Don't let another night steal your peace when the Prince of Peace is offering to carry your storm. You were not created to carry anxiety, fear, shame, or regret. You were created to trust God, to walk with God, to be carried by God. Let God take over and you will finally breathe the air of true freedom. Not the kind of freedom the world promises through wealth or power, but the kind of freedom that sets your soul at rest. You see, there is a heavy burden that comes from self-dependence. There is a silent torment in trying to control what was never yours to control. But when you step aside and invite God to take the wheel, you shift from struggling to surrender, from panic to peace, from pressure to purpose. The most powerful moment in your life will not be when you achieve your dreams, but when you realize that God's plan is far greater than anything you ever dared to imagine. You've been standing at the edge for too long, asking questions that echo with no answers. Why isn't it working? Why is nothing changing? Why does it feel like I'm walking in circles? But maybe the answer is not found in another strategy. Maybe the answer is in a sacred silence that says, "God, I give it all to you." When God takes over, confusion turns into clarity. The fog lifts. The pieces that once didn't make sense begin to form a pattern, and you realize that all along God was writing a masterpiece. You just couldn't see it because your hands were covering the canvas. Some of you have mistaken motion for progress. You've been busy making calls, sending messages, moving from one place to another. Yet you remain stuck because human effort without divine guidance is like rowing a boat against the wind. You're exhausting yourself, but going nowhere. But when God steps in, He speaks to the winds and they obey. He calms the sea without a struggle. The same circumstances remain, but the power behind them shifts. And you will know without a doubt that this is not your doing. This is the hand of God moving in power. Let God take over your emotions, and you will find that peace is not a destination. It's a presence. You've tried to suppress the pain, to hide the tears, to pretend you're fine. But God doesn't ask you to be perfect. He asks you to be honest. When you bring your brokenness before Him, you don't meet condemnation. You meet compassion. And that compassion is not weakness. It is the purest strength. God knows what you carry. He sees the silent battles, the hidden fears, the things you've never told anyone. And still He waits not to judge you, but to heal you. But healing can only begin when you release the grip you have on your suffering and hand it over to the only one who can restore your soul. You've been living under pressure to perform, to prove yourself, to be strong when you're falling apart. But God never called you to be impressive. He called you to be obedient. Let God take over your ambition. Let Him redirect your steps, reshape your desires, and refine your motives. Because not everything that glitters is divine. Not every opportunity is a blessing. Sometimes the very thing you're chasing is the distraction that's keeping you from your destiny. But when you let God lead, He will close the wrong doors, no matter how beautiful they look. He will shut the trap, even if it comes wrapped in charm. And He will always steer you away from destruction, even if it means disappointing your expectations. God is not a backup plan. He is the architect of all things. The world may call it a coincidence, but when you walk with God, you know it's His orchestration. Every delay has divine intention. Every detour holds a lesson. Every closed door is a redirection to something higher. So stop asking, why is this happening, and start declaring God is in control. That one declaration will change the atmosphere around you. It will shift your posture from defeat to confidence, not in yourself, but in the power of God to complete what He started in you. When you let God take over, you stop reacting and start responding. You stop living in emotional chaos and start moving in spiritual rhythm. God doesn't rush. He establishes. He doesn't panic. He plants, and when He steps into your situation, things begin to align without force. People begin to shift, not because you manipulated them, but because God moved them. Resources find you. Help arrives on time. Answers come not from your begging, but from your believing. You must come to a place where you can say, even if I don't understand it now, I trust that God is working something far greater than what I can see. That kind of faith unlocks doors that logic can't open. That kind of surrender invites miracles into mundane places. God doesn't need a stage to perform wonders. He often does His greatest work in the quiet, in the unnoticed corners of your life where no one else is watching, just you and Him. There is a sacred power in surrender. The world tells you to fight harder, to push through, to never let go. But God tells you, let go so I can step in. There is no shame in surrendering to God. There is strength. There is boldness. There is wisdom in knowing that the one who made the stars is more qualified to direct your path than any voice of fear or reason. And when you let God take over, you don't become weak. You become unstoppable. Because it's no longer your limited mind guiding the way. It's the limitless wisdom of God leading you. You may have made mistakes. You may have taken wrong turns. But God's mercy is not limited by your failures. His plan doesn't crumble because of your detours. In fact, sometimes it's your lowest point that becomes your launch point if you place it in God's hands. Don't let guilt keep you from the greatness God still has in store for you. Don't let the past dictate your permission to receive His power. The situation may be messy, but in God's hands, mess becomes meaning. This is not about religion. This is not about rituals. This is about a real, raw, relentless relationship between a soul that is ready to surrender and a God who is always ready to respond. Let God take over your relationships. Stop begging people to stay who were never assigned to your destiny. Stop trusting the opinions of those who don't carry the vision God gave you. When God takes over your relationships, He removes the counterfeit and brings the covenant. He cuts away the distractions and plants divine connections. Let God take over your thoughts. The mind is a battlefield, and many are losing the war in silence. Anxiety is not your identity. Fear is not your future. Doubt is not your destiny. When you invite God into your thoughts, He replaces lies with truth, panic with purpose, and confusion with clarity. You will walk into situations that used to intimidate you and speak with a boldness that didn't come from self-confidence. It came from divine conviction. When God takes over, He does not just rearrange what's around you, He transforms what's within you. You begin to think differently, speak differently, walk differently, live differently. You stop trying to earn favor and start living from the favor you already have. You stop striving for validation and start walking in the power of divine approval. That kind of transformation only comes from complete surrender. So take your hands off the wheel, put your plans, your fears, your future, your pain, put it all before God and say, "This belongs to you now." And when you do, watch how peace replaces pressure, how faith replaces fear, how breakthroughs replace breakdowns. It doesn't matter how dark it looks. God specializes in impossible situations. The deeper the pit, the greater the glory when He lifts you out. This is the moment to stop pretending you have it all together. This is the moment to stop acting like you're not afraid. Be honest. Be raw. Be real. God can handle your questions, your anger, your silence, your tears. But what He's waiting for is your surrender. Not because He needs your permission to be God, but because He desires your trust so He can show you who He truly is. Let God take over. Not just a piece of your life, all of it. Not just the pain, but also the pride. Not just the struggle, but also the success. Not just the tears, but also the triumph. Because when God takes over fully, completely, absolutely, then and only then will you walk in the fullness of everything He created you to be. Let God take over. Because no matter how strong you think you are, there will come a point when human strength collapses under spiritual pressure. There will come a day when intellect won't be enough, when experience fails you, when resources run out, and when every plan you design begins to fall apart in your hands. And it is in that sacred breaking point that you will finally hear the whisper that has been calling you all along, "Let me in, let me take over. Not because God desires control, but because He knows how dangerous it is when your destiny is driven by fear instead of faith. Too often, people wait until the pain is unbearable to call upon God. They wait until the storm has nearly destroyed the ship before crying out for rescue. But the wise know God is not the last resort. He is the first foundation. When you build on your own knowledge, the winds will test you. When you build on your own desires, disappointment will shake you. But when you build on the power and wisdom of God, no storm can bring you down. The foundation holds not because of your efforts, but because of God's eternal strength. Surrender is not weakness, it is wisdom. It takes strength to recognize that the weight of your world is safer in the hands of the one who created it. Let God take over the questions that keep you awake at night. The what-ifs, the why-nots, the when will it happen. You were not created to be tormented by timelines or paralyzed by uncertainty. You were created to walk in trust, and trust doesn't demand explanations. It rests in assurance. When God speaks peace into your heart, that peace will defy every piece of evidence against it. There's a difference between surviving and living. Some are merely existing, counting days, dragging their feet, breathing but not alive. But when God takes over, the breath in your lungs becomes purpose in your bones. You don't just wake up, you rise up. You don't just face another day, you walk into it with divine confidence, knowing that wherever you go, God goes before you. That is the life of a person who has given full authority to no matter what comes, they remain unshaken. Not because of arrogance, but because of alignment. And when God takes over your perspective, even pain looks different. You stop asking, why am I going through this? And start declaring God is doing something in this. The fire no longer feels like punishment. It feels like preparation. The waiting no longer feels like denial. It feels like development. You stop cursing the silence and start honoring it because you know God often works the most when He seems the quietest. That is the maturity of surrender. When your faith is not shaken by what you see, but strengthened by who you know God to be. Let God take over your words. Words have the power to build or destroy, and too many lives are trapped under the weight of careless speech. But when God takes control of your tongue, your mouth no longer speaks doubt. It declares destiny. Your voice no longer echoes fear. It proclaims freedom. When your words align with God's will, mountains move and strongholds break. Not because of your power, but because you gave God the space to speak through you. Let God take over your decisions. Every day you are faced with choices that will shape your future, but not every open door is a divine one. Not every opportunity is a calling. And not every invitation is from God. It takes discernment to know when to step and when to stay still. But when God governs your choices, He will lead you away from what looks good and guide you toward what is truly good. You'll begin to refuse the shortcuts because you've learned to wait for the path that God Himself has set apart. And even if that road feels narrow and climbs steep, you'll move forward with steady confidence, knowing it is God who orders your steps. God's desire is not only to rescue you, His plan is to transform you. He longs to cut away every false support that drains your soul and rebuild your life on an unshakable trust. You will never rise higher than the measure of your trust in God. The deeper your surrender goes, the greater your potential becomes. The less you lean on yourself, the more God's authority takes over your journey. And when God takes the throne, everything changes. The ordinary is touched by the supernatural. The broken is turned into blessing. The close is flung wide open. Some of you are in a spiritual wilderness. You feel like everything around you is dry, silent, and lifeless. But wilderness is not abandonment. It is alignment. God allows the wilderness to remove every false support so that you may know who your true source is. The silence is in proof of absence. It's the preparation for an outpouring, and when you surrender your situation in the wilderness, God will cause rivers to burst forth in the desert. He will make the barren fruitful. He will speak life into places you gave up on. Let God take over your past. The enemy loves to chain you to what happened, to your mistakes, to your regrets, to your shame. But when God takes over, the chains shatter. He will not rewrite the past, but He will redeem it. He will use every wrong turn to direct you toward your calling. What once looked like failure becomes the soil of your testimony. The same place where you once cried becomes the place where others come to be comforted through you. That is what happens when God takes over not just your situation, but your story. Let God take over your identity. You are not what they said about you. You are not the labels, the accusations, or the limitations spoken over your life. You are who God declares you to be. And until you surrender the lies you've believed about yourself, you cannot step into the truth God has spoken over you. You are not a mistake. You are not forgotten. You are not abandoned. You are not defeated. You are chosen, strengthened, and sustained by God through God for God. And when God takes over, He doesn't just change what happens to you, He changes how you carry it. You walk through fire and don't smell like smoke. You endure loss and still overflow with gratitude. You face pressure and still pour out peace. That is the evidence of surrender. Not that your life is easy, but that your life is empowered. Not that the storms stop, but that they no longer stop you. Let God take over the timing. Stop trying to rush what only grows in stillness. Stop trying to control what only God can cultivate. There is a time to sow and a time to reap, but both require trust. When God holds the clock, you stop watching minutes and stop watching miracles. You stop obsessing over deadlines and start walking in divine timing, knowing that what is meant for you will arrive when you're ready, not when you're anxious. This is the invitation not to live a life without trouble, but to live a life where trouble cannot steal your trust. Not to avoid the fire, but to walk through it with a faith that cannot be shaken. Let God take over your situation, not just in theory, not just in language, but in reality. Surrender with your actions, with your habits, with your mindset, with your decisions. Let your life declare, I trust God more than I trust my own understanding. And when you do, when that surrender is real, everything changes. Not all at once, not always visibly, but deep within, a shift takes place. And what once terrified you now trains you. What once discouraged you now deepens you. And what once looked like the end becomes the very beginning of everything God had planned all along. Let God take over. Not someday, now, not partly, completely, not in words only, but with your whole life. Let God take over your expectations. So many people live disappointed, not because God failed them, but because they built expectations around their own timing, their own desires, and their own limited understanding. But the truth is, your expectations must bow to God's revelation. You may have wanted it to happen last year. You may have imagined it looking a certain way, but God is not confined to your plans. He exceeds them. He goes beyond what you ask for, above what you thought possible, and delivers not just what is good, but what is right. When you let God take over, you don't just wait. You wait with assurance because you know what is coming is designed by the one who cannot fail. Let God take over your silence. You may feel like you've cried out and heard nothing in return, like your prayers have hit the ceiling and fallen back in pieces. But God does not ignore the cry of the sincere heart. Silence is not absence. It is the sacred space where God teaches you to depend not on signs, but on stillness. In that quiet, God is planting strength you didn't even know you needed. He is preparing you for what you cannot yet handle. You think you're waiting on Him, but in truth, He's preparing the blessing to meet you in maturity. Let God use the silence to sharpen your hearing. Let Him use the delay to deepen your roots. Let God take over the way you respond to adversity. There is a temptation to strike back when wrong, to defend yourself when misunderstood, to control the outcome when things seem unfair. But when you truly let God take over, you no longer act out of emotion. You respond from a place of divine restraint. You begin to understand that God will vindicate. God will reveal. God will lift up what others tried to tear down. And in time, those who doubted you will have no choice but to witness the undeniable evidence of God's hand over your life. You won't have to speak a word. God's work will do the talking. Let God take over your definition of success. The world teaches you that success is measured by numbers, fame, recognition, and wealth. But when God defines your success, He uses a different scale. In the eyes of the world, you may look like a nobody, but in the eyes of God, your obedience makes you unstoppable. When God takes over, the applause of people no longer feeds your identity. You no longer hustle for validation because your worth is no longer up for debate. You walk into rooms without fear, not because you are trying to impress anyone, but because you are already approved by the one who sent you. Yes? See? You know? Yes? See, let God take over your battles. Stop fighting wars in your own strength. Stop responding to every insult, every betrayal, every attack. Some battles are not yours to fight. They are God's. He is your defender. He sees what you cannot, hears what you do not, and strikes when you least expect it. When you step back and let God take the battlefield, you will see victories without lifting a hand. You will see people removed, plots exposed, traps dismantled, not by your cleverness, but by God's precision. The most powerful move you can make in a battle is to step aside and let God have full command. Let God take over your mornings. The first moments of your day determine the posture of your heart. Don't let the first thing you reach for be your phone. Let it be your focus on God. When you give God your mornings, you are not just starting your day. You are inviting divine alignment. You are declaring that no matter what news comes, no matter what pressure arises, you are anchored. And that anchoring doesn't come from motivational speeches or fleeting emotions. It comes from the steadfast presence of the one who holds the entire day in His hands. Let God take over the hidden places, the ones no one sees, the secret fears, the quiet insecurities, the private sins. You can fool others. You can even lie to yourself, but you cannot hide from God. And the beauty of surrender is that when you stop pretending, God starts healing. When you drop the mask, God begins the makeover. Not from the outside in, but from the inside out. He reshapes your heart, rewrites your motives, and reawakens the purpose that pain buried. Don't fear the exposure. God does not uncover to shame. He uncovers to restore. Let God take over your parenting, your leadership, your decisions. Because even in roles of influence, you are not the ultimate source. You are a vessel, a steward, a temporary carrier of something far greater than yourself. And when you try to lead without God, you will burn out. You will break under the pressure. But when you allow God to lead through you, wisdom flows, strength multiplies, patience grows. You speak less and accomplish more, not because you've become better, but because God has taken full control. Let God take over your dreams. Yes, the ones that feel delayed, impossible, or dead. Just because something hasn't happened yet doesn't mean God has forgotten. Time is not a threat to God's plan. It's a tool in His hand. You may be walking through years of waiting, but those years are not wasted. When God takes over, He does more in a moment than you could do in a lifetime. That dream buried in your heart, it's not over. It's just being refined. And when the time is right, it will rise from the ashes, stronger than before and soaked in the glory of God's fingerprint. Let God take over your habits. You cannot carry divine power and remain enslaved to destructive patterns. There are things you must release in order to rise. There are comforts you must confront and cycles you must surrender. God cannot fill what is already full of compromise. You must make room. Let Him clean out what's contaminating your spirit. Let Him remove the things you've grown attached to. The things you've called normal but that have been slowly stealing your spiritual authority. When God takes over your habits, transformation becomes visible. You begin to glow with clarity, discipline, and fire. Let God take over your fears. Fear is a liar dressed in logic. It convinces you to stay where it's safe, to avoid the unknown, to build walls instead of faith. But fear is no match for the one who split seas and raised nations from nothing. When you let God take over, fear doesn't vanish instantly, but it loses its power. You begin to walk in boldness not because you have no fear, but because you've given it no authority. God becomes your courage. God becomes your light. And every step you take becomes a testimony that trust in Him silences every lie of the enemy. Let God take over your time. So much is wasted on distractions, entertainment, comparison, and chasing what has no eternal value. But when God takes over your time, every moment becomes sacred. You begin to discern what matters. You stop rushing. You stop running. You start living with intention. And your time, once filled with clutter, now becomes a garden where peace, clarity, and purpose begin to grow. Time submitted to God is never lost. It's multiplied, stretched, blessed, and used to shape the very character He desires to cultivate within you. Let God take over your legacy. What you leave behind is not measured in possessions, but in the impact of your obedience. A life surrendered to God becomes a ripple that spreads through generations. Children rise with stronger faith. Communities shift because one life chose to be fully led by God. You may never see the full fruit of your surrender, but rest assured every seed planted in faith will rise in season. What you do in obedience today creates breakthroughs for those you may never meet. Let God take over, not because it sounds good in a moment of desperation, but because it is the only way to truly live. You were not created to carry the weight of the world. You were created to be carried by the one who made it. God doesn't just want to walk beside you, He wants to take the lead. He wants to step into your chaos, your confusion, your uncertainty, and bring order, clarity, and strength. Not just for today, but for every step forward. Let go of the illusion of control and take hold of the only truth that can never be shaken. When God takes over, victory is no longer a hope. It becomes your reality. Let God take over because your life was never meant to operate on human wisdom alone. What you can figure out with your mind is limited, but what God can unfold in your life is infinite. There is a dimension of breakthrough that can only be accessed when logic is silenced and surrender speaks louder than your thoughts. As long as you are leaning on your own understanding, you are cutting yourself off from divine revelation. You're trusting a flashlight when God is offering you the sun. Human intellect can guide you for a moment, but only the wisdom of God can establish your destiny for eternity. There are moments when you think the delay is punishment, but God is actually protecting you. He sees what is ahead. He hears conversations you don't. He knows intentions that have never been spoken. So when God closes a door, don't kick it down. Thank Him. When God removes someone from your life, don't chase them. Praise Him. When the opportunity slips through your fingers, don't collapse in sorrow. Stand still and say, God, I trust your plan more than I trust my own desire. That level of surrender will separate you from the world and align you with the flow of divine favor. Let God take over your reputation. Too many are bound by the need to be understood, to be liked, to be approved by people who didn't call them, who didn't create them, and who don't hold their future. Stop defending yourself before people when God is already defending you in places you cannot see. There's a power that comes when you no longer need validation from voices that have no authority over your purpose. The only approval that matters comes from God. And when you fully surrender to Him, you stop living for applause. You live for alignment. Let God take over your nights, the hours when the world goes quiet and your thoughts become the loudest. The moments when anxiety creeps in and regret keeps you awake. God doesn't sleep and He doesn't want you tormented through the night. When you place your life in His hands, even your rest becomes protected. Your mind begins to settle. Your heart begins to slow because the one who created the stars is also holding your tomorrow. There is a deep calm that descends on the soul when it knows that God is not fear is the one in charge. Let God take over your health. When your body is weary and the doctors have said all they can say, there is still another report. The report of God, the one who formed every cell, who breathes life into every organ, who designed your body before you were even aware of yourself. No sickness is too great, no diagnosis too final, no condition too complex for God to reverse. Healing doesn't always come how or when you expect it. But when you let God take over, you place your trust not in the hands of man, but in the hands of the healer. Whether through process or miracle, strength or stillness, He will sustain you. Let God take over your endurance. Life isn't a sprint. It's a long, sometimes rugged journey. There will be seasons when you are tempted to give up, when the weight is too much, when everything in you screams for relief. But when God takes over, He doesn't remove the mountain. He equips your feet to climb it. He puts strength in your steps. He gives you breath in dry places. And when others fade, you will still be standing. Not because you had more energy, but because you had more surrender. The power of endurance flows from the God who never gets tired, never grows weary, and never leaves you without help. Let God take over your expectations of people. Not everyone will treat you right. Not everyone will honor your value. And if you put your worth in their hands, you will ride a roller coaster of emotional highs and lows. But when your worth is rooted in God, you can love people without needing anything in return. You can serve without resentment. You can forgive without bitterness. Because your reward doesn't come from them, it comes from God. And He never forgets your sacrifice, your effort, or your obedience. There are seasons when the voice of God feels distant, when prayers feel unanswered, when direction is unclear. But it's in those moments that God teaches you to hear in stillness, to trust without signs, to believe without proof. God is always speaking, but sometimes His loudest voice is through peace, through the absence of noise, through the quiet conviction that even though you cannot see it, something holy is happening beneath the surface. Don't mistake God's silence for inactivity. Often He works the most in the places you feel the least. Let God take over your influence. It is easy to chase visibility, to strive for recognition, to want your voice to be heard. But influence that is not God-given will destroy you before it blesses you. When God exalts, it comes with endurance. When God promotes, it comes with protection. Stop trying to build a platform with your own hands. Let God build the foundation, and the reach will take care of itself. What He ordains, no one can block. What He opens, no one can shut. And when your motives are purified by surrender, your impact will stretch farther than you ever imagined, because it will be God who breathes on it. Let God take over your finances. Money can become a tyrant when it's pursued without purpose. But when placed under the authority of God, resources multiply not only in amount, but in impact. He provides, but He also instructs. He opens doors, but He also teaches discipline. He grants abundance, but He also demands stewardship. When God takes over your finances, you are no longer ruled by scarcity or greed. You give generously, live wisely, and walk in supernatural provision, not because of luck or strategy, but because of divine order. Let God take over your generational patterns, the cycles that have repeated through your bloodline. Fear, addiction, poverty, dysfunction can be broken when you surrender them to God. You are not bound to repeat what came before you. God can interrupt the flow of generational dysfunction and birth a new lineage through your obedience. You may be the first to fully trust God in your family, the first to break away from toxic habits, the first to raise your children in wisdom. And when God takes over, your life becomes the turning point not just for you, but for generations to come. Let God take over your final word. There are things people have spoken over you that you must no longer accept. Words of limitation, words of doubt, labels of failure. Let God be the only voice that defines your identity. When He speaks, every lie must fall silence. His word is not a suggestion, it is truth. And when God takes over, His truth becomes your shield, your compass, your foundation. What others said no longer controls you because you are anchored in what God has declared. Let God take over, not just when things fall apart, but even when things are going well. Sometimes success can be more dangerous than struggle. When triumph arrives, pride often sneaks in. The illusion of self-reliance can overshadow our true dependence. Yet a heart surrendered to God gives Him honor, not only in seasons of lack, but also in times of plenty. Worship doesn't wait until the war is over. It rises even as you push up the mountain. Seeking Him isn't just for the broken, it's also for the whole. Because you recognize that every breath you take, every ounce of strength in your body, every clear thought in your mind is upheld by His power. Let God have full control. True surrender leaves no middle ground. It demands all or nothing. And once you release everything, your fears, your ambitions, your pride, your plans, you'll discover that what God returns to you is far greater than what you tried so hard to cling to. He will pour out peace that cannot be shaken, strength that cannot be stolen, joy beyond explanation, guidance that never confuses, and a life no man, no storm, no enemy can destroy, because it rests securely in the hands of God. My friends, you've been rooted in the same place far too long. You've walked around the same mountain, wept the same tears, and clung to the same fears. Now the voice of God is crashing into the quiet of your heart with a single holy command. It is time to move. Step into the season I have set before you. Walk into the change that has been prepared for you. This is not optional. This is not merely a gentle nudge. This is a decree from the author of heaven and earth. God is calling you out of the past and toward what lies ahead. He is brushing the dust from your spirit and saying, enough of the wilderness, enough of the delays, enough of the fear. Your new season has arrived and I am with you. When God speaks, it is never idle. His voice bears the authority of creation. His word does not return empty. Right now, His voice is hovering over your life, stirring the depths of your spirit, getting ready to snap the chains that have bound you. You may not feel ready. You may feel unqualified. But when God declares a new season over your life, no enemy can stop it. No past can block it. And no failure can cancel it. You've cried through the night wondering if the breakthrough would ever come. You've watched others move ahead while you were still stuck. But hear me now. God did not forget you. He was preparing you. He was pruning you. He was digging deep roots in you so when the storm came, you would not be moved. And now the time has come. God is opening the door to your next chapter. He's shifting you from waiting to walking, from hoping to possessing, from praying to receiving. Some of you are still clinging to the last season because it is familiar. You've made peace with your limitations. You've gotten comfortable in survival mode. But God never intended for you to build a home in the valley of despair. He never told you to settle in a place of lack. He is telling you to rise up, to shake off the chains, to gather your strength and move into what He has promised. This is the season where old things must die so new things can live. This is the season where God will tear down what you built on fear and raise up what He designed through faith. He is calling you to walk by faith, not by sight. You may not know where the path leads, but if God is guiding the steps, you can be sure it leads to glory. Let me tell you, when God says move, you don't negotiate. You don't wait for a sign in the sky. You don't need everyone's approval. You obey because delayed obedience is still disobedience. And if you stay too long where God has already left, you will miss the blessing He has placed in front of you. Some of you have been trying to resurrect what God already buried. You're praying for Him to bless what He has already shut down. But God is not a God of backward steps. He's a God of forward motion. He doesn't recycle dead seasons. He creates new ones. The same God who split the sea will split the silence in your life and make a way where there was none. You are not too old. You are not too broken. You are not too late. God's timing is perfect. And if He is telling you now is the time to move, then now is the time to move. Not next year, not when you feel ready, not when it makes sense now. Because when God ordains a shift, He supplies the strength to carry it. Don't look around for confirmation when you've already heard divine instruction. Don't ask others to validate what God has spoken in the quiet of your soul. People may not understand your shift, but you're not walking by their understanding. You are walking by the Word of God. There is a fire rising in your spirit right now, and that's not by accident. That's the confirmation you've been waiting for. That's God stirring your soul. That's God setting your heart ablaze with holy urgency. You were made for this moment. You were born for this breakthrough. There is a land flowing with blessings ahead of you, but you have to leave Egypt behind. You have to release the trauma, release the betrayal, release the bitterness. That season was real, but it's over. Don't miss your miracle because you won't let go of the memory. God is doing a new thing, and you won't see it while staring in the rearview mirror. You can't step into tomorrow's favor with yesterday's mindset. God is transforming you, elevating you, lifting you. But transformation requires separation. He will separate you from people, places, and patterns that no longer fit where He's taking you. Yes, it will feel uncomfortable. Yes, it will stretch you, but growth is never comfortable. Faith is never easy. And the path God has for you is paved, not with comfort, but with calling. If He's telling you to move, it's because He has already prepared the land. He has already opened the door. He has already gone ahead of you. You may feel small, but the God behind you is mighty. You may feel weak, but His strength is made perfect in weakness. When God says go, you go in His power, not your own. The same God who called light out of darkness is calling purpose out of your pain. He is calling strength out of your struggle. This is not just a season of change. It's a season of rebirth. A season where everything that was hidden will be revealed. Where everything the enemy tried to steal will be restored. Where the years you lost will be redeemed. God is not just moving you to a new place. He is making you a new person. Let me tell you what's going to happen when you step forward. The doors will open. The chains will break. The favor will fall. Because obedience is the key that unlocks heaven's storehouse. God responds to faith, not fear. And when you walk in faith, you give God permission to move in ways that will leave you in awe. Don't you dare let fear hold you back. Don't let doubt whisper lies into your spirit. Don't let the enemy talk you out of what God has already promised. The same God who parted the sea is clearing the path for you. The same God who brought water from a rock is about to bring provision from an unexpected place. You've been waiting for a miracle, but maybe the miracle is waiting on you to trust, to obey, to move. Stop praying for open doors while refusing to walk through them. Stop asking for change while holding on to the chains. God is saying, I have more for you, but you must take the first step. This new season won't look like the last one, and that's the beauty of it. God is a God of new beginnings. He's not recycling your past. He's redefining your future. He's not tweaking the old version of you. He's resurrecting the best version of you in this new season. You will walk with power. You will speak with authority. You will carry peace that makes no sense to the world around you. You will see doors open that were shut for years. You will encounter favor that your resume could not earn, because it's not about you, it's about God's plan for you. If you only knew what God has prepared, you wouldn't hesitate. If you only knew the glory waiting on the other side of your obedience, you would run, not walk, into the season He's calling you into. This is your time. This is your moment. The old is passing away. Behold, the new is breaking forth. God is shifting the atmosphere. He is breaking cycles that have followed you for generations. He is canceling every assignment of the enemy. He is silencing every lie. He is dismantling every trap. And He is declaring over you, move forward. Your time is now. You will not fail. You will not fall. You will not faint because God is upholding you with His mighty hand. He is your shield, your strength, your rock, your deliverer. And when He leads, He provides. When He sends, He protects. When He speaks, it is done. You were never meant to stay stuck. You were never meant to live beneath your calling. You were created for more. You were designed for destiny. And right now, destiny is calling your name. God is saying, I've seen your pain. I've seen your tears. I've heard your prayers. And now I am opening the way before you. Move, my child. Move. You may have enemies in this new season, but God will prepare a table before them. You may face giants, but God will sling the stone. You may walk through fire, but God will not let you burn. This new season will not be free of battles, but it will be full of victory. God is positioning you to receive what you once thought was impossible. He is setting you up for miracles. He is rewriting your story in front of the very people who thought it was over. He is raising you from the ashes of yesterday into the divine fulfillment of tomorrow. And now, as the weight of God's voice settles in your spirit, you must understand this is not just a season of change. This is a divine appointment. You are not standing on ordinary ground. You are standing at the threshold of transformation. When God speaks, time bends, circumstances shift, and what seemed impossible becomes reality. God is not asking for your permission. He is calling for your surrender. When God says it's time to move, your only rightful response is obedience. This moment has been ordained before you even knew the struggle you would face. God already saw the nights you would lie awake feeling forgotten. He already counted the tears you would shed when nothing made sense. And yet, through it all, God kept preparing a future that your current reality cannot yet comprehend. This new season isn't just about success. It's about purpose. It's not about comfort. It's about calling. God is leading you somewhere that will require everything in you to rise to His standard. You see, there is a sacred tension when God shifts your season. He doesn't always give detail. He doesn't always explain the process because what He wants from you is not your strategy. He wants your trust. God is testing your heart, not your understanding. Can you trust the God who led you out of bondage to lead you into blessing? Can you trust Him when the path is uncertain, but His voice is sure? When you let go of your own control, you make room for God's authority to reign in full power over your life. You were not meant to blend in with the background of a broken world. You were set apart to move when others freeze, to rise when others fall, to obey when others question. That obedience will become your weapon. That surrender will unlock the season you've been waiting for. God doesn't elevate those who play it safe. He promotes those who are willing to walk when it makes no sense except for the fact that He said, go. Do not be surprised when the old begins to fall away. When friendships shift, when routines break, when familiar places no longer feel like home, that's the evidence that God is pushing you out of the nest. He is breaking the shell of your limitation and saying you were made to fly. And though the sky may look intimidating, God is the wind beneath your wings. He will not let you fall. He will not let you fail. God will take you higher than your feet could ever go on their own. And understand this, Every time God calls you into a new season, He also sends new challenges. But those challenges are not punishments. They are platforms. Platforms for His power to be displayed through your surrender. Platforms for His glory to be revealed through your weakness. The storm is not a sign that God has abandoned you. It's the stage He has chosen to show you what happens when you depend on nothing but Him. You don't need to carry the burden of explaining your move to others. When God calls, not everyone will hear it. When God stirs your spirit, not everyone will understand it. And that's all right. Your obedience doesn't require validation from people. It only requires revelation from God. And if you have heard His voice, that is all the confirmation you will ever need. Stop holding on to the old out of fear that the new won't be enough. God never removes something from your life unless He intends to replace it with something greater. If He takes away the crutch, it's because He's teaching you to stand. If He shuts the door, it's because He's opening one that no man can close. If He strips you down to nothing, it's because He's rebuilding you with His power and not your pride. God doesn't operate according to the timelines of men. Just because it's taken longer than you expected doesn't mean God changed His mind. Delay is not denial. Delay is often the refinement necessary to carry the weight of what's coming. God will not release a new season until your character is able to steward it. And if He has you in motion now, it means the fire has done its work. It means the pruning has fulfilled its purpose. It means you are ready even if you don't feel like it. In this new season, God will not ask you to do what is easy. He will ask you to do what is necessary. Necessary for your growth, necessary for His glory, and necessary for your elevation. He may ask you to walk away from distractions. He may ask you to confront things you've buried deep. He may ask you to forgive when it hurts, to let go when it's hard, to stand firm when the winds rage. But every step you take in obedience will be a step into divine alignment. God does not call you without equipping you. He does not send you without covering you. If He tells you to move, then He has already assigned angels to protect the path, already softened hearts ahead of you, already commanded the resources to meet you on the road. Your only job is to move with Him. Not ahead of Him, not behind Him, but with Him. When you move with God, you move in rhythm, with purpose. Listen closely now. This isn't just about you. Your obedience will affect generations. Your shift will break generational curses. Your yes to God will open doors, not just for you, but for those connected to your name. Your willingness to step into this new season is planting seeds that your children and grandchildren will one day harvest. Don't let fear rob them of a legacy. Don't let comfort steal what God wants to birth through you. There is something glorious on the other side of your yes, but God will not force you. He will not drag you. He will call, and then He will watch to see if you trust Him enough to move. The power of the season is in your response. Will you stay chained to the familiar, or will you rise with holy boldness and say, God, I trust you. Even if I can't see it yet, I trust you. Some of you have been battling the same cycles for years, waiting for something to shift around you. But God is saying the shift must begin within you. The enemy isn't always external. Sometimes the greatest resistance is your own doubt, your own pride, your own fear. Let God tear down the walls you built with your own thoughts. Let Him shatter the idols of control, perfection, and independence that have stood in the way of your breakthrough. You will know it is God calling you into a new season when everything around you begins to lose taste, when what once satisfied now feels stale, that's not failure, it's favor. That's not lost, it's positioning. God makes you uncomfortable in the old, so you can no longer deny the new. And even though it's unknown, it is where He is. And where God is, peace follows, provision follows, power follows. Do not confuse quietness for absence. Just because God is silent does not mean He is distant. The silence is often the soil where faith grows strongest. The silence is where trust is perfected. And the moment He says move, you must be ready. You must be alert. You must be positioned like a soldier awaiting command. Discipline, determined, unwavering. Because the moment you step, things will happen fast. What didn't shift for years will change in weeks. What was closed off for decades will suddenly be unlocked. But only if you obey. You must walk when He says walk. Speak when He says speak. Release when He says release. And most importantly, believe when He says believe. If you've been waiting for someone to give you permission to begin again, this is it. God is giving you the green light. God is telling you to pick up what you dropped, to dream again, to build again, to rise again. That fire inside of you was never meant to die out. It was meant to blaze brighter in this new season. What you thought was the end was only the intermission. Now comes the power. Now comes the promise. But hear me well, do not enter this new season with old mindsets. You cannot take bitterness where God is leading you. You cannot take excuses into the next level. You cannot walk in circles and expect straight lineal results. This season will require your focus, your discipline, your prayer, your commitment. Because where God is taking you, the distractions will multiply, but so will the rewards for staying faithful. If you remain anchored in God, you will not be shaken. If you remain surrendered to His will, you will not be misled. There is a reason He did not let you quit when everything fell apart. There is a reason He pulled you through when you were ready to give up. There is a reason you're still standing, and that reason is now. God preserved you for this. But listen closely, because this moment is not just passing by. It's a divine visitation. God is not just nudging you toward your future. He is commanding it into existence. And when God commands something into motion, creation must obey. When God says, "Let there be," nothing in heaven or on earth can say no. Right now, the Spirit of God is hovering over the chaos of your situation. And His voice is speaking order, direction, and purpose into your soul. He is not asking for your resume. He is igniting your readiness. This new season is not about how gifted you are. It's not about how loud you pray or how long you fast. It's about how deeply you trust God to carry you into a place you've never been before. It's about surrendering your will, your fear, your timeline, and saying, "God, whatever you say, I will do." Because God is not unlocking this season for the double-minded or the hesitant. This new season is reserved for those who are desperate enough to obey, even when it doesn't make sense. Some of you are waiting for the conditions to be perfect, for everything to line up just right before you move. But if you could see with spiritual eyes, you would know that the winds of God are already shifting in your favor. You would know that while the world sees drought, heaven sees harvest. While others see delay, God sees design. The moment God says now, the time becomes holy, the path becomes sacred, and the door becomes open. You've asked, why hasn't it happened yet? But God is saying, because you weren't ready to carry what I was about to release. But now I see faith rising. Now I see obedience forming. Now I see the fire in your bones. Move, because now you're ready. God is not interested in pleasing your comfort. He is invested in perfecting your purpose, and that often requires stretching, breaking, humbling, and shaking everything that is not rooted in Him. This season will be different not because your circumstances have changed, but because you have changed. God has taken you through the wilderness not to punish you, but to purify you, not to abandon you, but to anchor you. And now, after all the storms you've survived, all the betrayals you've overcome, all the silent nights where you still whispered prayers, God is saying, I can trust you now. You're ready. Don't think for 1 second that what you went through was wasted. Every tear you cried watered the soil of your new season. Every disappointment carved out space for divine promotion. Every unanswered prayer was a doorway being built behind the scenes. You thought God was silent, but He was strategizing. You thought He was withholding, but He was preparing the kind of blessing that doesn't come cheap. And now it's here. But know this, God is not promoting you just so you can enjoy more. He is elevating you so you can carry more. This season will require spiritual stamina. It will require the kind of focus that turns down the noise of the world and tunes in to the whisper of God. Because where God is taking you, distractions will come dressed as opportunities. Counterfeits will look like blessings. But if your ear is tuned to God's voice, you will know what is sent by Him and what is sent to detour you. God is not just giving you favor. He is training you to steward it. This is not about surface-level success. This is about spiritual dominion, about walking into rooms that your past said you could never enter, and knowing you're not there because of who you are, but because of whose you are. God is positioning you to be a vessel of His power, not a container of your own ego. And yes, the enemy will rise the moment you move, the moment you step into alignment with God's will. Resistance will come. But don't let that shake you. Let it confirm you. Because the presence of giants means the land is valuable. The rising of opposition means your steps are shaking hell. You are not stepping into ease. You are stepping into warfare. But you are also stepping with the authority of the one who called you. You don't need to fight every battle. God will fight for you. Your obedience is your sword. Your stillness is your shield. Your faith is your armor. When you walk in obedience, you activate heaven's army. And where God's army marches, darkness flees. Where His power flows, bondage breaks. Where His name is lifted, peace reigns. This new season is not about public applause. It's about private alignment. God is not just changing your surroundings, He is transforming your soul. You'll start to speak differently. You'll discern more deeply. You'll pray with fire that wasn't there before. Because when God moves you, He renews you. When He sends you, He sets you apart. When He places you, He cleanses everything around you that cannot align with the mission. Do not hold back. Do not slip back into what feels safe. Do not let your former identity rob you of your present reality. You are no longer who you used to be. That version of you was meant for the wilderness. This version is created for authority. You are not only entering a new season, you are stepping into fulfillment, into legacy, into a life that resonates through eternity because it is surrendered to the voice of God. Let this truth cut through the clamor of fear and doubt. You are called. You are chosen. You are equipped, and not by your own worth, but by God's mercy, not because of your perfection, but because of His plan. And now the weight of that calling is resting on your shoulders, not to crush you, but to crown you. God is placing a mantle upon your life, a holy assignment. And He is saying, walk in it, own it, move in it. This moment is sacred. Do not miss it by looking for signs when you already have the signal. Do not waste it by overthinking what God has already made clear. Step now, not tomorrow, not when you feel perfect, but now. Because when you step in faith, God meets you with power. When you step in obedience, He meets you with clarity. And when you move, watch what happens. Doors will open without you knocking. People will find you without you searching. Resources will come without you striving, because obedience creates divine acceleration. Obedience draws heaven's favor like a magnet. And obedience, even in small steps, is the evidence that you believe God is who He says He is. You're not alone in this. God is not sending you forward with empty hands. Gorom. He is filling your spirit even now. Strength is rising in your bones. Fire is building in your chest. Courage is awakening in your soul. This is what it feels like when heaven confirms your direction. This is what it feels like when the Almighty wraps His will around your life and says, go. Then hear this with urgency and clarity. When God declares that your season has changed, nothing in the natural realm can override the command of the supernatural. Mountains will shift, winds will obey, obstacles will dissolve, but the heart must be willing. It must bow not only in prayer, but in submission, because the movement God requires of you is not just a physical one. It is a spiritual repositioning. He is calling your thoughts to align your intentions, to purify your habits, to reflect the magnitude of where He is taking you. This is not just another chapter in your story. This is a divine unfolding, a sacred realignment. The season you are entering is not about more thing. It is about more of God. It is about walking so closely with Him that His whispers shake your plans and ignite your steps. And those steps will not be small, hesitant steps. They will be steps of dominion, steps of authority that were forged in the fire of your waiting. Some of you have misunderstood the silence as abandonment. You've looked at the delay and questioned the promise, but what you didn't see was the unseen hand of God working beneath the soil, pressing roots into your soul, strengthening your foundation so that the elevation wouldn't destroy you. God was not denying you. He was preparing you. And the deeper the preparation, the higher the purpose. The calling that rests upon your life is not casual. It is weighty. It is sacred. God did not rescue you from darkness just to have you dwell in doubt. He didn't preserve you through every storm just to see you shrink when it's time to rise. The very fact that you're still standing is proof that God's hand never lifted off you. And now He is pressing upon your heart with a new urgency, an unshakable knowing that it is time to release the old and walk boldly into the new. But hear this, not everyone can go with you. Not everything can be carried forward. There are attachments God will sever. There are familiar comforts He will dismantle. And it may feel like loss. But in God's economy, pruning always precedes prosperity. He cuts back only to increase. He removes only to refine. If you lose something in this transition, know that it was not meant to carry the glory of the next season. Let it go. Trust the process. God is doing something divine through your detachment. In this new season, discernment must become your compass. You must be able to distinguish noise from the voice. Culture will shout, people will advise, but only the voice of God brings peace in the storm and fire in the bones. You cannot afford to follow emotions. You must follow instruction because the time for wavering is over. This is a season for decisive action, for radical faith, for full surrender. God is not impressed by our eloquence, our strategy, or our strength. What moves him is obedience. When a soul yields, heaven moves. When a heart surrenders, miracles manifest. And this season will not be unlocked by logic, but by obedient faith. The kind of faith that packs up when there's no map, the kind that plants seeds in dry ground, the kind that speaks yes before the how is explained. And let me speak directly to the one who feels unqualified. You were never meant to qualify yourself. That is God's job. And if He called you, then He has also equipped you. His presence is your qualification. His guidance is your insurance. His plan is your provision. Stop disqualifying yourself based on your past, your mistakes, your brokenness. If God has spoken over you, then what He says outweighs everything that has ever tried to define you. You've allowed fear to sit at the table of your destiny for too long. You've entertained doubts that were never meant to be your companions. But now is the time to stand up and reclaim your authority. Not because you're powerful, but because you are backed by the one who is. Fear cannot go with you. Timidity cannot build what God is calling you to construct. You must rise with boldness, not rooted in ego, but in the certainty of God's voice. There is a reason God is speaking to you now. Because the season has shifted, because the ground is ready, because heaven is in motion. What you've prayed for is near, but not automatic. You must take the step. You must activate the faith. You must prove that you're not only a listener, but a doer. That's the kind of vessel God trusts with influence, with impact, with divine outcomes. And do not despise small beginnings in this new season. For what starts as a whisper can become a wildfire when God breathes on it. He is not asking you to finish it all in one day. He is asking you to start. He is asking you to move with what you have. He is asking you to trust Him with what you cannot see. That first step may be quiet, but in the heavens it sounds like thunder. Let me say this clearly. God is not waiting for you to be perfect. He's waiting for you to be willing. He doesn't need you to have every answer. He needs you to give Him your whole heart. If you will move in faith, He will move in power. If you will offer obedience, He will pour out revelation. If you will give your steps, He will order your path. What's coming will not look like what's behind you. Stop expecting old methods to yield new results. God is pouring new oil. He is birthing new vision. He is awakening new strength, and you must be ready to receive it. This is not the time to recycle old strategies or dwell on past victories. It's time to be freshly anointed for what's ahead. The old ways were for survival. This new season is about dominion. The old prayers were about deliverance. The new ones will be about assignment. God is not just bringing you out. He is planting you in a place of purpose. And that purpose comes with power, with responsibility, with divine influence. You are being called higher, not for your name to be lifted, but so God's will may be fulfilled through your life. So remove the distractions, silence the noise, dismiss the lies that say you're not enough, and lean into what God is saying. His instruction is life, His command is direction, and His timing is perfect. Even now He is making a way. Even now He is aligning resources, setting appointments, opening gates. The heavens are declaring, "Move, child, your time is now." You must decide. Will you stay comfortable in your history, or will you walk in the risk of obedience that leads to destiny? God is not calling you to repeat the cycles of the past. He is calling you to break them, to end them, to forge a new path for those who come after you. You are not just stepping into your future. You are birthing legacy. And as you walk, expect resistance, but do not fear it. Expect pressure, but do not retreat. Expect testing, but do not faint, because every ounce of pressure is producing purpose. Every trial is sharpening discernment. Every delay is teaching patience. God wastes nothing. Not your pain, not your waiting, not even your questions. It all leads to His glory when placed in His hand. Then lift your head and listen, because God is not just telling you to move. He is awakening your destiny. There is a divine urgency in the atmosphere. This is not business as usual. This is not just another season. This is a supernatural repositioning, a holy transformation ordained by God before the foundations of the earth were laid. You are not standing on ordinary ground. You are standing at the edge of divine acceleration. What has taken others decades to accomplish, God will accomplish in you in a moment if only you are willing to obey. This is the hour when the hesitant will be left behind and the obedient will rise. This is the hour when the quiet will roar, the wounded will be healed, and the rejected will be crowned. Not because of human effort, not because of personal strength, but because God is lifting the humble and silencing the proud. When He moves, no one can stop it. No plan of man can reverse it. And right now He is calling youth. You may say, "But I'm not ready." But readiness in the kingdom of God is not measured by experience. It is measured by surrender. God does not call the qualified. He qualifies the called. And if He has placed His hand upon you, then no opposition, no circumstance, no voice from your past can disqualify what God has anointed. He is not asking for perfection. He is demanding faithfulness. That is the currency of heaven. That is the weight that moves mountains. This is not a suggestion. It is a spiritual command. Move. Because God is about to make your name known, not for your glory, but for His divine purpose. He will use your life as a sign. He will use your obedience as a testimony. When others see you rise, they will say, "Surely the hand of God is upon them." But first you must leave the land of excuses. You must abandon the comfort of delay, because in this season, obedience is breakthrough. Let God speak to your inner man. Let Him awaken what this world tried to bury. Let Him breathe into the dry places of your heart. You've silenced the dream long enough. You've lived beneath your potential for too long. But God is declaring enough. He is shaking the dust off your vision, reigniting the purpose in your bones. It's time to walk into what has been waiting for you all along. There is a land of promise you've never stepped into because you feared the giants. But giants are not obstacles to God. They are evidence that the land is rich, that the harvest is great, and that the blessing is worth the battle. Stop asking God to remove the giants and start asking Him for the strength to slay them, because the reward is on the other side of your faith, not your fear. And don't you worry about what people will say. Don't you fear their opinions or their judgment. They didn't see the nights you cried. They didn't witness the days you walked in silence, clinging to the only thing left, your faith in God. Let them talk. Let them doubt. While they speculate, you will elevate. While they hesitate, you will dominate. Because you are not walking with their approval. You are walking with God's command. This season will test your loyalty to God. It will stretch your ability to trust when you cannot trace. It will confront every false idol, every reliance on self, every craving for comfort. God is stripping away what's temporary to anchor you in what's eternal. If it's shaking, let it shake. If it's falling, let it fall. What is not rooted in God must be removed. What is not born of God must be buried. Don't ask God for new ground if you're still clinging to old chains. Don't ask Him to open new doors if you're unwilling to walk away from what He's already closed. This is the moment of decision, and your destiny will not be delayed any longer unless you choose to stay behind. But if you rise, if you move, if you obey, watch how fast God will move on your behalf. He is not only moving you forward, He is pulling down strongholds. He is lifting up new standards. He is pouring out fresh oil. And He is positioning you not just for blessing, but for influence. The blessing is not the end goal. The influence is not the final reward. The goal is always obedience to God, alignment with His will, and fulfillment of your purpose. And let me speak directly to your hidden pain, the kind no one sees, the kind you've buried beneath a strong exterior. God has seen it. God has collected every tear. And what you thought would destroy you, He is now using as the foundation for your assignment. That betrayal, it taught you discernment. That rejection, it deepened your dependence on Him. That failure, it killed your pride. Nothing was wasted. God will recycle your suffering into spiritual power. That's why you must move, because the pain has served its purpose. The fire has done its work. The season of refining is over, and the season of rising has come. God is calling you out of the cave, out of the shadows, out of survival mode. You are not meant to crawl into your calling. You are meant to run toward it clothed in authority and driven by divine conviction. But you must protect your focus. You must silence every voice that tries to reattach you to who you used to be. There will be whispers from your past. There will be voices of doubt. But you must choose whose voice matters. When God says move, every other voice must be silenced beneath the weight of His authority. This is your responsibility to move. When He speaks, there will be opposition, but God will cover you. There will be loss, but God will restore you. There will be battles, but God will fight them. There will be unknowns, but God will lead you. This is not the path of the weak-hearted. It is the path of the willing-hearted. You don't need all the strength. You need all the surrender. Because in this new season, the old rules don't apply. God is about to fast-track what took others years. He is about to open doors in high places. He is about to elevate your voice in rooms you were never invited to. And it will not be because of your connections. It will be because of your submission. God is preparing to show you what happens when a life is fully yielded to Him. You've seen glimpses. You felt the stirrings. But now He is saying it's time to walk in the fullness. It's time to embody what I placed in you. Stop living small when God made you for impact. Stop hiding when He has called you to influence. Stop shrinking when He has anointed you to stand tall. This is not just your season, it is God's season through you. It is His plan, His agenda, His power, and His glory flowing through a surrendered vessel. And that vessel is you. If you will move when He says move, if you will trust when it's unclear, if you will obey when it's uncomfortable, then the floodgates will open. The heavens will respond, and what was delayed will suddenly accelerate into manifestation. Let the world watch in wonder as you rise. Let the doubters be silenced by the evidence of God's hand on your life. Let the winds blow. Let the storms rage. Because your house is not built on sand. It is built on the rock of obedience. And that obedience will carry you into the season you've longed for, prayed for, and cried for. And when the dust settles and you look around at the evidence of God's power, you will not boast in yourself. You will lift your hands and say, "This was the hand of God. This was His doing, and it is marvelous in my eyes." And now stand still just for a moment and feel the weight of this holy calling. Let every word settle in your bones, not as mere inspiration, but as divine instruction. This is not just a message. It is a mandate from God, a summons to rise, to walk, to move not in fear, not in flesh, but in full alignment with the God who called you. You've hovered on the brink of breakthrough for far too long. You've walked the same wilderness in circles one time too many. You've waited, questioned, doubted, and postponed, but now God is calling you into a new season, not because the road will be simple, but because it is ordained, not because you are perfectly prepared, but because He goes with you as you take the next step. Let go of the weight of what was and welcome the wonder that is coming. God has gone ahead of you. The path has been made ready. The door stands open. All that remains is for you to walk through. With each step, chains will fall. With each move, heaven will answer. And with every act of obedience, the power of God will rush into your life in a way you've never known. Your new season is not a maybe. It is a reality waiting on your ye. When you give yourself fully, humbly, and boldly, nothing will ever be the same again. Now move, because God is waiting. My dear friend, open your heart and listen. This is not simply another message. It is a divine summons. You did not arrive here by accident or idle curiosity. God has led you to this moment for a purpose. He brought you here. God has drawn you so that what has been hidden for so long can be uncovered and your true identity revealed. Not the identity the world forced upon you, not the one your pain shaped, not the mask molded by rejection, but the real you, the one God fashioned in the silence of eternity, is about to be made known. For far too long you have been buried beneath the weight of other people's opinions. You've been labeled with words that never belonged to you. Not good enough, too broken, too old, too young, too different, too weak. But those names did not come from God, and He never gave them to you. The world did, hurt people did, the enemy of your soul did, and you believed it, and you accepted it, you carried it. But God is about to tear the veil. God is about to shake the foundations of your false identity and lift you out of the pit you never belonged in. You are not what happened to you. You are not your failures. You are not your wounds. You are not your shame. You are not your past. You are what God says you are. And God doesn't make mistakes. God doesn't make accidents. God doesn't abandon the work of His hands. There is a reason you felt like you never fit in. There's a reason your soul has always felt like it was being pulled towards something higher. It's because your spirit was never made to conform to this broken world. You were born with divine fingerprints on your soul. There is something holy about your existence. There is something sacred about your pain, and there is something mighty about your future. God didn't allow you to go through the fire just so you could smell like smoke. God allowed it so you would walk out with the strength to carry your calling. God is about to reveal who you really are. There is a war going on inside you right now. And it's not just about circumstances, it's about identity. The enemy fears what you are becoming. The darkness tried to crush you, tried to confuse you, tried to keep you buried in insecurity, anxiety, and doubt. But you're still here. You're still standing. You're still breathing. That's not just survival. That's divine purpose. You were preserved for this moment. God shielded you. Even when you didn't feel Him, God was there orchestrating the breaking of your false self so the real you could rise. You see, God often hides His greatest warriors in obscurity. God conceals His chosen vessels in silence. The world doesn't see them coming because God is a master of surprise. The ones He is about to elevate are the ones who have been underestimated the most. The ones who have cried behind closed doors. The ones who have labored in the shadows. The ones who were faithful even when they were forgotten. That's you. That's who God is about to reveal. The pain you carried was never in vain. The rejection you endured was never pointless. It was all part of God's process. You were never being punished. You were being prepared. God was stripping away the fake, burning away the pride, purging the impurities, and sculpting your soul into the vessel He destined it to be. And now the time has come. The unveiling is near. The stage is being set. The spotlight is about to shift. And when God reveals who you really are, every lie that was spoken over you will fall like dust. You may have been called a nobody, but when God lifts the curtain, they will see a giant. You may have been mocked as weak, but when God opens the scroll of your destiny, they will see a warrior forged by fire. You may have been overlooked, but God never forgot you. While they were talking, God was building. While they were doubting, God was strengthening. While they were laughing, God was anointing. The world saw your struggle, but God saw your surrender. Let me speak this with all the force in my soul. You are more than you think you are. You have been under spiritual attack not because you're weak, but because you're dangerous to the kingdom of darkness. The forces of evil only attack what threatens them. The pressure you felt, it's because you carry power. The confusion you faced, it's because your clarity is coming. The isolation you endured, it's because God was separating you from the noise so you could hear His voice. God is about to reveal who you really are. You're not just a person trying to survive another day. You're a vessel of divine purpose. You're a carrier of spiritual fire. You're a threat to the lies of hell. And when God unveils you, you won't even recognize yourself because the version of you that's about to emerge is stronger, wiser, freer, and more focused than ever before. This version of you doesn't bow to fear. This version of you walks in authority. This version of you speaks with clarity and moves with boldness. Let them underestimate you. Let them laugh. Let them dismiss you. Because when God steps in to reveal you, no man can deny what God ordains. You don't need validation from people who never saw the real you. You don't need applause. You don't need permission. You only need God. And when God says it's time, nothing on earth or in hell can stop the unveiling. There's a weight in your spirit right now because your soul senses it. Something is about to shift. That pressure in your chest, that stirring in your belly, that holy restlessness that keeps you awake at night, that's the signal. That's the trumpet of destiny sounding. That's the spiritual vibration of God peeling back the layers. You've outgrown your old skin. You've outlived the lies. The cocoon is breaking. The real you is ready to emerge. You may have looked ordinary, but God never made you to be average. You may have been counted out, but God counted you in. You may have been hidden, but now God is about to showcase you. Not for your glory, but for His. Not to boast, but to bear fruit. Not to dominate, but to demonstrate the power of a life surrendered to God. God is about to reveal who you really are. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to stand out. Not because of your talent, not because of your charm, but because of the divine fire that burns inside of you. That fire is not random. That fire is evidence of a calling too heavy for human hands. That fire is what has kept you alive through storms that should have broken you. It is that fire that will now light the path forward. Don't be afraid of the spotlight God is about to place on you. Don't shrink back from the stage He is preparing. You've cried long enough. You've doubted long enough. You've hesitated long enough. Now is the time to rise. Now is the time to step forward. Now is the time to stop seeing yourself through the lens of your trauma and start seeing yourself through the eyes of God. You are not too late. You are not too broken. You are not too far gone. You are exactly where God wants you to be. The timing is divine. The moment is sacred. The wind is shifting. The heavens are moving. And the same God who formed you in secret is about to expose you in power. He is about to pour oil on your head. He's about to open doors you didn't knock on. He is about to raise you up where others tried to bury you. God is about to reveal who you really are. So I say this with every bounce of truth in my being. Get ready. Get serious. Get low before God, 'cause the unveiling is holy. The revealing is not for applause. It's for assignment. The stage is not for ego. It's for impact. The light is not for fame. It's for purpose. And you, yes, you, have been chosen by God to carry something the world needs. Don't question your worth. Don't doubt your capacity. Don't second-guess your journey. Every scar was preparation. Every wound was molding. Every loss was alignment. There's something different about you, and it's time you stop hiding it. It's time you stop apologizing for it. It's time you stop minimizing what God magnified. There is no humility in pretending to be less than what God created. There is no honor in shrinking away from your destiny. Stand tall. Speak bold. Walk with fire in your bones and the echo of heaven in your voice, because God is about to shout through your life in a way that silences every critic. God is about to reveal who you really are. Even when you don't feel ready, God is. Even when your hands still tremble, God's hand is steady. Even when your voice shakes, God's voice thunders. You were never meant to do it alone. God is with you. God is in you. And when God is in the room, fear has to leave. When God moves, no one can block it. When God speaks, every false identity must bow. You are about to be crowned not by men, but by truth. You are about to walk in a name God gave you before time began. Get ready. God has been watching your hidden faithfulness. God has seen the silent tears. God has recorded the prayers you whispered when no one else was around. And now God is ready to reveal the one He's been building in the shadows. The real you, the powerful you, the fearless you, the faithful you, the unshakable you. The revelation that is coming is not a display of ego. It is a release of purpose. It is not about being seen by man, but being seen by God as ready. This unveiling is sacred. It is divine. It is heavy with responsibility. Because when God reveals who you truly are, He doesn't just elevate you. He entrusts you with influence, with truth, with light. He entrusts you to walk into places where others have bowed and to stand. He entrusts you to speak when others have gone silent. He entrusts you to carry a fire that cannot be extinguished by fear, criticism, or pressure. God reveals those who are willing to be refined. If you've endured the heat, it's because God has been preparing the vessel. If you've been isolated, it's because God was removing distractions. If you felt broken, it's because God was breaking off the pieces that didn't belong to your divine identity. You thought you were being crushed, but God was actually reshaping you. And when God reshapes, He does not consult your past. He commands your future. When God lifts the veil, the world will not see your scars first. They will see your strength. But remember that strength was forged in the night. It was built in seasons where no one saw, no one clapped, and no one understood. That is where God does His greatest work. In the unseen, in the misunderstood, in the forgotten corners of your journey, God was there chiseling you like a sculptor. And now the unveiling is near. Not because of who you are alone, but because of what God is about to do through you. You've wondered why doors close. You've questioned why certain people walked away. But what you didn't see was that God was protecting your becoming. Some places were too small for what you carry. Some relationships were too weak to handle your weight. God removed them not to punish you, but to prepare the environment where the real you could emerge fully. When God reveals you, it must be in the right setting. God doesn't light a lamp to be hidden under a basket. He places it on a stand so that it gives light to the whole room. But with that light comes responsibility. When God reveals the real you, you can no longer hide behind excuses. You can no longer play small or wait for the perfect moment. You must move when God says move. You must speak when God stirs your spirit. You must act when God commands, because to be revealed by God is to be activated by Him. This is not a cosmetic transformation. It is not about the outer appearance. It is the emergence of the soul, fueled by God, cleansed by trials, and focused by calling. Do not be surprised if the people closest to you do not understand this transformation. God is not revealing you for their approval. God is revealing you for His purpose. Those who only knew your wounds will struggle to recognize your strength. Those who only knew your silence will be stunned by your voice. Those who only knew your past will be shocked by your purpose. But their opinions do not define you. God does. And when God defines a soul, no opinion can rewrite that identity. This season of revelation will also expose what is false around you. God does not lift the true without shaking off the fake. As the real you emerges, people and patterns that once surrounded you will fall away. Don't chase what God is removing. Don't mourn what God is deleting. If God is cutting ties, it is because your elevation requires protection. The weight of your destiny demands a cleaner atmosphere. You can't soar with anchors tied to your feet. The real you, the one God is about to reveal, will not be intimidated by the opinions of the world. That version of you walks with clarity. That version of you no longer seeks validation from temporary places. That version of you is rooted in God's voice and nothing else matters. When God becomes your foundation, you can weather any storm, face any giant, and walk through any fire knowing that you are not alone. You are not rising for comfort. You are rising for war. Spiritual war, mental war, war against lies, war against fear, and God is about to reveal the version of you that is not afraid to speak truth in a generation addicted to noise. You are being revealed for such a time as this, not to blend in but to blaze, not to echo but to proclaim, not to entertain but to awaken. When God reveals who you really are, your posture changes. You no longer walk timidly. You walk boldly. You no longer seek attention. You carry presence. You no longer try to fit in. You create space. And you no longer fear failure because you understand that when God reveals, He also sustains. God doesn't just bring you forward, He equips you. This new version of you will come with divine confidence, not arrogance. Confidence rooted in the fact that God's hand is on you. Confidence rooted in the fact that you've been tested, you've been tried, and you've been found faithful. God is not revealing you because you're perfect. He's revealing you because you're ready. And being ready doesn't mean you won't feel fear. It means fear no longer controls you. It means doubt no longer paralyzes you. It means shame no longer defines you. You're ready because God says so. And when God says you're ready, you don't wait for another sign. You rise, you speak, you move, you act in alignment with heaven's timing. This season is sacred. It is weighty. It is filled with supernatural transition. And if you listen closely, you will sense that God is stirring your name in rooms you haven't walked into yet. God is orchestrating connections you don't even know about yet. God is aligning resources, opening doors, and assigning angels to walk with you. Why? Because the version of you He is about to reveal is not just for your benefit, it's for the breakthrough of others. When God reveals you, your life becomes a message. Your journey becomes a testimony. Your scars become stories of survival. Your pain becomes a platform. And your voice becomes an instrument in the hand of the Almighty. Don't despise the path you took to get here. It was never about speed. It was about surrender. And now, because you've surrendered, God is about to showcase what obedience births. There is no need to compare. God reveals each soul in its appointed season. Your time is not late. Your path is not lost. The revelation is right on schedule. And what God is about to unfold through you will make sense of every moment you thought was wasted. The waiting wasn't a delay. It was a divine investment. Now is the moment to shed the old skin, to break the shell, to walk in the full expression of what God placed in you before the foundation of the earth. You are not a mistake. You are not an afterthought. You are not forgotten. You are called. You are chosen. You are about to be revealed. And when God reveals who you really are, the world will not be the same. Because the unveiling of a person filled with the power of God shifts everything. It changes rooms. It redirects legacies. It shakes atmospheres. It destroys strongholds. And it liberates the oppressed. So do not look to the left or the right. Do not look backward. Look up. Keep your eyes on God. For what is coming cannot be stopped by man. Cannot be delayed by demons, cannot be stolen by enemies. It belongs to you, not because you earned it, but because God ordained it. He formed you in silence. He built you in struggle. He purified you through fire, and now He is revealing you in power. Stand firm, stay humble, stay close to God. For the revelation that is coming will mark the beginning of something greater than you can imagine. You are about to walk not just in visibility, but in divine clarity, knowing who you are, because you finally understand whose you are, and that changes everything. The soul that God has been shaping is about to rise with an authority it never knew it carried. There's a boldness coming over you that is not born of pride. It is born of revelation. When God opens your eyes to who you truly are, fear must flee. When God peels back the curtain of confusion and lets you see the divine design within you, you stop asking for permission to exist. You stop second-guessing your instinct. You stop apologizing for your strength. Because when God reveals identity, He also ignites purpose. And when purpose is lit by the fire of God, no force in this world can extinguish it. You were created to disrupt darkness. That's why the storms were relentless. That's why you felt the weight of battles others never saw, because the enemy doesn't waste ammunition on those with no potential. You weren't under attack because you were weak. You were under attack because your presence threatened systems of evil. But the darkness underestimated your endurance. It underestimated the one who was holding you. It forgot that when God is the architect of your destiny, no demon can destroy the foundation. This is more than a season of increase. This is a season of awakening. God isn't merely adding to what's in your hand. He is stirring awake the very core of who you are. And when your spirit comes alive, your reach and your impact awaken with it. The true version of you is not a timid soul waiting for permission. The true version of you is not the echo of what others have spoken over your life. The real you is a vessel of divine strength, filled with God's power, prepared to walk this earth with a calling that cannot be shaken. Don't let your eyes measure the future by what you see around you. God's greatest revelations often start in hidden places. Just as a seed doesn't break the surface instantly, beneath the ground there is movement. Roots are digging deep. Endurance is being built. The stronger the root, the greater the growth. You were never meant to be buried. You were planted. And because you remained steadfast in faith, your season of breaking through has finally arrived. You will rise not because of your timing, but because of God's perfect timing. What's about to happen in your life will be undeniable. You won't have to explain it. You won't have to campaign for it. When God reveals you, it will speak for itself. The light He places on you will carry such clarity that confusion will have no room to breathe. You've tried to explain your journey to those who could never understand your depth. But now you won't need words. Your walk will say it all. Your actions will echo in realms you've never seen, because the real you, the one God formed through fire, is about to be set loose in the world. You're not stepping into popularity, you're stepping into power. There's a difference. Popularity fades. Power remains. Power doesn't come from position. It comes from divine alignment. When God breathes on your name, it doesn't matter who tried to bury it. When God says rise, not even the grave of your own doubt can hold you. You may have been through seasons where you lost your voice, where you lost your confidence, but you never lost your calling. And now God is reviving what seemed lifeless. You are walking into a divine resurrection, not of your body, but of your purpose. Get ready to see your reflection differently. The mirror will no longer show you limitation. It will reveal potential. The whispers of the past will no longer chain your thoughts. Because when God reveals the true self, He also silences every lie that kept it buried. You are not who your trauma tried to shape you into. You're not the echo of your mistake. You are not the echo of rejection. You are the echo of God's intention. You are the living proof that God still raises, still restores, still reveals. And when God reveals, He doesn't just show you the strength, you begin to walk in it. The steps you were once too afraid to take, you will now take with courage. The decisions you used to delay, you will now face with divine confidence, because the clarity God gives is not just mental, it's spiritual. You know who you are, not because you figured it out, but because God has unveiled it. Fee figured it out because God has unveiled it. You'll find that your discernment becomes sharper, that your tolerance for the unnecessary fades, that your hunger for truth grows deeper. Because once the real you emerges, false attachments can no longer cling to your spirit. What used to entertain you will begin to irritate you. What once distracted you will now disgust you. You won't crave noise, you'll crave stillness. You won't chase applause, you'll chase alignment, because the revealed soul doesn't move for attention. It moves from obedience. And oh, how powerful obedience becomes when it flows from identity. You begin to hear God more clearly. You begin to see opportunities with sharper vision. You begin to feel assignments calling you out of comfort. And you respond not with fear, but with fire, because you understand now that you are not ordinary. You are not here to take up space. You are here to shake the earth with the echo of what God whispered into your soul before the stars ever lit the sky. You must understand this is not just a personal moment. It is a generational one. The unveiling of your identity is a key to someone else's freedom. There are people assigned to your voice. There are breakthroughs tied to your obedience. There are chains that will fall the moment you speak the way God has ordained you to speak. This is not about being known, it's about being used. And when God uses you, nothing remains the same. You are entering the hour of responsibility. Now that God is revealing you, you can't go back. You can't fit into places that used to feel comfortable. You can't laugh at jokes that contradict your calling. You can't walk with people who pull you away from what God has shown you. Because once truth is revealed, compromise becomes poison. You're now accountable to the revelation. You are now walking under the weight of purpose. But don't fear the weight, for where God gives purpose, He also gives power. And this power will sustain you in the face of pressure. It will keep you grounded when attention tries to lift you too high. It will keep you humble when favor increases because the power is not your own. It flows from the source. You are not the light. You are the lamp. And as long as you stay connected to God, the flame will never go out. Everything around you may not understand this shift. That's okay. Let them question. Let them talk. Let them speculate. They saw the version of you that was in hiding. They never expected to see the fire that's about to break forth. Let them adjust to the new you. You're not here to convince them. You're here to walk in it. So walk. Walk with holy focus. Walk with unwavering faith. Walk with a mind made up and a heart sealed by God. Because the path ahead is not random. It's strategic. Every step you take now must be intentional. Every word must carry weight. Every moment must be filled with purpose. God is not playing with your life, and neither should you. God is about to establish you in the earth. He is about to send you into places where your voice will carry weight, where your presence will shift atmospheres, where your story will unlock others, where your scars will shine as signs of victory. Not because you're flawless, but because you're free. Free to be what God always intended. When God reveals who you really are, it will not only change how you see yourself, it will shift how you walk into every room. You will no longer seek to be accepted because you'll know you are already appointed. You will no longer fight to prove your worth, because your worth has already been spoken into existence by the one who shaped the galaxies and wrote your name into the folds of his will. There is a holy courage rising in you now, one that can no longer be suppressed by fear, no longer chained by hesitation, and no longer silenced by the echoes of your past. This revelation is divine in nature. It doesn't come from books or from the lips of others. It comes straight from the throne of God. It is whispered into your spirit in the quiet hours when the world sleeps, but your soul is awake. That still small voice that has been stirring you, provoking you, calling you higher, that is God speaking, that is God showing you glimpses of who you are when all the layers of doubt are stripped away. And now that whisper is becoming a thunder, that stirring is becoming a roar. The time of glimpses is over. The full image is being revealed, and you are not rising into someone new. You are returning to who you always were in the eyes of God. The world tried to cover it, tried to label you, tried to define you by what you did or didn't do. But God does not define you by your record. God defines you by your origin, and your origin is divine. You were born of God's plan, shaped in His intention, and breathed into existence with purpose in every fiber of your being. So when God reveals who you really are, it may surprise others, but it won't surprise your spirit. Your spirit has known all along. That's why you've never felt settled in shallow places. That's why you felt restless when others seemed content. That's why the ordinary never satisfied you. It's because your soul has been crying out for the real you to be born, to be activated, to be unleashed. And now that cry has reached the ears of the Almighty. And God is saying, now is the time. Rise and be who I called you to be. This unveiling doesn't come with applause. It comes with assignment. And every assignment from God requires endurance, discipline, humility, and bold obedience. The path ahead will not always be easy, but it will always be anointed. God does not reveal you only to celebrate you. God reveals you to use you. And when you are used by God, you become a living vessel through which light penetrates darkness and truth confronts deception. You will find that things you used to tolerate now irritate your spirit. That's not pride, it's spiritual growth. When God begins to open your eyes to your identity, your appetite changes. You begin to crave silence over noise, purpose over popularity, wisdom over excitement, because your soul is aligning with its true origin, its divine blueprint. You are waking up to who you are, not in the eyes of society, but in the sight of God. And when you walk in this identity, doors will open, not because you knock, but because your presence announces destiny. Opportunities will chase you down because what you carry cannot be ignored. People will be drawn to you not because of charisma, but because of the weight of God's presence upon you. You will walk into rooms and the atmosphere will shift. Not because of what you say, but because of what God has placed within you. And that inner fire will not flicker. It will blaze. But hear this fire must be protected. You cannot carry this revelation casually. You cannot walk lightly in something that God poured out with divine intention. To whom much is revealed, much is required. You must guard your spirit from compromise. Guard your eyes from distractions. Guard your heart from contamination. Because what God is about to birth through you will not only elevate your life, it will impact generations. The real you is a leader, a warrior, a stormwalker, a truth bearer, a vessel of divine justice and mercy. You were not born to conform. You were born to confront. to confront the lies in the atmosphere, to confront the fear in your family line, to confront the doubt in your own soul and say enough. I know who I am because I know who my Creator is. This is not the season to shrink. This is not the hour to hesitate. This is not the moment to delay. When God reveals you, you must move. You must respond. You must walk in the fullness of the call with unwavering faith and a heart locked on the voice of God. Because every moment you delay is a moment purpose waits, and purpose is too sacred to waste. There are lives attached to your obedience. There are breakthroughs that will only occur when you step fully into who God made you to be. There are places that have remained in darkness, waiting for the light you carry. There are voices that have been silenced, waiting for yours to echo with truth. You are not just chosen to be, you were chosen to do. And that doing begins the moment you surrender completely to what God has shown you about yourself. Let the world say what it wants. Let people try to figure you out. Let skeptics doubt and critics talk. It does not matter. Because when God reveals, no human can conceal. When God sets something in motion, not even the gates of darkness can halt its progress. You are being revealed by divine order, not by human permission. Stand tall in this identity, not with pride, but with purpose, not for self-glory, but for divine service. Let your life now be an offering poured out to God. Let your hands be His instruments. Let your mind be guided by His wisdom. Let your mouth speak only what He gives you to speak. Because the true you is not a performance. It is a calling. And that calling has come alive. You've waited long enough. You've hidden long enough. You've apologized for your strength long enough. Now it's time. The voice of God is summoning you forward. No more delaying. No more shrinking. No more bowing to fear. God has appointed this time, this moment, this hour for the true you to arise. You will no longer be defined by limitations, but by revelation. You will no longer be bound by cycles, but led by divine order. You will no longer carry confusion because clarity has come through God's voice. The mask is falling. The shell is breaking. The fog is lifting. And what is emerging is powerful, purposeful, holy, and unstoppable. Because it has been fashioned by the hand of the Almighty, let the heavens bear witness. Let the earth prepare, because what God is about to do through you will echo far beyond your imagination. And it all begins now with the full unveiling of the soul God has been shaping in secret. Walk forward, child of purpose. You were born for this moment. There comes a moment in every life when silence ends and destiny speaks. That moment is sacred. That moment is not defined by time, but by divine timing. And hear me clearly. You are standing in that moment now. God is calling forth the version of you that has been hidden, suppressed, denied, ignored, even by your own mind. But God has not forgotten. God has not overlooked. God has not erased what He planted in you before the world knew your name. And now the heavens are stirring because the unveiling is not a distant hope. It is an active move of God already unfolding. You were not made to blend into the shadows of history. You were crafted to rise. Not rise for fame, not rise for approval, but rise to fulfill an assignment etched in the eternal script of God's plan. When God reveals who you really are, it's not to give you comfort, it's to give you clarity. Because clarity kills confusion. Clarity silences distraction. Clarity breaks delay. And with clarity comes responsibility to act, to speak, to obey, to carry what God placed within you without fear or apology. The revelation of your true self will not come with gentle ripples. It will arrive like a wave that washes away false identities, old patterns, self-imposed limitations, and the expectations of those who never saw the weight of glory you were born to carry. This is why you had to walk alone. This is why you were misunderstood. This is why you kept trying to shrink your spirit to fit rooms too small for your purpose, but no more. God is enlarging your territory, not just externally, but internally. The soul inside you is expanding with divine awareness. And once expanded by truth, you can never return to the prison of small thinking. When God reveals who you really are, people will wonder where you've been, but they didn't see the wilderness. They didn't see the tears. They didn't hear the cries that only God heard. They didn't feel the breaking, the refining, the pressing that happened when no one was watching. They only see the rise. But God saw the process. And God doesn't waste pain. Every ounce of suffering was calculated. Every delay was divine. Every no was sacred because the real you had to be born in fire, not comfort. It had to come from surrender, not ambition. There is something holy in being hidden. Hidden seasons teach you to rely only on God. Hidden seasons strip you of the need for human validation. Hidden seasons silence the noise so you can hear the stillness. And in that stillness, God begins to speak identity into your bones. You begin to understand that you were never forgotten. You were being fortified. And now the hiding is ending. God is uncovering what He has refined. God is putting on display what He has sealed with purpose. God is calling your name out of the shadows and into the light of divine manifestation. You must prepare your heart for the weight of this revelation, because the true version of you is not light. It carries depth that carries fire. It carries a voice that cannot be tamed by trends or muted by fear. This is not about being loud. This is about being clear. And when you walk with clarity from God, every step becomes intentional. Every move becomes strategic. Every word becomes charged with heaven's authority. People may try to reconnect with the version of you they remember, but that version no longer exists. Let them grieve who you were. Do not return to the places where God has delivered you from just to keep others comfortable. You are not being elevated to repeat old patterns. You are being released to walk in new dimensions. Dimensions of wisdom, dimensions of vision, dimensions of spiritual authority that you hadn't yet embraced your true self. And let me speak this into your spirit. This unveiling will cost you something. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you relationships that were only attached to the lesser version of you. It will cost you opinions, praise, even status. But what you gain in exchange is eternal. You gain alignment with God. You gain the peace that comes from walking in truth. You gain the power of a life lived in full agreement with your divine assignment. And that is a price worth paying. You don't need to strive to prove anything anymore. When God reveals you, your fruit will speak for itself. The peace in your presence, the fire in your voice, the wisdom in your silence, the discipline in your steps, the love in your eyes, the way you carry storms without breaking, the way you rise again and again when others expect you to fall. All of it will speak because it is God who speaks through you. This is the time to guard your soul. The unveiling is not just about elevation. It is also about exposure. When God pulls you into the light, everything that is not aligned must go. Thoughts that once had power over you will die in the light of truth. Habits that once comforted your insecurity will fall away in the strength of purpose. You are not the same, and you cannot live like you are. The call is too high. The responsibility is too great. The urgency is too strong. Let your past teach you, but never define you. Let your mistakes humble you, but never imprison you. Let your trials shape you, but never shrink you. You were never meant to be what others projected onto you, and you were always meant to be what God declared over you. And God never declares anything without attaching power to the promise. Now you must become intentional. Surround yourself with voices that speak truth, not flattery. Enter spaces that expand your faith, not distract your focus. Feed your spirit more than your ego. Fast from doubt. Feast on clarity. Meditate on purpose. Saturate your mind with God's guidance. And silence every voice that tries to convince you to settle for less than you were born to become. You are not rising because you're better. You're rising because you're aligned. And alignment with God will take you where striving never could. Alignment unlocks doors that effort cannot. Alignment attracts favor that hustling cannot manufacture. When your soul lines up with what God says about you, there is a supernatural force that lifts you without noise, without compromise, and without delay. Let the unveiling continue. Let the layers fall. Let the Spirit rise. Let the truth pour through every fiber of your being. For this is not a performance, it is a divine becoming. And you, chosen soul, are about to walk into the world not just as a person, but as a living declaration of what happens when a life is fully surrendered to God. Now is the moment to awaken the part of you that the world could not kill, that time could not bury, and that pain could not silence. Now is the moment to look deep within and recognize that the fire still burns, not because you kept it alive, but because God never let it die. Every breath you draw is evidence that God is not finished with you. Every heartbeat is a reminder that purpose still beats within your chest. You have not been left behind. You've not been overlooked. You have been preserved by the wisdom of God, by the mercy of God, by the timing of God. So ask yourself, have you truly embraced who God created you to be? Or have you dimmed your light to match the room? Have you silenced your voice to keep peace with people who were never meant to walk the full journey with you? Have you buried your purpose beneath fear, shame, or the opinions of others? This is your time to break the silence, to rise from the ashes, and to walk in the full authority of your identity. You're not here to survive. You're here to fulfill. God is not calling you to perfection. God is calling you to obedience. To walk boldly even when your knees tremble. To speak truth even when your voice shakes. To carry light even when surrounded by shadows. You do not need to have it all figured out. You only need to surrender. Surrender the mass. Surrender the lies. Surrender the doubt and step fully into the soul that God has been forming through every trial, every tear, every season of silence. The unveiling is here. And with it comes a responsibility to walk not in fear but in faith. There is no more time to play small. No more time to second-guess the calling that has already been written into your being. You were not placed on this earth to blend in. You were not formed in your mother's womb to merely exist. You were spoken into time to make an impact that hell itself could not stop. So rise, stand firm, walk forward with a fire of clarity in your eyes and the authority of purpose in your voice. God has gone before you. God stands beside you. God walks within you. Let your life from this day forward become a living answer to God's calling. Let your thoughts be aligned with truth. Let your steps be guided by divine wisdom. Let your heart be anchored in the sacred certainty that you are known, seen, and chosen by the Almighty. And when you speak, let it be as one who has stood before the presence of God and emerged unshaken. The world is waiting not for another copy, but for the real you, the one God shaped in silence, the one God is revealing in power. So I urge you, look to the heavens and say, "Here I am, God. I will no longer run. I will no longer hide. I am ready to become who you created me to be." That is your call to action. That is your sacred charge. If you choose to walk in it, to move with it, to let it be the source you live from, your life won't simply be transformed. It will become the channel through which God brings transformation to others. Mark this moment as the turning point. Let today be when the masks fall away, when fear loses its grip, and when your true self rises to the surface, not through your own strength, but through God's power. Not by your design, but through His divine purpose. And as you step forward from here, may every stride be rooted in faith. May each breath rest upon truth. May your soul never again question the greatness of the one who reveals, who refines, and who releases. Step out now, not as who you once were, but as who you were always meant to be, and let the world witness what happens when a heart fully surrenders to God's calling. Let your life roar with purpose. Let your silence rise into song. Let your very presence carry power. And let your future proclaim the story of someone who dared to believe that once God uncovers your true identity, absolutely nothing can remain the same. My friends, listen to me, not merely with your ears, but with the deep hearing of your spirit. For what I bring is no ordinary sentence. This is a word from heaven, a sacred summons, a holy proclamation issued from the throne of the Most High. God is far from finished with you. God has not abandoned you. God has not overlooked your prayers. What looks like a postponement is actually divine preparation. What feels like silence is part of a holy strategy. God is poised to astonish you. Not by affliction, not by more struggle, not by the same old pattern, but by a favor so weighty, so overwhelming, so unmistakable that it will bring you to tears and make your knees tremble. You will not simply receive a blessing, you will be left breathless. Because when God acts, He does not act in small measures. When He opens a way, it does not creak, it swings wide open. When He lifts you up, it is in a manner beyond human explanation or claim. And when He bestows favor, it comes pressed down, shaken together, and overflowing. That is exactly what is being prepared for you. Not because of who you are, but because of who God is. God is faithful. God is merciful. God is powerful. And when He decides to favor someone, no devil in hell, no force on earth, and no mistake of your past can stop it. There is someone listening right now who has cried in secret for far too long. You've carried burdens in silence. You've been overlooked, underestimated, and ignored. But God saw you. God heard you. God watched you remain faithful when you could have given up. You kept trusting when it made no sense. You kept sowing when you had nothing left. And now God is saying, I am about to shock you with favor. Not just any favor, divine, supernatural, life-altering favor, the kind of favor that flips the script in a single moment. The kind that takes you from the back to the front, from last to first, from rejected to celebrated. The kind of favor that turns your mourning into dancing. You see, favor is not luck. Favor is not a coincidence. Favor is the deliberate hand of God choosing to highlight you, to lift you, to open doors for you that no man can shut. And when it's your season for favor, you don't have to manipulate. You don't have to strive. You don't have to force. It flows. God makes a way where there was no way. God makes people say yes who were ready to say no. God makes things fall into place that were falling apart. And the amazing thing is God does it in a way that leaves no doubt. It won't be subtle. It won't be quiet. It won't be average. It will be shocking. People will look at you and say, "How did that happen?" They'll wonder, "How did you go from forgotten to favored?" And all you'll be able to say is, "God did it." Because the kind of favor that's coming will be so unexpected, so extravagant, so unmatched that no explanation will make sense except one: God. This is not a motivational cliche. This is not just another feel-good message. This is a prophetic reality for those who dare to believe that God can do the impossible. For those who refuse to settle. For those who are tired of just surviving and ready to see the glory of God unfold in their life. But hear me clearly. Favor doesn't always show up the way you expect. Sometimes favor walks in dressed as rejection. Sometimes it looks like delay. Sometimes it feels like loss. But don't be fooled. Don't be discouraged. What looks like a closed door is often the wind-up for a better one. What feels like an ending is often the setup for an elevation. God hides favor in unusual places. He hides it in disappointment to test your faith. He hides it in hardship to grow your strength. He hides it in patience to increase your reward. But when it's time for God to reveal His favor, it comes suddenly. It comes unexpectedly. It comes with such clarity and conviction that your spirit will leap inside you. You'll know this is not man's doing. You'll know this is not your skill, not your resume, not your connections. This is the favor of God. And once you receive it, everything changes. Not just your situation, but your identity, your confidence, your perspective. You begin to walk with a new strength, not from arrogance, but from assurance. The assurance that if God is for you, nothing can stand against you. God is about to put your name in rooms where your feet have never been. He's about to put your work in front of eyes you've never met. He's about to honor you publicly for what you endured privately. But you must stay positioned. You must stay faithful. You must stay expectant because favor flows to those who are prepared. Favor is attracted to faith. God does not bless empty hope. He blesses confident trust. So don't shrink back now. Don't doubt now. Don't disqualify yourself with small thinking or past mistakes. God doesn't consult your history before declaring your destiny. What He has spoken over your life still stands. Someone needs to hear this. You are not forgotten. You are not invisible. You are not cursed. You are not abandoned. You are chosen. You are protected. You are marked for favor. And no matter how long it's been, no matter how dark it's looked, no matter how hard it's felt, your story is not over. God is just getting started. The wind is about to shift. The tide is about to turn. The doors are about to open. And when they do, it won't be just a blessing. It will be a shock, a holy shock, a divine interruption, a sudden explosion of favor. You're going to wake up and find that what was hard has become easy. What was missing has been provided. What was delayed has been released. Not gradually, but suddenly, not barely, but abundantly. Because when God decides to favor you, He doesn't trickle it. He floods it. You won't be able to explain it. You won't even be able to understand it fully, but you'll feel it. You'll see it. You'll walk in it because it will surround you like a shield that will go before you, behind you, and beside you. And those who tried to harm you will have no choice but to watch God honor you. This is not the time to quit. This is not the time to doubt. This is the time to praise God in advance, to prepare like the answer is on its way, to celebrate like the doors are already open, because they are in the realm of God. It is already done. The favor is already written into your story. The breakthrough is already scripted in your future. God is simply waiting for the right moment to reveal it. And when He does, it won't be partial. It will be total. It won't be small. It will be mighty. It won't just change your life. It will change generations. Your obedience has not gone unnoticed. Your integrity has not been in vain. Your tears have not been wasted. God has collected everyone. God has remembered every act of faith. And now He's preparing a table for you, not in private, but in the presence of those who doubted you, rejected you, and mocked you. This is the season of divine reversal, where the lowly are lifted, where the last become first, where the hidden are revealed. And when God favors you, He silences every enemy without you having to say a word. You won't need to defend yourself. You won't need to beg for a seat at the table. God is building you your own. You won't need to knock down doors. God is creating entrances no man can block. You won't need to strive. God is about to make it happen with His own hand. And when He does, there will be awe. There will be amazement. People will say that could only be God. And they'll be right, because this kind of favor cannot be manufactured. It can only be received. So lift your head, strengthen your heart, wipe your tears. The wait is almost over. The shift is here. The signal from heaven has already been given. You are about to walk into something you didn't earn, you didn't expect, and you can't even fully imagine. God is about to shock you with favor, not because of your performance, but because of His power. Not because you deserve it, but because He delights in showing mercy. Get ready. Favor is chasing you. Favor is finding you. Favor is falling on you like rain. Heavy, undeniable, supernatural favor. You won't have room to contain it. You won't have words to explain it. All you'll be able to say is, "This is God's doing, and it is marvelous in my eyes." Stay faithful. Stay obedient. Stay available, because what God is about to do for you will shock even you. And when it comes, when the breakthrough breaks through, when the favor falls like fire, when the doors burst wide open, don't forget where it came from. Don't forget who kept you, who carried you, who covered you. It was God. It has always been God. It will always be God. Hear this now. With all the weight your soul can carry, God is not limited by what limits you. God is not confined by your resources, your surroundings, or your status. What binds man has never bound God. What frustrates you cannot frustrate Him. And the moment God decides to move in your favor, every limitation bows, time submits, circumstances shift, human opinions collapse under the authority of God's plan. When God steps in, there is no contest, no opposition can stand, no strategy formed against you can prosper. Because when favor is from God, it carries divine weight. It carries holy momentum. It carries unstoppable power. There is favor coming that will not fit into your old life. God is not blessing who you were. He is favoring who He has destined you to become. That's why some connections had to end. That's why certain opportunities dried up. That's why you had to be pruned. Because the new level of favor God is bringing requires a different version of you. One that has been through the fire. One that has been trained by struggle. One that has learned to trust God when everything else was shaking. God has not given you surface favor. He is giving you refined favor. Favor that has been forged through trials, purified through perseverance, and secured by unwavering faith. You've been asking God for answers, but what He's about to give you is not just information, it's transformation. This is not a moment of insight. It's a moment of invasion where God invades your space, your situation, your destiny, and shifts it all in your favor. This favor will unlock places you thought were locked for good. It will reach places you didn't even think to ask for. It will show up in people you never imagined would help you. And it will come not because you forced it, but because God whispered it into existence. Favor is not loud. It is effective. Favor does not compete. It conquers quietly. It bypasses the systems of men and flows through the will of God. And when it lands on you, things begin to happen fast. Decisions are made quickly. Delays are removed suddenly. The resources come freely. What was difficult becomes effortless. Not because it stopped being hard, but because God started helping. That's favor. Divine assistance in impossible places. Unexpected acceleration when others are stuck. And here is the secret. Favor flows to those who are aligned with God's will, not just God's blessings. If your heart is right, if your motives are clean, if your desire is not to be seen but to serve, then get ready. God is about to endorse you in ways no person can deny. He's about to speak your name into places you've never entered. Your obedience has been noted. Your integrity has been weighed. And the verdict from heaven has been rendered. Favor is being released. Not temporary favor, not conditional favor, everlasting, undeniable, purpose-driven favor. There are people who have counted you out, written you off, dismissed you. But God has kept you hidden for a reason. Because when you're hidden by God, you're being developed, not denied. And now the season of hiddenness is giving way to the season of revelation. God is about to reveal what He's been building in you. He's about to show the fruit of the seeds you planted in the dark. The reward for the prayers you prayed in silence. Harvest from the ground soaked with your tears. God is not only bringing favor to your life, He's using your life to be a vessel of favor for others. The blessing He is about to pour out is not just for you to consume, it is for you to distribute. When God favors a person, He makes him a fountain, not a reservoir. So prepare to be generous. Prepare to be a deliverer. Prepare to be a carrier of God's abundance, because what is coming will be too much for just one person. It will overflow. It will pour into your household, your relationships, your children, your community. God is positioning you to be a source of provision, a light in darkness, a pillar for others to lean on. And don't make the mistake of thinking this favor is random. It is precise. God does not operate on chance. He operates by purpose. If He is favoring you, it's because He has found you faithful with little. And now He is trusting you with much. And when God trusts you, He doesn't just give you more. He surrounds you with divine protection because favor will attract attention. Favor will trigger jealousy. Favor will stir opposition. But fear not. What God gives, He guards. He will cover you as He elevates you. He will shield you while He promotes you. Favor does not exempt you from the battle, but it guarantees the victory. It means you may still face struggle, but you will overcome. You may still walk through fire, but you will not be burned. You may still hear the whispers of doubt, but they will not shake your resolve. Because when God favors you, He also fortifies you. He strengthens your spirit. He equips your hands for the climb. And He fills your heart with a peace that no storm can take away. So let your posture change. Lift your head higher. Walk with purpose. Speak with clarity. Expect with boldness. This is not the time to shrink. This is the time to stand. Not in pride, but in the confidence that comes from knowing God is on your side, that His hand is on your life, that His plan is in motion, that His favor is about to overtake you in ways you didn't see coming. Every delay was divine. Every detour was strategic. Every hardship was training. And now the season has shifted. The signs are already visible. The confirmation is already echoing in your soul. You can feel it. The pressure has been intense because the promise is massive. The warfare has been heavy because the favor is historic. But don't give in. Don't give up. Don't let go, because God is closer than you think, and the release is nearer than it seems. Even now, the favor is moving toward you like a wave picking up speed, gaining strength. And when it crashes into your life, nothing will look the same again. Not your finances, not your health, not your relationships, not your future. Everything will be touched by God's hand. Everything will be marked by God's favor. And it will not come through striving. It will not come through scheming. It will come through surrender. Surrender to God's timing. Surrender to God's leading. Surrender to the truth that He knows what's best and when it's best. Favor is not just about open doors. It's about divine alignment. It's about stepping into the place that was always yours, but was hidden for a time. It's about being in the right position at the right moment for the right reason. And when you are aligned with God, doors will open on their own. Opportunities will find you. The right people will come. The wrong ones will leave. Because when God favors you, everything around you begins to reflect His will. So rise up in faith. Pray with new power. Declare with new authority. Worship with new fire. Because this is not an ordinary season. This is a season of divine shocks where God proves His promises, not just with words, but with wonders. Where He fulfills what He whispered in your spirit. Where He brings into the physical what you've only seen in the spiritual. And it will not take long. It will not be subtle. It will be sudden. You will not have to chase it. Favor will chase you. You will not have to beg for it. Favor is already assigned to you. You will not have to force it. Favor flows naturally when your heart is surrendered to God. You've been waiting, but now favor is waiting on you. Waiting for you to believe. Waiting for you to prepare. Waiting for you to receive what God has been holding for the right time. This is that time. This is that moment. This is that shift. Get ready. God is about to shock you with favor that shakes the very foundations of your life. Favor that rewrites your story. Favor that restores what was stolen. Favor that establishes you where you were once broken. Favor that multiplies what you thought was finished. And all of it, every ounce, every miracle, every breakthrough will declare one thing and one thing only. This was the doing of God. Holy, mighty, merciful God. There is something divine about the way God works in silence. When everything around you seems still, when your prayers echo back without answers, when your labor looks unnoticed and unrewarded, that is not the absence of God. It is the strategy of God. For in the stillness, God is building something greater than your eyes can see. In the quiet, God is preparing a favor that speaks louder than any announcement. When God moves, He doesn't always warn you. He doesn't always explain. He doesn't need permission. And He doesn't require consensus. When it's time, He simply acts. And when God acts, the earth responds. Situations rearrange, people shift, obstacles evaporate, and all of it points back to His sovereignty. Favor is not always about promotion. It is often about preservation. Before God elevates, He protects. Before He exalts, He shelters. And there are some blessings that didn't look like blessings at first. There are some closed doors you cried over that were actually God's mercy. There were people who walked away and you called it rejection, but God called it redirection. If they had stayed, they would have sabotaged the next season. If that opportunity had opened too soon, it would have overwhelmed you. So God in His wisdom withheld not to punish, but to preserve. And that too is favor. The unseen shield, the silent rescue, the divine delay that was actually a setup for a greater unveiling. Because when God is about to shock you with favor, He starts by positioning you. He moves you out of familiar territory. He unsettles what you once relied on. He strips you of false security not to harm you, but to teach you that favor comes from Him alone. God does not share His glory. He will not let you give credit to a job, a connection, or a circumstance. When His favor comes, you will know it was only God. Not your effort, not your charm, not your wisdom. It was the invisible hand of the Almighty placing you exactly where He designed you to be. Some of you have been walking through long seasons of barrenness, not just in your finances, but in your spirit. You've been praying, fasting, striving, and yet the door stayed closed. But what you didn't realize is that God was not denying you. He was preparing you. Because favor without maturity is a curse. Blessing without wisdom is a burden. So God had to take you through the process. He had to strengthen your discernment. He had to toughen your skin. He had to deepen your roots. So when the favor arrives, and it will, you won't crumble under the weight. You'll stand firm, unshaken, unmoved, because you'll know this didn't come from man, it came from God. This is why your obedience matters more than ever, because favor is drawn to obedience like a flame is drawn to the wind. It spreads, it multiplies, it intensifies. When you obey God in secret, He favors you in public. When you choose integrity over convenience, when you choose faith over fear, when you choose patience over panic, God sees it all. And He does not forget. He remembers every quiet yes, every sacrifice no one else applauded, every prayer whispered through trembling lips, every tear that fell when you chose righteousness instead of revenge. All of it has been gathered, all of it has been recorded. And the time is near where God will reward you openly for what you did faithfully in the shadows. And hear me now. The favor of God will come in unexpected ways. You may think it will show up in wealth, but it may show up in wisdom. You may expect it in status, but it may arrive as peace. You may hope for it in recognition, but it may come as protection. However it appears, trust this: when it is from God, it will satisfy your soul in ways the world never could. Because God doesn't bless you to inflate your ego. He blesses you to align you with purpose. His favor is not just about comfort, it is about calling. It's not just about elevation, it is about mission. And when God favors you, your life becomes a message. You become a living example of what it looks like when God decides to showcase His power through an ordinary vessel. And others will look at you and know it wasn't your degree, your family name, or your bank account. It was God. They will see the divine fingerprints all over your story. And even your enemies will have to admit this is something higher, something greater, something no human hand could have orchestrated. So don't be surprised when the shift begins. Don't be startled when things start happening quickly. Favor moves fast. And when the moment of release arrives, there will be no more delays. What you once struggled to access will begin to flow freely. What you chased will begin to chase you. What you feared losing will be multiplied back to you. And not because you demanded it, but because you surrendered to the one who governs the seasons. God is about to flip the script of your life. The same hands that struggled will now build. The same heart that broke will now bless. The same place where you were mocked will become the ground where God honors you. And those who thought your story was over will watch as God writes a brand new chapter in bold, undeniable favor. Favor that silences every critic. Favor that wipes away debt. Favor that not only restores what was taken, but multiplies beyond what you imagined. And here's the most powerful part. You will owe no one but God. No person will ever claim, I made them. All glory will belong to Him alone, because only God could accomplish what is about to unfold in your life. Even now, the atmosphere is shifting. Even now, hidden doors are beginning to open. Even now, the ground quakes under the weight of what is coming. You might not see it with your eyes, but your spirit already knows. The stirring, the tug, the confirmation. Something is approaching. Something is sacred. Something is heavenly. This is not imagination. This is divine timing. The season is shifting. The favor is taking shape. And what God is preparing will surpass even your deepest prayers. Stay humble. Stay grounded. Stay pure. Because favor without character is dangerous. And God is not just blessing your hands. He's shaping your heart. You are not being favored just to enjoy the blessing, but to become a blessing. You will become a vessel of healing, a carrier of peace, a voice of hope. And you will not need to strive for platforms. God will bring the right people to you, the right doors to you, the right assignments to you, all because you kept your eyes on Him. When others looked away, let your soul prepare. Let your faith arise. Let your lips praise God in advance, because the time of hiding is over. The time of favor is now. And the world will see that the God who forms galaxies also cares about your story. The God who parts seas also opens paths for the faithful. The God who moves mountains also moves in the lives of those who trust Him deeply. Favor is not a fantasy. It is a real, powerful, undeniable outpouring of God's goodness. And it is coming for those who have walked in truth, waited in faith, and worshiped in the wilderness. Your time is near. The shift is real. The favor is coming. And it will not be quiet. It will be loud. It will be sudden. It will be unmistakable. Because when God favors a soul, heaven responds. And when heaven responds, the earth must make room. When God determines a moment of favor for your life, no force in existence, no authority, no enemy, No past mistake can overturn what has been divinely decreed. You must understand that the authority of God is final. It is not up for discussion. It is not altered by popular opinion. It is not weakened by your unworthiness or strengthened by your good deeds. Favor is not earned. It is extended by God in His perfect wisdom and timing. And when He extends it, the weight of that favor carries more power than 10,000 human efforts combined. You cannot buy it. You cannot fake it. You cannot manufacture it. It is God's sovereign touch on your life, and it changes everything. That is why you must not despise the season of waiting, for it is in the waiting that God is shaping the vessel He plans to favor. Waiting is not punishment. It is preparation. God does not send favor to vessels that are cracked with pride, bloated with ego, or unsealed with integrity. The fire you've walked through was never meant to destroy you. It was meant to forge you. The pain that visited you was not to break you. It was to purify your spirit and burn away every ounce of fear, doubt, and false dependency that would block the fullness of God's favor. Because what God is about to release is too precious, too powerful, too purposeful to fall into hands that are not ready to carry the weight of divine responsibility. Favor is a mantle. It comes with influence. It comes with visibility. It comes with spiritual weight. And when God puts it on you, you must walk differently, speak differently, and think differently. The favor of God is not entertainment. It is empowerment. It is a calling to higher accountability, to greater humility, and to deeper surrender. It is not the time to boast. It is the time to bow. Bow your heart in gratitude. Bow your will in submission. Bow your plans under His direction. Because if you truly want to walk in God's favor, you must be willing to walk in His will, even when His will doesn't make sense to your mind. Some of you have been praying, God, open the door. But God is answering you with, I am opening you. Because sometimes the door is not locked, the person is. You cannot walk through a divine door with a divided heart. God will not allow your breakthrough to be sabotaged by internal chaos. So He begins the work within before the work shows up without. He begins by unlocking your vision, purging your heart, strengthening your spirit, because the moment you are ready within, what you've been asking for without begins to manifest with speed and force. Do you feel it? The shift in the atmosphere? It's not hype, it's holy. That stirring in your soul is not fantasy, it's prophetic. God is preparing to do something in your life that will break cycles, dismantle limitations, and bring honor where there was once humiliation. What once seemed unreachable will suddenly be within your grasp, not because you changed, but because God has decided it is time. And when God says it is time, nothing can delay it. Time must bow to the one who created it. And in that moment, all of the battles you fought will make sense. All the nights you cried will feel like seeds watered by your tears. The confusion, the loneliness, the rejection, it will all become clear because favor has a way of explaining what pain could not. It has a way of answering questions you didn't even know how to ask. And when it comes, your spirit will recognize it before your circumstances catch up. You'll feel it before you see it. You'll know deep within this is God. And don't be afraid when the blessing stretches you. Favor rarely feels comfortable at first. It will call you to places you've never walked. It will require strength you didn't know you had. But that's the beauty of it. God will not only favor you, He will fortify you. He will enlarge your capacity to handle what He gives. He will stretch your mind to carry the vision. He will expand your spirit to handle the weight of what is coming. Because the blessing will not crush you, it will carry you. The favor will not drown you. It will lift you. This is not the season to shrink back. This is the season to rise with holy boldness and step into what God has already set in motion. Do not compare your journey to another's. Favor has its own timing. What God is doing for you is unique, tailor-made, and meticulously designed. He knows the exact moment to release it. And when He does, it won't just touch one area. It will affect everything. It will cascade into every crevice of your life. Your family will feel it. Your career will shift. Your mind will stabilize. Your heart will heal. Your environment will elevate. And it will all be done in such a way that those around you will have no words, only wonder. This is not the time to live like you're ordinary. You've been marked by God. That means your steps are ordered. Your trials have purpose. Your obedience is not wasted. You are on the verge of divine manifestation. And you are walking toward a moment that has been written in the script of heaven since before you were born. A moment where the heavens open and pour out so much favor that you will be speechless before God, overcome with awe and filled with reverence. Let your posture now be one of faith. Let your thoughts be anchored in truth. Let your actions reflect expectancy. Because when you truly believe God is about to shock you with favor, you prepare differently. You think differently. You respond differently. You don't panic at closed doors. You praise. You don't fear the unknown. You trust. You don't beg for validation. You walk in assurance. Because the same God who whispered the promise is the same God who will perform. And He does not lie. He does not change His mind. He does not forget. You are not waiting for a miracle. You are walking toward one. Every step you take in obedience brings you closer to the unveiling. Every moment of trust moves the heavens. Every word of praise releases power. Do not stop now. Do not settle now. Do not entertain doubt now. Keep your eyes fixed on God. Let every voice that contradicts His truth be silenced by your faith. Because your season is not just changing, your life is being redefined by God's favor. And when it happens, when the wind of God's favor blows across your life, remember to stay low before Him. Humble yourself in the face of glory. Let your heart remain tender, your spirit grateful, your mouth filled with worship. For the same God who lifts can also withhold. Honor the favor by honoring the one who gave it. Protect the blessing by protecting your posture. And know this, if God favored you once, He can favor you again. His storehouses are not empty. His power is not limited. His mercy has no expiration. So lift up your voice and give thanks now, not for what you see, but for what you know is coming. Praise God for the things you can't explain yet. Celebrate the doors you haven't walked through yet. Worship God not for where you are, but for where He is taking you. Because your faith is the invitation. Your trust is the bridge. Your obedience is the access point. And your heart anchored in God alone is the vessel He will use to show the world that when He chooses to favor someone, it is undeniable, unstoppable, and absolutely unforgettable. When the favor of God is released upon your life, it not only lifts you, it transforms everything around you. What once resisted you will begin to cooperate. What once oppressed you will lose its grip. What once stood in the way will fall like walls before the power of God's hand. This is not just personal favor. It is generational favor. The blessing God is about to release will not stop with you. It will overflow into your children, your household, your bloodline. It will correct what the enemy tried to corrupt. It will redeem what was lost in years past. This is not the work of man. This is the divine movement of God arriving with force, arriving with intention, arriving with justice in His wings. God does not forget the cries of the humble. He does not overlook the prayers that were whispered in desperation, nor the sacrifices made in secret. While others saw your silence as weakness, God saw it as strength. While others questioned your delay, God was strengthening your roots. And now the time has come where roots will yield fruit and the hidden will be revealed. The barren season is being replaced with abundance, not by the plans of people, but by the will of God. Some of you are standing in a place that doesn't match the promise God whispered to you. But listen to this truth. Just because your surroundings look dry doesn't mean the seed has died. The soil of faith often feels lifeless before the harvest breaks through. And the greatest favor flows to those who keep trusting God even when the evidence disappears. Your refusal to quit, your decision to still believe, your quiet determination to stand firm, these are the very acts that heaven honors. And when God honors your faith, He does it with favor so full that it rewrites the outcome of your entire story. Let me speak to the ones who have faced rejection, abandonment, betrayal. Let me talk to the hearts that were wounded by people who should have protected you. What they meant for evil, God is about to turn for your good. The very thing that hurt you is the thing God will use to elevate you. The betrayal that broke your spirit is about to be the platform for your blessing. And when God lifts you, He will do it in such a way that your healing will be public, but your humility will remain intact. Because the favor of God does not inflate, it humbles. It reminds you who sustained you. It reveals who truly stood by you. And it separates those who came for the blessing from those who came for God. Favor has a way of bringing clarity. It reveals what was hidden in people. It exposes what you were too loyal to let go of. But that's why God had to remove some things from your life before the favor came. He couldn't allow your future to be tainted by yesterday's contamination. He couldn't let the wrong people benefit from the blessing they didn't endure. So He cleansed your circle. He broke some ties. He allowed disconnection so that when favor arrives, it arrives pure, unpolluted, and unmistakably from God. Do not be surprised when those who walked away begin to notice the shift. Favor speaks even when you're silent. It glows on you. It radiates from the decisions you make, the peace you carry, the wisdom that flows from your mouth. It speaks in your stillness. It shines through your endurance. You won't have to convince anyone of God's hand on your life. His favor will be the proof. It will follow you like a fragrance. It will trail behind you like a banner. And those who once dismissed you will have no choice but to say, truly, this is the doing of God. And let me be clear, this favor is not cheap. It costs you your comfort. It costs you your control. It costs you your desire to be accepted by everyone. You cannot be favored by God and fit in with everyone. You cannot walk in divine favor and still crave the applause of the crowd. The favor of God will separate you before it elevates you. It will call you to places of solitude. It will require you to walk roads that others fear. But when you walk with God, even the wilderness becomes a pathway to greatness. Even the storms become vehicles for transformation. So let your posture be one of surrender. Let your expectations rise higher. Let your prayers go deeper, because this is not a season to beg. This is a season to believe. The God who holds galaxies in place, who causes the sun to rise, who controls the tides of the oceans, this same God is working on your behalf. He does not make empty promises. He does not operate in coincidence. Every step of your journey has been calculated. Every detour was part of His blueprint. Every delay was a divine filter to prepare you for the magnitude of what is coming. The favor that's approaching your life will open doors you never knocked on. It will bring answers you didn't know how to phrase. It will gather blessings from places you've never been. And it will place you exactly where God intended you to be, surrounded by divine order, guarded by divine protection, and moved by divine timing. This is not just a turn in your life, it is a transformation. This is not just breakthrough, it is rebirth. God is doing something you've never seen before, something that your past cannot define and your fears cannot stop. All He asks is that you remain anchored in Him, not in outcomes, not in timelines, not in applause, but in Him. Let your identity be rooted in who God says you are. Let your strength come from knowing that even when everything around you is shaking, the one you trust cannot be moved. You are not behind. You're not forgotten. You are not late. You are right where God wants you. The pressure has been great because the favor will be greater. The tears have been many because the joy will overflow. The silence has been long because the announcement will be loud. And when it comes, when that moment of favor unfolds before your very eyes, you will know deep in your spirit this was worth every sacrifice. This was worth every sleepless night. This was worth every lonely road. And through it all, God will remain the center. Not the blessing, not the platform, not the recognition, but God, the source, the sustainer, the deliverer. For it is not the favor that defines you, it is the one who gave it. Keep your heart aligned with Him.